Court of Sierra Leone, Honorable Justice Alusain Sisi, Office of the Chief Justice, lauded the move and assured of their fullest support in protecting Sierra Leone's digital ecosystem by promoting the rule of law through training received from partners in cybercrime issues. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice Alpha Sisi said that the laboratory was a very significant step as it will strengthen the ability to provide proper justice in cybersecurity and crime acts. Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation Salim Abba lauded the support of partners in the fight against cybercrime and security in the country, adding that setting the stage proper in order to avoid the attack was what they were working on as a ministry and the center.
Really, the launch of this digital forensic lab today, I think, really is a significant step towards moving us towards that goal of ensuring cyber preparedness. So I really want to commend and thank the ECOWAS Commission for supporting this initiative. I would like to also, advancely thank the Digital Transformation Project, because I know they're going to be instrumental in the operationalization of that. I look forward to working with my colleague my colleague Minister of Information, as well as my colleague Minister of Justice, in really delivering on the data protection legislation this year in Sierra Leone. We also have other significant legislation that we believe will enhance the ecosystem, such as the data governance regulatory framework.
For SLBC News, Auna Patrickama reporting.
Deputy Minister of Agriculture, too, has underscored the pivotal role of SLAI in achieving the government feed saloon agenda by providing high-quality seed, research, technologies, and innovations for the agricultural sector. Sahemo was speaking at the SLAI annual work program and planning conference held in Freetown on the theme Innovative Agricultural Technologies to Support the Feed Saloon. Ibrahim Summer report.
This annual work program and planning conference brought together key stakeholders, researchers, agricultural scientists, government representatives, and development partners to review SLAI's achievements over the past year and discuss strategic plans for 2025, focusing on advancing agricultural research and innovation. The gathering provided an insight into SLAI's efforts towards enhancing food security, boosting agricultural productivity, and supporting national development through research and technologies. Director General SLAI, Dr. Abdoulaye Conte, described research and production of quality and certified seeds as major components to actualizing the Feed Saloon flagship program of the government. He said the conference was to take stock of successes and identify challenges of projects implemented in 2024.
Specifically has been given the task of producing seeds. We have the researchers, we have the breeders, and through their work, they come up with new varieties of seeds. For example, the varieties of seeds that we've been using, some of them we need to replace them. And the whole thing about Feed Saloon, it also comes with what we call feed sovereignty. You have to be able to produce your own.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Jala Campus Jala University, Professor Aliyu Ba, said SLAI and Jala University have been working closely to develop and improve agricultural technologies, noting that Feed Saloon depended largely on improved seeds. Deputy Minister of Agriculture, too, Sahemo, said the theme of the conference resonated with the Feed Saloon agenda, and that the rationale behind the Feed Saloon initiative was to ensure food security and sufficiency.
I want to tell you people, I give you an assurance here that this year we have reduced the importation of food in this country by 20%.
The conference was hosted at a time that the Ministry of Agriculture has tasked SLAI to develop technologies and innovations to enhance agricultural developments. Ibrahim Samura. Freetown.
Well, commercial transport operators have called for effective light at Aberdeen Road and Freetown junctions. They said the facility at those intersections have not been working properly. Government installed traffic lights to mitigate traffic congestion in the country, while Susan Ebasi takes up that story.
Some months ago, the traffic lights in Freetown were installed and began operating as part of the pilot project that was launched in October 2023. This initiative was introduced as a test march in key areas, including Aberdeen Road and Freetown Road. The installation of these traffic lights in the said areas was meant to address issues of traffic congestion, especially during peak and rush hours. Even though commercial transport workers lauded the initiative, they also raised concerns regarding the timing, stating that there was still huge traffic at Aberdeen and Freetown Junction.
They find it difficult.
We are finding it difficult as riders. Those that are coming from Wilkins Road, Aberdeen and Freetown Junction sometimes cause traffic jams because they all run at the same time. These lights, which are supposed to serve as a caution to commercial vehicles and thereby reducing traffic congestion, experience a bulldoze from riders especially.
The traffic lights, yes.
Inasmuch as the traffic lights are a good initiative and have tended to reduce pressure, on the other hand, the malfunctioning of these lights have resulted to danger. Last week, we experienced a fatal accident because of these traffic lights.
So I think cause the traffic, cause the accident. If they're able to adjust for it, we will really appreciate. But the traffic lights, yes, it's okay.
Pedestrians lauded the government for the traffic lights, stating that it had eased the risk of accidents, thereby enforcing patience and orderliness.
Pedestrians are finding it difficult crossing the road due to fluctuation of these lights. I suggest proper sensitization must be done in order to avoid chaos on the road.
However, Alfred Moore has a contrary view.
The traffic lights for me cause delay, especially for us moving up and down. Sometimes we walk with time, but too many traffic lights on the street cause serious delays.
The introduction of the traffic lights was supported by World Bank through the Integrated and Resilient Urban Mobility Project. The venture has been largely appreciated by members of the public who perceive it as a step in the right direction. Slbc News, Esther Susanette Bassi reporting.
The United Methodist University, UMC, has officially welcomed a new set of students for the 2024 and 2025 academic year at a colorful matriculation ceremony held at its Sierra Leone campus, Kenema Road, Freetown. The event began as an academic journey for students enrolled in various disciplines. Jonathan Turner report.
As the new academic year begins, students are encouraged to brace the opportunities presented by United Methodist University to achieve their goals and make significant contributions to their communities. The United Methodist University Director of Planning, Research and Development, Dr. Paul Brewer, emphasizes the university's commitment to academic excellence, professional development, and ethical leadership.
Excellence, we speak of integrity and we speak of service. So excellence in the sense that our programs are modeled to reflect that, to make sure that we provide quality programs to students in all our schools. So integrity, to make sure that students inculcate moral values as they go through these programs.
The guest speaker, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Institute of Public Administration and Management, IPAM, University of Sierra Leone, Professor Marian Conte Morgan, underscored the importance of resilience, innovation, and a student-centered approach to higher education in meeting the challenges of the modern world.
Disregard your true north and cook the books. You cannot compartmentalize values. Once you have the values, once they become part of you, they should be applied to every aspect of your life. Stay grounded in their moments. And that's the challenge I'm praying at you. Like the North Star, you may not be the brightest star. Just stay constant in good values.
Among the matriculating students was Sheku Santos Kamara, pursuing a postgraduate diploma in education, and Edna Brown Dufflin, whose presence underscored the diversity and vibrancy of the university students' body.
Attending today, I think this is the right time for me to attend, because from the keynote speaker, I have learned a lot. I've been challenged. So I think this is the right time, and I appreciate being here, and I thank God for that.
I have passion for teaching, and I have been in the classroom for over 10 years now, and it's something that I am so dedicated about, and I believe giving knowledge to others can also help to promote development within the society.
The ceremony reaffirmed OMO's mission to nurture critical minds, innovators, and ethically grounded leaders who will contribute to Sierra Leone's development. The university continues to prioritize holistic education through its range of undergraduate, diploma, and postgraduate programs. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
In the heart of Dwaza community, where many young people are trapped in drug abuse, one man is standing out as a beacon of hope. Dauda Ahmed Aziz Kamar, the owner of the White Talented Garage, is rewriting the narrative for the youth in that community by equipping them with skills and offering them a positive path to a brighter future. Jeanette Antona takes up the story.
Under Dauda Ahmed Aziz Kamara's watchful eye, children aged 10 to 18 are being taught essential mechanical skills such as bike repair, tricycle and generator. His garage, busy with activity and the home of tools, has become a sanctuary where young minds are nurtured and empowered. But Dauda's mission goes beyond mechanics. Recognizing the importance of a well-rounded education, he also provides formal schooling opportunities for these children, ensuring they grow not just in skill but also in knowledge.
They go school, so I decide each picky way they kaya, because to vocal and no more, they don't sabi for make estimate. I decide for being at school. There's small money, one time 2,000, we save them for the day. Then they will for eat 6 plates or 7 plates rest every day. Now this welfare box, now they will able for do all them things there. Then some of them they get the health challenges. We are able for look to the welfare box and take care of them without them parents them.
Among his eager students are Mohamed Kamara, a spirited 10-year-old with an infectious curiosity, and Fatih Kurma, a determined 13-year-old who dreams of one day opening his workshop. Both children are representative of the transformative impacts of Dauda's initiative. Despite their ages, they show remarkable determination to learn and carve a future free from the pitfalls that have trapped so many of their peers.
For children, it's for change the brake liner. It's for change the front tire.
And they for lose for time, they make work easy. Let work easy, they lose and time. This now lose this. When I got this not time. They make work easy. My father, who's been there, they suffer. I don't come, boss man don't like put me in school. They let me this work. I possible way they help when they able help me.
Dauda's efforts are more than just an individual's act of goodwill. They are a blueprint for creating an enabling environment where young people can strive. By combining skill development with formal education, he is not only steering children away from unproductive activities, but also equipping them with the tools to build sustainable livelihoods. Young ones have been trained to do maintenance in Okada, Keke, and generator. According to the owner, this is geared towards empowering young people for national development. He said it's a free of charge training the boys from 10 years to 15 years. His work is a reminder that change starts with one person's determination to make a difference. And in Dwazak, that person is Dauda Kamara. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Many thanks to Jonathan Turner for taking up that story. Well, we'll go for a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, we are NPSL Limited. Let us take you through the process of how to obtain the NP Energy Pass. First, come to NP headquarters and request for the card. Then, our sales attendants will take you through the process and direct you to the bank to make payment into the NP account. After making payment at the bank, please come to NP with the bank slip. You will be given a form to fill in some personal details. After filling the form, please leave it with our sales attendant who will complete the customer registration process and give you any further information you require. Also note that your card will be created later and you will receive an SMS notification for pickup. During pickup, please confirm from the sales attendant how to change your PIN code. Be guarded! Your PIN code is your personal identification number. Do not expose it. If you do, you may lose all the money in your account. And please note that NP Energy Pass Card can work both on and offline. Then thank you for choosing to use our NP Energy Pass Card services. Be assured of quality service because we put our customers first. For more on our customer care services, contact the following: 333-232-30900262 or 2323-0900-155 or email us on npsl@npgroup-ltd.com. Thank you for choosing NP.
Well, we'll continue with more stories. President of the Republic of Sudan Transitional Sovereign Council, Lieutenant General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, has landed a one-day visit to Sierra Leone on peace talk. President Julius Maada Bio received the delegation at the Freetown International Airport. Let's join our State House correspondent, Mosi.
President Julius Maada Bio expressed his commitment to meaningful discussions with the leader of the Republic of Sudan. The talks focused on peace and security in Sudan and the wider region. President Bio expressed Sierra Leone's role as a member of both the United Nations Security Council and the African Union Peace and Security Council. He reaffirmed the country's dedication to resolving Sudan's ongoing conflict peacefully. After the bilateral discussions between the two leaders, Sierra Leone's Foreign Affairs Minister Timothy Kaba read a joint press statement.
His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, met His Excellency General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan, on 13 January 2025 in Lunge, Sierra Leone, and discussed a range of issues relating to peace and security in the Sudan and in the region. The leaders discussed and emphasized that the current conflict in Sudan continues to have devastating effect on the political and socio-economic fabric of Sudan, as well as the African continent and beyond. The protraction of the conflict in Sudan is therefore not in the geostrategic interest of Africa.
Minister Kaba highlighted the significance of the Sudanese leaders' visits. He said it was an opportunity to learn from President Bio, particularly in areas of peace, security, accountability, and sustainability.
They acknowledged the value of collaboration and cooperation with international partners, respecting the sovereignty, unity, independence, and territorial integrity of the Republic of Sudan. The leaders also discussed and underscored the obligation to protect civilians in the Sudan conflict, in particular children, women, and ethnic minorities, who invariably bear the brunt of the conflict, underlining the further significance to implement agreed commitments to protect Sudanese civilians and ensuring accountability. The leaders, in addition, discussed the concerning dire humanitarian situation and acute food shortage, insecurity in Sudan, the need for steps to be taken to facilitate safe, swift, efficient, and unhindered humanitarian access and aid delivery into and throughout the Sudan.
The visit is expected to strengthen bilateral ties between Sierra Leone and Sudan. For Slbc TV News Hour in Freetown, Hamaswe reporting from Lunge, Kafubulom, Potloko districts.
Well, away from our national bulletin, let's now go over to our international news.
Hello and warm welcome to the international news with me, Esther Sako. A prominent opposition figure in Uganda will stand trial on the serious charge of treachery, a military court ruled Tuesday. Escalating the legal trouble, Kizza Besigye faces ahead of presidential elections scheduled for 2026. Besigye, who has contested the presidency 4 times, went missing in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, on November 16, days after he and his co-accused, an assistant named Obed Lutali, appeared before a military court in Kampala, the Ugandan capital. Besigye was charged with illegal possession of a firearm and a charge of relating to alleged solicitation of military support overseas in order to destabilize national security. Amnesty International has called for Besigye's release, saying his abduction clearly violated international human rights law and the process of extradition with its requisite fair trial protections. The unfolding trial of Besigye is being watched closely by Ugandans anxious over political maneuvers ahead of presidential elections. Uganda has not witnessed a peaceful transfer of power since independence from British colonial rule in 1962. The South African government has launched a mission to rescue potentially hundreds of miners trapped in an illegal mine, where their access to food, water and medicine was booked last year in an effort to force them out. The operation began on Friday after the sister of one of the miners underground filed a court case. This came in response to letters from miners who were brought to the surface on Thursday. One of the letters claims that at least 109 people have already died at the Buffelsfontein gold mine located near Stilfontein, about 100 miles southwest of Johannesburg. Illegal mining has been on the rise in South Africa in recent years as many industrial mines have been depleted. Analysts estimate that around 30,000 Zama miners are working in abandoned mines, producing up to 10% of the country's gold output. A controversial statue of Ghana's former president Nana Akufo-Addo, unveiled last November, has been destroyed, with images showing its severe hurt and damaged pedestal. The statue, erected in Ghana's western region, faced backlash from its inception, with many criticizing it as a display of self-promotion. The police have not commented on who may have targeted the statue or why. Earlier, some locals have called for its removal, arguing it offered no value to the community. It had already been partially vandalized in December, leaving one leg damaged. While some residents celebrated its destruction, calling it overdue, others said a more respectful approach should have been taken. Critics previously questioned the use of public funds for the statue, given Ghana's economic struggles, including an IMF bailout and a worsening cost of living crisis. The statue's unveiling was meant to honor the development initiatives of Akufo-Addo, who completed his second term last week. And finally, the city of Uvira in South Kivu is facing a severe humanitarian crisis as the waters of Lake Tanganyika continues to rise. The flooding has caused widespread destruction, with over 3,000 homes submerged and more than 36,000 people displaced. Months after the initial flooding began, the situation continues to deteriorate, leaving thousands in desperate need of assistance. The destruction has forced families to abandon their homes and seek refuge in overcrowded shelters or with other families. Entire neighborhoods remain underwater, and there is little hope for an immediate return to normalcy. Uvira's ongoing crisis highlights the urgent need for humanitarian support. The displacement, property destruction, and worsening living conditions demand immediate attention to help affected families and rebuild the community. That's the end of the international news from the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation. I am Esther Sako. Goodbye.
Well, let's quickly go over to our business desk.
Hello and welcome to Business Update, the segment that brings you the insights in business and its contributions towards positively impacting the economy. I'm Dennis Fraser. Today we shall look at the increase in cost for pepper at the Tombo market, which is really becoming a concern for traders there. Pepper, which is one of the most common commodity for daily meal, is now the talk of the day for traders at Tombo market. According to businesswomen there, they said the increase in cost per bag and per cup is affecting their business seriously, and this is becoming a growing concern. Let's now join our business reporter Aminat Asaise, who takes up the story.
Tombo Market, located in the Western Rural Area District, has long been a hub for the sales and distribution of pepper. Most business women go to Tombo Market to get pepper in large as well as in small quantities, but the current cost in purchasing it has now become a growing concern for them. Mariama Conte and Aisatu Jallo usually buy bags of pepper daily at the market. They voice their frustrations over this latest development.
Charge me 3 million. I pay on 2.8. He said they sell. He said 2.9. 2,900,000. Cup now is where would they go sell? How would they go turn? Would they measure because you need 230 cup, 220 according to the gramness. Easily for low get the cup has to be because for sell at 15,000 or 17, I ain't go come. But we know they sell at that price. Now at 12,000, 13,000 we sell. The people get sick. Well, like in planter, the sick you will in the road that is sick. So when you put the harvest, the people make it come out. So let me say the pull magnet farm. This not a salon pepper. This is Nigeria pool. They like pull pepper they can sell. So the pepper they buy 1,500,000 per month. That's why they buy the pepper right here.
The frustration of the crop was said to be another challenge, leading to the shortage of pepper and the hike in the price.
Pepper now by season. You are in the planter and then the planter and different size. But even the other people there, who they buy and now they buy the medicine, who supply them plant the pepper. So inside they able to spend beaucoup money, no able to come out better. So you have a way the pool where you don't come out better, where you can the season, all side the season, that that's the deer, you don't come out better. So after the other season back, the other side back, if you pull the pepper and say they don't get some boku, they can't do.
This pepper business, I dey start how they plant her, where they nurse her, where they nurse this pepper business, where they nurse her. Some they come, they don't put abo for say I don't nurse the pepper. I dey go pay people there for go make the farm, they go brush for me. Where they can up at the nursing it they fail you. If they don't spend past their 1 million so for nursing, now they're 2 million, so the pepper they fail you. When they fail you, you go buy back other one. Some men are the copy your way they don't nurse, that in back they go buy. After the way they go take for go fend the bush, for go oak this pepper here. This farm here, you they pay the one where they can oak for you, for can begin cut for you the stick there. You they cook for them. You they spend for cooking, they buy rest. They one bag rest. Any each person apply, you they pay at 50,000 from something like 2 hours where they go up for you.
As the situation unfolds, many are hoping for the situation to be addressed, as pepper is a vital ingredient for preparing sauces in many homes.
But many thanks to Amnat Asaise for putting that report together, and that's all we have in this edition of Business Update. Many thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Well, let's quickly check what entertainment has for us.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Sulaiman Babature. In this edition of Entertainment News, the Kenema family pays courtesy visit to President Bill after Sobe Grima visit. And Nollywood Gladiator star Jimon Honso expresses frustration over financial struggles. Now, the award-winning musical family, the Kenema from England, have paid a courtesy visit to President Bill after their heritage reconnecting visit to family members at Sobe Grima Pujon district. The visit was full of excitement and honor. Let's join Abdul Masari for the report.
The journey of the Kenemesins to their maternal grandfather's land, Sobe Grima, in Panga Chiefdom, Pujon District, a town 6 miles from Pujon Town and 48 miles from Bo City, was a journey of exploration, entertainment, and learning. The visitors were given a royal welcome and reception by the inhabitants and family members as they arrived from Pujon Town. As entertainers, the Kenemesins joined the crowd to dance to the sweet sounds of the drums. The young talents were introduced to relatives and educated on the family history.
Look at me!
The story of the Kenemesins began after their late grandfather, Bernard Kane, traveled to England to study.
He met Megan, his wife, a Welsh woman from South Wales, from a small village of Caldicot. So they met there and they decided to come home and get married here.
Just by meeting at college dances, there was the first one, then there was another one, and then it just went from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got married, and how was your first time in Sierra Leone?
We got married here in Sierra Leone because he actually came back after his course finished, and I didn't come until the following year.
Their visit to see family members was a great one, as family members and the visitors expressed delight over the visits.
So I wasn't expecting such a warm and generous welcome. There was lots of dancing and lots of music.
I don't know, people are very warm and have been very friendly and very welcoming. The food is special. I've always loved Sierra Leone food that my mum cooks.
The talent, according to Reverend Father Shekul Kane, brother of the grandfather of the Kenemesins, was something in the family.
Music has been part of our life, you know. From the time I was born, we had an uncle who was, what they called the Sangre, so one of the drums.
The mother disclosed her kid's intention to host a show and work with local acts on their next visits.
I think what we'll do is keep talking about Sierra Leone, share all the photos and the videos that we've done here, and also talk about the music here, because what the children have discovered is there's so much wonderful music, there's the shebere and the drums, and I think they would like to collaborate with musicians here, and maybe something new will come out of that collaboration.
This, they hoped, continues to strengthen the bond. Upon arrival from Pujong, the Kenemesians had a dinner with Sierra Leone's Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Senge. Days after, the Kenemesians also paid a courtesy visit to President Bio as the president took to his Twitter account to share his meeting with the global talents and to commend them for reconnecting with their roots to discover their heritage.
Thanks to Abdul Masari for that wonderful report. Now, despite spending 20 years entertaining fans through movies, famous Nollywood gladiator star Jimon Honso has expressed his frustration over his struggles to match up to his needs due to low pays for his appearances on movies. On one of his posts on social media, the star wrote, "I am still struggling financially despite being in Hollywood for over 2 decades. It's really sad." Well, we wish the Nollywood star well. Well, that's all we have for this edition of Entertainment News with me, Sulaiman Babature. Thanks for watching and keep watching.
So let's go to our final segment, Sport Update.
It's the sporting updates that keeps you in the know, and we begin this edition with cycling. Now, the land on 1,000 Hills will host the rest of the world in September for the World Championship 2025, an exciting event that will see the host, Rwanda, present its very best in terms of cycling to compete against some of the finest names in the world. Here is the update. In September, the global cycling spotlight will shine on the vibrant city of Kigali, Rwanda, as it hosts the prestigious UCI World Championship for the first time on the African continent in the event's 103-year history. This historic decision reflects not only Rwanda's growing significance in the cycling world, but also the nation's remarkable journey of transformation and progress. Cycling holds a special place in Rwanda's history, with the bicycle serving as an essential tool of everyday life for many Rwandans, from navigating the challenging terrain of the land of 1,000 hills to transporting goods and commuting to work. Bicycles play a pivotal role in Rwandan culture and society. Rwanda aims to become a continental hub for sport, and hosting the 2025 UCI Road World Championships will boost cycling development activities in the country and give an economic boost to the private sector, increasing the contribution of sports to the economy. Cycling stands as one of the most popular sports in Rwanda. The nation has seen a surge in both recreational and competitive cycling, with the Tour de Rwanda becoming one of Africa's premier cycling events, growing bigger each year. Rwanda's renowned rolling hills offer the perfect terrain to balance difficulty and beauty for cyclists, nurturing a talented local cycling culture while growing international competitors. The UCI Road World Championships coming to Kigali is a testament to Rwanda's dedication to the sport and its potential to become a cycling destination of global significance. Another development, the Sierra Leone Football Association Executive Committee has announced that the 1st of March 2025 will be the date for the ordinary Congress. Well, this will give an opportunity to stakeholders in football to forge a better path for football development in the country. It's strategic for many reasons, because they will have to discuss on many amendments in terms of developing football in the country. That's your sport, and thank you so much for watching, and see you very soon.
Well, that's it for news, but quickly, let's go through our headlines. The National Cybersecurity Center has launched a digital forensic lab and national center that will analyze evidence and protect the digital cyberspace. In a bid to give back to his country and the media in particular, David Bangua, who lives in USA, has donated broadcast items including a studio camera, 3-caster mixer and a complete teleprompter set worth about 60,000 United States dollars to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. And the Deputy Minister of Agriculture too has underscored the pivotal role of SLARI in achieving the government feed saloon agenda by providing high-quality seed, research, technologies and innovation for the agricultural sector. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition. Unza, I have been Cynthia Kamara. Good morning.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
Freetown. This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from ten.
It is a pleasant morning and a warm welcome to your program Good Morning Sierra Leone, the program that always starts your day. I am Shaku Smaila.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Our quote of the day is from former South African President Nelson Mandela, and it says, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." In the program this morning, Sierra Leone clocks 1 year since it was elected member of the United Nations Security Council. The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education sets to host the 2025 Education Week in Bombali District. And we shall be talking to the newly elected president of the Sierra Leonean Association in the United States of America. These stories plus more, including your messages, which you can send to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc Tv Live. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. I'm Sheko. We are broadcasting from
New Englandville, our broadcasting house at New Englandville. But you can also be part of us by joining us, on our Facebook page, slbc.sl, and other social media platforms.
The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we invite you to participate by sending your comments and views to the number on your screen. Follow us on our Facebook page, slbctv.sl. And today marks exactly 1 year since Sierra Leone was elected to the United Nations Security Council for the 2024-2025 term, and it has been a member since January 1st. This is the first time Sierra Leone has been a member of the Security Council in 53 years. The General Assembly elected 5 new non-permanent members of the Security Council to serve for the period of 1 year from January 2024 to December 31st, 2025. The Assembly elected Algeria, Guyana, the Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, and Slovenia. 6 member states were running for the 5 available seats, with Belarus and Slovenia running for 1 available seat in the Eastern European group. Priorities as a member of the United Nations Security Council include promoting peace and security, empowering women and youth, reform of the UN Security Council, and Sierra Leone led the case for Africa's position on UN Council reform. Sierra Leone held a debate on the maintenance of international peace and security through UN Security Council reform. Also include poverty, unemployment, corruption, upholding the rule of law. Well, for more on this, we shall be joining the Minister of the Minister of Information. The Minister of Foreign Affairs will be in our subsequent programs to talk more on this, as he will not be available on this program today, but he will definitely be in our studios in our next program. Sheko.
Yes, indeed. Sierra Leone being the chair of the Committee of 10 and African Heads of State and Government for the reform of the United Nations Security Council. Well, Africa is actually asking for 2 permanent and 2 non-permanent seats in the United Nations Security Council. Most of the decisions taken, at that level, at the UN Security Council level, these are decisions on Africa. But Africa is not represented. So it has been described by many as historical injustice to Africa. Because you are taking decisions on behalf of a continent that is not represented. That is unfair. That is the cause Africa is championing, and of which our president happens to be the chair of the Committee of 10, African Heads of State and Government, for that reform to actually take place. However, we continue with the program, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Now, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary School Education, NBSSE, is set to host the 2025 Education Week from January 20th to 24th in Bombali District under the theme All and Education, Providing Human Agency in a World of Automation. The event will focus on integrating artificial intelligence into education while nurturing human creativity and emotional intelligence. The MBSSC aims to enhance educational outcomes and prepare students for a digital future. Sierra Leone's Education Week is a celebration of the importance of education and the country's development. The week is a time for government officials, educators, and students to come together to discuss the role of education in building a peaceful and prosperous society. And for more on this, we have in the studios of our communications officer, MBSSC, and also, Bami is here representing the Ministry of Basic Education, and he is the communication specialist, and also a representative from the civil society, Alfonso Manley from the Civil Rights Coalition. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to the program.
Yes, good morning, Sheku, and good morning, viewers.
Now,
good morning.
All right, okay. Now, let us start with you, me. Education Week. This is the first time Sierra Leone is observing Education Week, and it has been rotational. This time around, it is going to be in Bombali. Now, tell us, what are the expected outcomes? Because I know you are going to discuss education generally. But what are, it has a theme already. But what are the expected outcomes?
First of all, I want to appreciate your introduction. It was spot on and very detailed. I also want to join you saying that education is a human right, is a public good, and a public responsibility. That is enshrined in Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights. Of course, we all know that. So every year we celebrate Education Week at the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, or the education sector. I'll come to that. Last year we decided to now take the activity to the provinces. We've been doing that over the period of 10 years, but in Freetown we have decided now to be taking the celebration to the people. So last year we went to Bow, and this year we want to go to Bombali, Makeni. The reason we are doing that is because we want to synchronize our activities with international perspective. We all know that the day of the International Day of Education is on the 24th of January every year. So it was put aside by United Nations General Assembly to ensure that we celebrate education because of its unique role in keeping peace and promoting development. So we are going to Makeni this year on the theme AI and Education, Perceiving Human Agency in a World of Automation. We are going to discuss around this. Why? Because we want to see that Sierra Leone is not left behind when it comes to talking about automation and AI, the use of AI. It is fast moving that AI is becoming a crucial tool in teaching and learning. And the world is worried about the replacement of the valuable role of teachers and policymakers. So we are going to carefully look at how we use AI to our advantage, and without replacing this remarkable.
Before going forward, is artificial intelligence, a realistic replacement? Because it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what the robots, what they do. But the thing is that it will be very difficult for humans, to be replaced by robots. So it is really it is actual. It is realistic.
So we are starting the conversation here already. That is going to be in McKinney. But let me tell you, frankly speaking, that is going to be interesting. we have seen and have played with AI integrated advantages, where test papers or tests are conducted online, and the pupils attend to these test papers, and in just a second, their answers are provided them through AI. So if that is happening, then somebody might be thinking, then what's the role of a teacher in the classroom? But we are going there to emphasize, to have discussions around how we improve the use of AI in our classrooms, in decision making at policy levels, but also how we also retain this impeccable role of teachers and of course policymakers and administrators in ensuring that we have a smooth running of our educational system. So at McKinney on the 20th and to the true 24th, we are going to have spot on our achievement. Now we are going to talk about challenges. Of course, we are going to acknowledge some challenges, and of course we are going to envision how we provide solutions to these challenges for a better educational system going forward. So we have to have our partners. This is a sectorial activity. There is Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, the Ministry of Technical and Education, of course our partners. When we talk Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, we also talk about the Teaching Service Commission as a semi-autonomous body, for which it also has its own constituent, the Sierra Leone Teachers Union, and the CPSS, and of course NACOT, the Council of Head Teachers Association. So we also have to talk about the technical and higher education, where we have the universities, the colleges, and other learning institutions that will be there, and of course our development.
So Bami, I know it's going to be the 4 days is going to be
5 days.
5 days, okay. So we want to know some of the things that you'll be discussing. We know you are going to focus on AI, and you also have other sectors that are coming in. We want to know the setup. How is it going to look like?
Great. On the first day, the 20th, we're going to have the Honorable Vice President, of course, Dr. Mohammed Judu Jallo, that will be doing the opening session, where we'll have to have statements from development partners, from, of course, the keynote from the Vice President himself. We're going to have statements from officials, government officials, and professionals that will be giving us the services they have rendered and the products they give to education. Of course, we're going to have exhibition booths across the location, where people showcase their services also rendered to education, to improving education, their products that they provide to supporting education. And the Vice President on that day, the first day, have to also pay visit to all these booths to inspect, to see, to enhance on, to learn how they have contributed.
So which venue are we talking about?
This is going to be held in McKinney at Unimac University.
Okay.
We are going to have a whole squad of quality people that will be there to discuss. But also, we have been able to talk to the local people who are residents at McKinney, who will be part of the education stakeholders, who will be part of the process. By the weekend, or before even the weekend, myself and the team comprising Alfonso Mandi, and of course the university PRO, Dr. Tunia Musa, the Teaching Service Commission, communications person, the technical and higher education person, will have to be traveling to McKinney to ensure that we're here, we're stationed there, and we talk to the people in the local language to understand that we are coming there with such an activity. So,
Bami, how different is this going to be, so that we'll not see a situation where you are going there to discuss AI? AI is a very trending issue across the world. The world is now going towards that trend, and if you are going to discuss it, then it's a serious matter. We don't want to see a situation where because Sierra Leoneans, we are good at dancing, where you see people moving all over the place just celebrating as if we've achieved that much, when we are still struggling with the free quality education.
Francis, I want to say you are brilliant. We haven't done quite a lot on AI. But what we have done very significantly is on automation. Automation is where you sit at the comfort of your home, you use your button phone, not even Android phone, and you dial, you check for results, you get your NPS, you check here and what, in a twinkle of an eye. Automation is where you sit at the comfort of your home. You go to learning passport, you go through the past papers, you have the pre-test, and of course you get the result you want. Automation is where you check on the mobile app also for words, English words like dictionary, without paying for them. So we have done quite a lot at the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, and also at the Technical and Higher Education in terms of automation. So we are going to discuss how we improve on AI. But I want to allay the fears of you, probably, and the viewers, that we are not doing badly as a country. Yes, we have gotten challenges with the use of AI, including examination malpractice. And so we want to let people, want to shape the conversation, to let people understand the essential role of AI in learning, in teaching, and of course in...
Bami, you see one thing, year in, year out, we celebrate or we observe as a nation, weeks, days, or months, or years, as the case may be, focusing on specific issues. Now it is AI, artificial intelligence. But the thing is, do you have a space or are you going to discuss issues around, children with special needs? Because it is very important. Now we are talking about radical inclusion. Nobody should be left behind. They are also part of us. So are you going to discuss? Because now there is now a global trend. Artificial intelligence, even in the use of braille materials for our pupils, for students. Is that going to be part of the discuss?
I think I like the conversation today. Trust me, on the SLBC, because these are the things we really are going to discuss. But first of all, let viewers understand that the theme, AI and education, preserving human agency in the world of automation, is an international theme on the International Day of Education. So what we have done as Sierra Leoneans, we have tried to trickle it down to localize it. So these are the issues that we are going to be discussing. How we use AI to our advantage in solving inclusion problems. How do we use AI to solve problems with special needs? How do we use AI to reduce probably the too much of burden on teachers in the classroom? The marking scheme? How do we use AI to develop a curriculum? How do we shape it to localize, to fit into the Sierra Leonean context? So these are the points the specialists, the educators, the tech people will be concentrating on. But most importantly, we'll be having our kids participate, because we'll have a discussion program we call it literary and debating competition between and amongst our pupils on that day, on the 24th, and that will be the day the President, His Excellency Brigadier Julius Madabi, will visit the process. That will be the closing date, and so he has to go through the closing, do the closing courses, and there we'll have also quite a lot of football matches. Of course, I have to let you know, SLBC, that I'm a very good commentator. I can commentate very well, and that has to be covered professionally.
I think Francis, Francis could be of help.
Okay.
In the comments booth,
So very well, Francis, you highly welcome to join me. And, that day will have to be.
So Sheku, we have a commentator at the SLBC. However, before we move over to Alfonso Mali from the Civil Society Organization, Mami, do you want to agree with me that since the world is moving towards AI, Sierra Leone, we don't seem to be moving alongside other countries in the world? Because even when the former Minister of Education, Basic Education, David Moynihan Asenge, the now Chief Minister, introduced to the public to check the result of their pupils online immediately when the results are announced here at the SLBC. It was so swift, it was so easy. But for the past 2 years, in fact, for this year, it was so worse that even when you have to go to, I don't know whether it was an arrangement from you, Basic Education, and that of Africell, you have to go through Africell for you to get, even when you check, the system keep telling you the result is not available, you don't check until you are informed. And we keep getting that message on to this moment. I don't know whether it's now published, because every parent must now, I'm sure, have gotten their results.
Yeah, Francis, in as much as I agree with you at some point, I want to disagree with you with the area of us lagging behind. Probably, let me raise your confidence that we are doing better. There are countries that have not even started having conversations around AI. And we have dedicated a whole week program on AI, meaning that Sierra Leone is ready to push. So one of the things maybe we will be discussing will be the players around providing the atmosphere, well, the ambience. We have WAEC over there. We have the network providers, the operators that are over there, the AfriCell, the Orange, the QCell.
It used to be free, but now we have to pay.
So these are the conversations that we have. You know, these are business people. We have to see how we continue to go and also use the facilities where unhindered. The very importance of the review of our activities will be that, and the AI will provide the perfect atmosphere.
But then, you know, we are going to Alfonso, but then when we come back, Bami was just talking about, you know, when you mentioned AfriCell or
this year we have to pay 60 euros.
He said,
business
these
people.
are business people, and I know MBSSC is good at you know, subsidizing. I don't know if they will be subsidizing. You know, thank you so much. We have Alfonso Manley
Alfonso
from the civil society. He is going to tell us what is going to be the role of the civil society in this education week. You know, he's an experienced civil society person, and there is a saying in Africa, you know, when an old person dies, library burns.
Yes.
So, Alfonso, what is going to be the role of the civil society in this education week?
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me use this opportunity to commend both ministries who have in this kind of celebration of the annual education week consistently for the past 10 years. I think this is good. Firstly, as Bami rightly mentioned, the theme, AI and education, we want to see how we can preserve human agency in the world of automation. We are keen as civil society that whatever the ministry does, it must be in line with the education sector plan. So for this theme in terms of education, AI is intended with Objective 9 of the education sector plan, which promotes the use of data and technology in education. Now, the entire week is stock taking. How do we take stock of our achievements? How do we note those challenges we face in the education sector, both ministries? Because when we talk of the education, it's one sector, but because of effective service delivery, you have two ministries, one focusing on basic education, another focusing on technical and higher education, but it's one sector. Also, we want to highlight those challenges. Not only highlighting those challenges, but how do we profile solutions? We are very keen as civil society to see how the ministry wants to profile solutions to challenges in the education sector. So there will be presentations, there will be debates, there will be cultural performance, there will be other activity to ensure we promote this theme. But what we want to also note, how AI will not replace our teachers, how you use AI positively, how you not use AI to promote education malpractice in terms of public.
No, Alfonso, in that vein, in our replacement, you see, I think what is out of the question for now.
No, it's not.
Let me come. Now, the thing is, you're talking about AI replacing our teachers. Now, insofar as Sierra Leone is concerned, as we are right now, you understand, that is far-fetched for the replacement of teachers by AI. Now, the discussion has begun. The discussion has begun. But the thing is, yes, we have to talk, we have to discuss, we have to plan ahead. But it is not going to be immediate. It is not. You and I know that. So now, the going to Makeni or to Bomadi district is like you are going to review. Now, the AI is one, but you are going. It is education week, although the theme is AI, but you are going to review the entire education system in this country, which means you are going to look at where you made as a country, where you made significant gains, and where we are still to improve. And this talk now about AI will come in definitely. But it is an assessment, it is an evaluation, it is a stock taking like you've mentioned. But the replacement of teachers, I think, yes, it is going to be part of the discourse. But I don't think other issues, related to education in this country, should be neglected as well during this week. This is the whole week that has been dedicated to talking education.
So let me tell you the threat it poses and why we say that we should not replace teachers. When you use the technology very well, it teaches you, it answers questions. So a clever student might say, I do not need any teacher to teach me economics. I do not need any teacher to go for revision of economics. When I have the question, I believe I can do education malpractice and answers the question. By that teacher, it's no longer relevant to that particular student because you know how to use the technology very well. That's what we want to discuss. Now you mentioned, it's a 5-day program. Now let's start with the Ministry of Basic Education. You have several directorates. All directorates will be presenting, for instance, the SQUAMS Directorate, the Policy and Planning Directorate. You have other agencies under the ministry, the Teaching Service Commission. Just recently, the Teaching Service Commission have trained over 12,000 teachers for P1 because we're talking on focusing on foundation and learning, eradicating learning poverty. Learning poverty is when the kid is up to P4, cannot even read or write basic or simple, English, cannot even identify letters, cannot even compose, So these are the issues on foundational learning. And the Teaching Service Commission recently, now they are conducting examination, the licensure examination. Parents, the community, stakeholders might want to know why now. So they have the opportunity to tell them, no, this is part of the Act since 2011. We're only implementing it now. It's going to be a host of activity for the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. In terms of the scholarship, you apply through the portal. How do students know that the Hungarian scholarship issue is now on? How do they apply? The student secretary will be presenting the loan scheme. How do I know how to access the loan scheme? For what courses? What discipline? They will be presenting. Other issues in WAEC, they have this turning issue of the continuous assessment scores for WAS. When they reopen the portal, when they close the portal, the challenges principal have to upload, to submit, all of this will be discussed. And this is why I tell you, discussing technologies is in tandem with the education sector plan, Objective 9. So all of these issues will be discussed. But we also want to note the threats, the successes AI poses to our education sector. I think this is very, very important for us to discuss. You can use AI very well to study, to do your research, aid you in terms of your assignments, but do not use AI in terms of examination. You smuggle your phone in, and you got the grade. And when you are employed, you cannot perform. These are the threats. These are what we want to bring out. So even though as students, yes, it's a very good technology, but use it for research purposes. Don't use it for examination purposes. So these are the issues we want to discuss. As civil society, we also want to ensure that those staff in the ministry, especially those operational staff that do not have PIN code, I will discuss around them, the cleaners, those drivers who don't have PIN code. I will discuss around teacher welfares. We have NASIT. NASIT should be constructing low-cost housing for teachers. So when they come into the service, they will be paying on a yearly basis. So at the end of your 60 years, you have a house to sleep in. So these are the issues we want to discuss. Teacher welfare. How do we ensure that this 22%, the public understand that A is from the recurrent?
Are you going to do a presentation? I mean, when I say you, not necessarily Alfonso Manley, but the civil society.
Yes.
Is that going to be a presentation from the civil society of Sierra Leone?
Of course, yes. It happens every year. How we discuss the issue of the 22% for the public to understand that this 22% allocation, this is where they pay teacher salary from, lecturer salary from, the school feeding program, all examination fee, and just 1% for capital expenditure? How do we ensure Ministry of Finance send money for the running of the very Ministry of Basic Education, administrative costs, how they run the ministry itself? How do we ensure we capacitate those QAMS officers, those DD in those districts? They have the requisite tools to monitor education. You have one QAMS officer in a cluster school, let me say 50 schools. How do you reach all those schools? How do we ensure when you say annual school census, you give the right information?
Alfonso.
We discuss those capacity issues, those resources issues, how we bring them out to discuss and we provide solutions to them.
Alfonso, now that you've made it clear that you are going to do a presentation during this period that is running from the 20th to the 24th in Bombali. The public might want to know some of the things you've highlighted to present, as apart from those that you are talking about, trying to explain the 22%, which I want to believe is the role of these institutions, so that they let the public know that this amount of money being trumpeted all over the place, this is how it's used. But how are you going to present some of these issues and some of the things you've highlighted to present in the interest of the public?
Thank you very much. As civil society, we've been privileged to be part of several community teacher association meetings. We've been privileged to monitor school on a first-hand basis, first-hand information. We've been privileged to dialogue with the public. We have held several dialogue with the public with regards several education policy. Mark you, we now have a brand new Education Act. The basic is using the 2023 Education Act. Why is the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education is still using the 2004 Education Act? So the public should understand that. So all of those interface with the public, this was what we put together with our civil society colleagues to do a presentation that the ministry will respond to. Mark you, when you talk of radical inclusion, the public do not understand this radical inclusion. It's now become a political tool, and it should not be like that. The radical inclusion have 4 core objectives: ensuring that those parent learners go back to school during the course of their learning if they are pregnant. How do we provide services for them? Do those services are in school, like health facilities? How do we ensure that those kids coming from far remote area have access to education as those in convent here in Freetown? How do we ensure that those kids coming from poor family background have access to other educational material like textbooks? How do we ensure that those kids with special needs can write examination that like those normal children? How do we bring the issue of those kids with autism? Those children who are visually impaired, how can they read or understand education question? Those schools without RAM, how do we ensure when we construct school, the facilities are friendly for those? So these are the issue of radical inclusion rather than political tools.
And these are all in your presentation?
Of course.
All right.
And mostly, we have to look at the second guiding principle,
we'll come to it
which is
after the break.
comprehensive safety.
Okay.
How do we ensure the learning and an atmosphere that is conducive, that will improve learning outcome? You construct school without fence, poses, the community comes in, they use the water facility, they use the restroom facility, they use the sitting accommodation facility.
All right, thank
they
you.
Are not protected.
Thank you very much, Alfonso Mali. Continue to stay with us. Well, he is Alfonso Mali, and he is here representing civil society and civil rights coalition. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We now go for a short commercial break, and when we return, the program continues.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles, and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa, and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
And the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live from Broadcasting House, New England Vale in Freetown. Now, let us talk about our compatriots living in the United States of America, especially with the swearing-in of Donald Trump, and who takes office on the 20th of January 2025. Anyways, we shall come to that later. The United States Sierra Leoneans Association, with headquarters in Staten Island, New York, USA, has elected Emmanuel Roberts as the association's new president. The association was formed to seek the welfare of Sierra Leoneans residing in the United States of America and complementing government's development agenda. In the studios, we have the newly elected president of Sierra Leone, of the United States Sierra Leoneans Association, Emmanuel Roberts. Good morning, Mr. Roberts, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, my brother.
Now we know that this is a group, it is a welfare group based in the United States, seeking or promoting the welfare of Sierra Leoneans in that country. But I'll tell us in the first place, give us a brief background or history to this organization. We know, yes, generally it is welfare based. But tell us, how did it all start?
Like I said, good morning again. This entire episode started 17 years ago. I was not even part of the community by then. I was living there in Sierra Leone. I was, like my brother said, I was a lecturer at Mitimagai College. But I happened to get this opportunity to be part of the community when I went there. 2006, they formed this organization due to the death of a sister. Prior to her death, there was no program of this nature. There are some constraints in giving her a befitting funeral. People thought, the founding fathers thought that there's need for us to come together with the experience we have now got from our sister's death. Sister McBinty died, according to what I got from members there, the founding fathers. Her death was a little bit sudden. She was alive 2 days after. She did everything for herself. Suddenly she got ill and she died. And when that happened, the entire community was amazed. They were even they were in surprise mood how to even put everything together. There was no organization of this nature. And after her funeral, 16 members sat down. Unfortunately, there was no female among them. That was my only concern when I look at the list. Look, I believe in gender parity. There was no female amongst them. 16 men came together and formed this organization in 2006. And it was initially named Mabinti Foundation. A few months later, in a meeting, they had to change it to a name we are now calling the United States Sierra Leone Association. But up to this time, we have that respect. We give that credence to that family. And Mabinti's ex-husband, or the husband she left behind, has been playing a pivotal role in the success of this organization. Whether he is part of any executive or not, he always makes sure that Osla.
No, in Babinti's case, Mr. Roberts, did you repatriate her remains to Sierra Leone, or she was buried over there?
Unfortunately, she was buried over there.
Okay.
But we all know the cost of funeral in the United States. It's not something to write home about. It's like when somebody is dead in the provinces, it's cheaper when in terms of cost as compared to in Freetown. To just transform that to the United States. Over there, people always tell you it's better for you to die in somebody's hand than somebody die in your hand. So it's very difficult. So we had those issues there. It was challenging actually. And these are some of the challenges we are having, even some of our members there, or even our brothers over there. People already get some preconceived idea that when I go to the United States, I'm not going to be part of the Sierra Leone community. Reasons personal to themselves, but when they have issues, they come to us.
So, Mr. Robert, how inclusive is this organization? Because the United States of America is such a large place that you have Sierra Leoneans all over the place. How inclusive is this? How do you get people, Sierra Leoneans, to be part of this? Is this the one main organization for Sierra Leoneans, or you have other branches?
We do have other organizations in different states. But if you look at it, our own name is United States Sierra Leone Association. We are not limited to New York, where I came from. We cut across. We have membership in California, we have membership in Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, as the case might be. As long as you are a Sierra Leonean and you are interested in joining us, you are welcome.
So what do you do for your members? Because in recent times, we've seen Sierra Leoneans in the US, they spend most of their time online. saying things that they are not supposed to be saying. Some call themselves bloggers. You know, they do things that sometimes they are very, very. At some point, we have a Sierra Leonean who was very naked online, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. She was naked online, and in fact, she said she was going to have intimacy online with her husband. What do you do for some of these members?
The policies over there compared, they are different, you understand? Somebody's privacy is very paramount there. If you don't bring your issues to us, we don't have to approach you. There are sometimes we do intervene when some of these things happen. And I also want to tell you here that we've been doing so greatly to our community that most times people are even members of this organization when they have issues, family issues. If you bring it to us, we'll make sure we intervene. If you don't inform us, sometimes we have a whole department that deals with a welfare committee. The welfare committee, most times, we intervene in family matters, like what you have just named here. Maybe the person you are talking about probably is not even part of the organization, or probably is not even within the New York environment, or probably this person is far off from where we are. We might not even have ideas.
But you have branches.
Yes, we do, like I said.
And you have executive members running those branches.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, any environment, the privacy of somebody is very paramount.
But are you guys aware that you are coming from Africa, and Sierra Leone, to be specific, we have our own values and morals?
Like I said, most times when people leave from this shore and go to America, they transform themselves differently. I have to be blunt with you. Even for us to have membership coming to us, people find it difficult to join because they have their own preconceived idea of even living from here, that when they join the African community in America, they talk about you. When they join the African community in America, they don't seek your interest.
So what is the size? Because the thing is that, you know, have you embarked on a membership drive? Because the thing is, there are some Sierra Leoneans in the United States who are not doing very well. Some of them are not even properly documented. Yes, they are afraid to come out, you know, to kind of, for them not to be identified by by security personnel. And there are some who remain to be in hiding, and some of them, even the work they are doing, you know, they are not the ones collecting their own salaries. All of these things are happening, and the organization is a welfare organization. You know, how do you try to identify? Because I know you know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
There are improper documentation. There are Sierra Leoneans that are not documented, you know, so they are not seen in public, you know, largely. So what clearly is this welfare that you are providing for your members? And what qualifies somebody to be a member of this association?
Yeah, these are not new phenomena we are thinking. Documentation in America has been there before we even go to America. We have seen people undocumented for the past 20 years, 30, they are still living in America. You cut across all areas. Nigerians, Ghanaians, Liberians, Sierra Leoneans. It's not new to us. But sometimes, like we said, for you to become a part of our membership, as long as you are a Sierra Leonean and you've made up your mind to join us, we are always willing. The registration fee there is just $50 for single, and you pay $75 for you to become actually our couples. But our membership is not limited to only if, let's say I am married to a Guinean, for the mere fact I'm a Sierra Leonean, I can register my wife to become a member of that organization. It doesn't matter, one person has to be a member of the Sierra Leone community. So we always encourage people to join us. Like you said, documentation, some people hide from us. There are some members that they have been there 5, 6, 7 years with no documentation. But they don't come. I mean, you have to come to and tell us, this is my status. But if you don't tell us, we don't have to go look out for you. The welfare committee is there.
Okay, friends, let us go to probably the specifics. We don't have time for that. But tell us, you know, what really do you do for your members? Like, for example, you mentioned when you started this conversation, you spoke about Babinti who died, you know, from a very short illness,
yes.
You know, and what you did was appreciated by her husband. Apart from that, apart from, you know, funerals or burials, or, you know, deaths, what do you do for your members? Because there are other welfare issues as well.
Right.
So what do you really do?
The community has been helping greatly. Most times, When Sierra Leoneans are sick over there, they consult us. Whether you are a member of this organization or not, the first point of contact, they reach out to us. We've been doing that for members. And sometimes people normally become homeless, like we said. If we know about it, or somebody calls us and informs us, we make sure we intervene. We may not provide you the required approach at that moment, but sometimes it could be of help to you at that moment. And in most cases, we have families being separated, husband and wife, they have issues. The community intervenes, you bring it to us. Because over there, the privacy is very paramount. You don't just have to poke your mouth and somebody says no. But we send a community member, they ask, do you want us to intervene? Yes or no? If you say yes, they will intervene. I remember vividly when you had this small slide here, we were able to raise some items. We shipped a container of items that we came here. I came personally with my president by then, Malam Arun. By then I was a financial secretary. We did all the distribution through social welfare. We refused to give it out to people to do it for us because the trust was not there and we know people needed those things. We went at the site, we did all the distribution myself. And
during Ebola, you mean?
More slide,
yes. But let us know the size of your membership, you know, Mr. Roberts. You know, I know you have a database of your membership.
Sure.
So let us know, because I know over time there are thousands of Sierra Leoneans living in the United States. Let us know, you know, how many of them are part of this association.
Our membership is well over 300, like I said.
300?
Yeah, well over 300. But a lot of
so what means what means you only cover a minute kind of
not even 1%.
Not even, it is very minute, you know, Mr. Roberts.
I do agree with you, but you have to force people to join organizations, like I said. People change when they move from this environment over there.
Okay.
People inform their brothers, don't join there, they'll talk about you.
You mean this one is only for New York, you mean?
If you look at the name United States, we cover all of it.
Yeah, but the thing is that, yes, but it seems as though, you know, like you said, so for example, when Francis was asking you about somebody who has been nude on Facebook or wherever, you said probably that person is not even living in New York. So what came to mind was that it seems as though Mr. Roberts is primarily concerned about Sierra Leoneans living in New York.
My concern is not only from New York. We cover every facet of the United States as long as we have 5 of us.
Okay.
The person she spoke about, probably, I didn't see that person, I didn't hear about it. That's what I was concerned.
Okay, so Mr. Roberts, quickly before we let you have your rest, now that you have been elected as the president, what plans do you have to make sure you get Sierra Leoneans, you make that organization attractive? So Sierra Leoneans will not say, okay, don't join that group because they will Congo Sayu, as we say in our local dialect.
Like I've been saying in the morning program today, Osla, normally call it, has been there like the backbone of every Sierra Leonean in America. When I got elected, I know we have our indifferences. Elections have consequences. I contested against another person, and I emerged as a victor. For now, my focus is to bring peace within the organization. We are divided, I'm going to hide it from you. I mean, I contested against the former executive candidate, and I emerged as a victor. We are moving forward. I've told them, I had an executive meeting yesterday with my team. We discussed a lot. I've already formed a committee in place for us to come together and beat the gap. And that's one. Number 2, the membership drive is very robust for now. It is only my election that was able to bring over 100 new members to join the organization. I must say that to you, because it was so contested. Is
it not because you wanted to win that you went out to get people so they could vote for you?
I do agree. Election is about numbers. Okay. I have to find members to come on board.
Don't you think they will go back immediately after? Because some people, even the local organizations we have here, for elections you get a lot of them, but after election they go back. They will only surface when it's time for election.
Well, this has been the slogan there. They are just coming to vote and we'll go back. But let me assure you one thing. When I became the president, the cabinet I formed alone, they are all new members. My vice president is a Fuller. My secretary general also is there. These are all new members. I formed the team.
You mean new members?
Yeah, new members.
So what happened to the older folks? What happened? It is that probably their own agenda or their own ideology did not conform with yours. The reason they are not part of your executive. Is that the reason? Is that what happened?
I had my manifesto when I was coming on board. I had my agenda when I was coming on board. I campaigned on my agenda, transformation, change.
And that agenda was to inject new blood.
New blood into the system.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Robert. Thank you. And he is the newly elected president of the Sierra Leonean, Sierra Leoneans Association in the United States. Thank you so much. But now it's time for us to go through our dailies. For that, we go through some of the papers, the stories making headlines in some of the local tablets. I start here with the Awoko newspaper, and Awoko says Governor Stevens calls for boosting foreign exchange earnings. Also in the Awoko newspaper, Trade Minister explains factors behind rice price reduction in Sierra Leone. Still with the Awoko newspaper, as new date for SLFA Congress announced, Northern Region delegates full support to Babadi Kamara. Sierra Leone's development hinges on protecting natural resources, says U.S. Ambassador. These are some of the stories you can see in the Awoko newspaper.
And from the Awoko newspaper, we go to the Awareness Times, and the Awareness Times on it has so many stories, but we take few. Visiting as special guest of His Majesty King Charles during private retreat in Scotland, UK, Madabio writes as Fatima and Hinto Royal Estate. Minister of Health announces public health emergency over Mpox outbreak. Or so many other stories you can find in the Awareness Times newspaper.
Now, the Global Times, you know, we always have many times, but this time it is the Global Times, and it says death of President Jimmy Carter. SLPP chairman signs book of condolence. Census experts arrive. Lands Ministry receives critical equipment. FPU honors Deputy Minister Sajo Aziz Kamara. These are some of the stories you can see in our Global Times newspaper.
From the Global Times, we go to the Standard Times. And on the Standard Times newspaper, so many stories. We have court-martial trial, defense opens case for second accused. And mysterious drowning, CID delves into prime suspect statement. And you see the photo of a young girl, a 13-year-old girl, and the lady that is referred to as the suspect going with that story. Well, these stories plus more you find in the Standard Times newspaper.
No, the final but not the least anyways, and this is the Premier News newspaper, and it says Cabinet approves revised Civil Service Code. Mpox cases, Sierra Leone declares public health emergency. Northern Region delegates full support for Babadi. Lands Ministry benefits from resilient urban Sierra Leone project. Well, these are, you know, the stories making headlines in our local tablets.
All right, finally from my side is the African Communication newspaper, Africa 24, and on the front page of it you have on the latest audit report, PAC clears Leon Rock Metal Group, and punitive actions await heads of MDAs. Another story on the front page of the African 24 is Melvin Saga, Parliament to take further steps. And final for this is 17 plus for APC flag bearers. You see the photo of 3 women, the current mayor of Freetown, Yvonne Akisoya, Dr. Sivla Blyden, and that of Dr. Zainab Bangura.
But
going with these stories.
3 of 10 is 30%.
And we just want to quickly remind you that the views expressed on these newspapers are not the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing it.
Definitely. But then quickly before we go, we still have Alfonso Manley and Bami from the Ministry of Education Week. Quickly, Plus, are we going to see discussions around the review? You guys have to be very brief because time is not in our favor anymore. Are you guys going to discuss around the review of the free quality education? Now, for example, in Ghana, we have just got a new president, Mahama. Although he's not new, actually, he's second coming. They're talking about a review of, in their country, they have what they call the FHS, that is a free high school education. A review. A lot of talks around the review of that FHS. Now, in our situation, are we going to see discussions around that during this education week? I start with you, Bami.
All right. So, of course, Ghana's model was segmented and was done by stages. Primary, secondary, just 2017, they went to secondary education, and that was also selective type. But for Sierra Leone, it's holistic. Free, primary, and secondary education, government and government assistance. So those are two different models. Yes, we are going to review documents including the education sector plan. We are going to give the midterm review, and then people have to see the gaps and the progress we've made also in the education sector plan. But most importantly, we are going to showcase the WAEC bill that's being prepared, and will be taken to Parliament very soon. So we have to have the opportunity to let people, our constituents, take a look at them.
Okay, but I think we need to have an exclusive interview on this. Now, Alfonso,
we'll go to you.
You know, discussions around review of the free quality education. Now, I know that the FHS in Ghana is different from yours. It is holistic in Sierra Leone, but in Ghana, it is the higher school education. Now, quickly, review of the...
It has been reviewed once. I have not seen the report of that. And secondly, I want to crave the indulgence of why they should have done enough consultation when you want, because people have so many consultations with issues. So presentation during the annual education week should not be seen as consultation.
So that's a whistleblower for you.
How we report this to Parliament?
Maybe you have to pay attention to what they will be presenting.
You know, every me in the sector, they have not been engaged on that bill. And that's not the way you develop education, a bill.
So in other words, I'm saying it has been reviewed without without consultation.
Society, yes.
Okay, that is another discussion. Yes, Mr. Robert, quickly, what do we expect of you in during your tenure as president of this association in the United States? Quickly, in few seconds.
One of the agenda items we are pursuing right now is how to host President Bio. I remember vividly 10 years ago, President Anes Nkrumah was hosted by the organization. And last year we saw the newly elected president of Liberia was hosted by the Liberian community there. I think we can do that also. I'm just praying that one day we'll host President Bio in our community.
All right, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. He's Emmanuel Roberts, president of Sierra Leoneans in the United States. They've got an association. Many thanks to also Bami and Alfonso from the civil society. And that is how we say goodbye. It has been Good Morning Sierra Leone, which came to you live from Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Many thanks to the entire production team, especially producer Daphne Zanab Kamara. I am Sheku Sumaila.
And Frances Bernard is my name. And a quick reminder of our quote of the day, which came from former South African President Nelson Mandela, and it says, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Many thanks to our guest, Alfonso Mali from Civil Rights Coalition, Mr. Robert, and also from Bami Anthony from the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. The program has been Good Morning Sierra Leone, and have a lovely and wonderful day, and keep watching your public broadcaster, the SLBC. Goodbye.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruits and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa, and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Hello and welcome to News Brief with me, Cynthia Kamak. The National Cybersecurity Center has launched a digital forensic lab, a national center that will be responsible to analyze digital evidence and protect the digital cyberspace. The launching ceremony attracted law enforcement agencies and the judiciary. The National Coordinator, National Cybersecurity Center, Maya Mayuma, has said that the launch of the first National Digital Forensic Lab will advance the analysis of cybersecurity and crime issues in the country. The Deputy National Security Coordinator, Office of the National Security, Dr. Ahmed Sano, and Inspector General of Police, William Fayaselu, described cybersecurity as a global effort in combating its attack in any nation and pledged their support to the center in timely response. Representative from the European Union and the British High Commission committed to supporting Sierra Leone combat transnational cybercrime provide training of law enforcement agencies. Minister of Information and Civic Education Chenoba said government's commitment to protecting its citizens from cyber threat was of significance, citing misinformation and disinformation. Deputy Minister of Agriculture too has underscored the pivotal role of SLI in achieving the government feed salon agenda by providing high-quality seed, research, technologies and innovations for the agriculture sector in the country. Sir Hemon was speaking at the SLI annual work program and planning conference held in Freetown on the theme Innovative Agricultural Technologies to Support the Feed Salon. The gathering provides an insight into SLI's efforts towards enhancing food security, boosting agricultural productivity, and supporting national development through research and technologies. Director General SLI, Dr. Abdullah Conte, described research and production of quality and certified seeds as major component to actualizing the Feed Salon flagship program of the government. He said the conference was to take stock of success and identifies challenges of projects implemented in 2024. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning has received a significant boost in its operations with the handover of advanced equipment valued $100,000 from the Resident Urban Sierra Leone project. The initiative under the Ministry of Finance and funded by the World Bank aims to strengthen urban planning and land management across Sierra Leone. Following a press conference on the 2023 Audit General's report, Parliament has warned the Anti-Corruption Commission that it is the business of Parliament to scrutinize the report and not the ACC. In a strongly worded letter written to the ACC, Parliament noted that the Auditor General's report was the property of Parliament and that it was Parliament alone that determines issues of irregularities in the report. Deputy Speaker Honorable Ibrahim Tawakonte also expressed similar sentiment in a Good Morning Show program on the Slbc. He said the ACC should not be seen as competing with Parliament. And sport. Sierra Leone Football Association has officially announced the date and location for its 2024 Ordinary Conference. The event is scheduled to take place in Freetown on March 1st, 2025 at the Radisson Blu Hotel. This announcement comes via a formal notification sent to all SLFA members. The notice outlined the key details of the Congress, including the dates, location, and the call for nominations for independents and judicial bodies. The SLFA encourages all members to exercise their right and participate in the Congress. Well, that's it from News Brief from your public broadcaster, Slbc, with me, Cynthia Kamara. Continue to stay tuned.
for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Are you looking for somewhere to have a good sip? Well, look no further, cause Wine and Spirit Beach Bar is the best hangout spot in town and the right place to wine and dine with your friends and family. We offer a refreshing escape with air-conditioned comfort to keep you cool while you sip on your favorite drinks. From fine wines to top-shelf spirits, we've got it all for you. And guess what? We deliver right to your doorstep. For more information, call us on the numbers 099 683 899 or 030 869 750 or visit us at 109 Peninsula Road, Godwich. To place your orders or book your perfect chill spot, Wine and Spirit Beach Bar is the spot.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
and the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
I like you. I miss you. I really be no miss you. I like how you be make me body feel. I like how cool you be. You be don't give me all waiting I want. Them been say you know for trust you partner. But I really trust you. You pure, inside and out. In fact, your cleanness and sweet taste, they make I go crazy. A gladdy, where grafting we love, don't come back.
How to use the NP Energy Pass Card. When you get to the NP fuel station, approach the fuel dispenser or the pump. Identify the right nozzle according to the product type that you require for your vehicle. Slide your card into the card opening in the dispenser with the chip downwards. As you inserting the card into the dispenser, ensure that it makes a click sound to indicate that it is firmly fitted. Enter your PIN, then press the Start or Confirm button. The card will display the amount of money that you have in your account. Press liters and your money will be converted to liters. Press the quantity of liters you need, then press Start or just lift the nozzle. Put the nozzle into your fuel tank and press the nozzle trigger. The pump will automatically stop after dispensing your fuel. Then put the nozzle back into its holder. Please note that while pumping your fuel, if you get a change of mind and want a lesser amount of fuel than you had stated, stop pumping the fuel, and only the amount of fuel you dispensed will be deducted from your account. Immediately after your purchase is completed, your card will eject itself from the card holder. Should you require a receipt, please press print. Then your receipt will be printed.
Highwoods Institute, looking to advance in accounting, business management, or digital proficiency. From ACCA to ICB qualifications and workplace proficiency, Highwoods Institute sets you on the path to success. At Highwoods Institute, we offer a diverse range of programs tailored just to meet the needs of today's professionals. So, join the ranks. Achieving your career goals has never been more accessible. Take the first step toward a brighter tomorrow. Enroll now at Highwoods Institute and start a secured future. Visit us at highwoodsinstitute.org or at 92 Pademba Road, Freetown to learn more. Highwoods Institute, the premier destination for career-focused education.
Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want more than
say you want for go na state. Because the last EDSA credit wey me buy na ya asidom wey I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q Power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy.
But I no get QCell money.
Na it make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It no be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man. Hey! Lights on car! Yes, use your QCell top up and buy EDSA Light anytime, any size. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell, Salon Pride.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes out waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sierra juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We last test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know waiting best for we picking them, now I make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice and nutritious, a healthy and a sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salon.
Corruption, corruption, now we country out, ain't no good though. Hey, hey. Corruption, corruption.
I swear to me, my man God. This guy will put it so. Now his Salon government for the look, he give him money. Now we do work good thing in this country because look the kind generator they make them camera them package there, man. I swear to me, my man God, if you get money no more, they boost the economy in this country. So me, my man God, I swear to me.
My brother.
Yes.
I hear you what they talk. And no say you know how we are say World Bank don't give Salon government $42 million.
$42 million? Lord of mercy.
$42 million for put by the Productive Social Safety Net and Youth Employment Program, where they call PSS NYE. And this World Bank funding now for a 5 years program, when from 2023 to 2027. And this project now 3 main components there. 9 concentrate on. Number 1, now cash transfer and economic inclusion. Number 2, now public works. And the last one, now entrepreneurship and youth platforms.
Like I the talk show now say the don't give Salon government $42 million. I swear to me, my man God, if you like I know why you talk as sort of say they work with me, I swear to God you man them. Who don't better than this country.
Well, I tell you now. Number 1, now cash transfer, where they give money to poor people the way they upline and with climate change, they are involved. Social works now like what you want they do so for make generator for serve the people. Carpenter them, Though you get the one the way they build us, they work, they beat block for build us and all that in it. And you got entrepreneurship. When a youth man them, we don't begin do business, or we want for begin do business.
Well, I swear to you, God, well, the economy don't change. Because I can't talk, so I don't do the analysis. So, well, swear to you, God, the youth man don't better.
So you see, government get the youth man them, not the heart.
Well, say God take you, Papa. Lord do the beats, but yeah, let's talk.
For make sure say this project come out fine, now NACSA, they in charge of the social safety net aspect, upline. And now the Freetown City Council, they in charge of sanitation and garbage collection, now the capital city, Freetown. Same way so, now the National Youth Commission, they provide the entrepreneurship support, and the Ministry of Youth Affairs, they lay the platform for youth employment. Statistics Sierra Leone, they help for identify the poor communities them, upline. And the Anti-Corruption Commission, SCC, they monitor and make sure say no kukujumuku not dey for this project. For comments, inquiries, and any concern, call on the Anti-Corruption Commission, SCC, on official toll-free line 077-985-985 or 077-986-986 or on toll-free line 8515. This message they come to una from the Anti-Corruption Commission, SCC, with support from the World Bank, UNICEF, and the government of Sierra Leone.
Corruption, corruption, now we country out, ain't no good though.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31, with Asmi Uba.
The Bottom Line on SLBC TV, the program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
Tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it mean I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we build and maintain relationship. This is a program. So we counsel you, for let you know how for them with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do your it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise
brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the Slbc.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the Slbc.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the Slbc, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the Slbc.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime. sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown. I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from time. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further. Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits
and memories are made.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else, or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from Kenema and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
Giana SLBC TV ba do viva nyame ametina kamangu ngama ke pembe ga ya lu pelu be na go for ma ve gumisia akutumawe National Cyber Security Center to go and attack in daga ala lukuma ko we to see ata hinde se ngbate we panda e amabo no mo ya na we David Bangurale na we ta he me a USA ogo anata e poma ya be SBC hinde se makowe gigita e bebe jika ko ye kagata fo bama si agwa ma ve bagama be na go jokove mu panda bava This is now a National Cyber Center to go and attack Tindaga Pela Lukuma. Go away in this year to go to a baby vita. Kaka digital bambita ma. Now we move this at Tiana Java. Now we tago visa yo. Tayepe, tago visa yo. Go to call Jita Obama Milo. Tayo call Amujin. Numina now a national coordinator again. National Cyber Security Center. Mama yoma gwilo nata ede ye inde ji na we tupu agiti ya ko we tutota ji ata ye nyamunyamu inde ji sawe do eta ko we tugutu lokulata ma ta nomina na we tombu National Security Coordinator ta agi Office of the National Security Dr. Ahmed Sano Kebena Inspector General of Police William Faya Selu Tugula na ati de tejita te ina leta do ejita vaka na dunyu petava na weta gut ko wetu gutu lukula nugama na ta nyamunyamu inde na bie numina na we ministry age civic education cheno ba gulo na ta yepe ke government ditaglia yingo ipan ko we tota ka yende jisiatia tugo avita tla lukuma ko we nyamunyamu inde jisia tugo tugele Tao e amabon numina na we tumbo ministry age agriculture ye felege ogwana ye piano ke slaita tugwana ta ti daga la lukuma ko we ta ti yenge lukisi ava na we komendi fit salon tava magana na we komendi ta da lukuma ko tuto ke mehe ye petata na ta hinde se ta tugwatla vilokuma panda kebe na hu wo vesia na we hakina se atagutaga yege pa bambita ma dueta hu ta keni sa hemo ogulo na ta iyepe kologo sla inti yenge hinde si ati amakini bo kini ta tita lukuma si ati yege mabe salon ta hinde na se pe kologo hakina se atagutaga yenge pa bambita ma kowe meta ievina poto duejunta Tao na we to go to Jando na pe to gbengo ye gege inde jisiati yama tete lo na ti ye pe lo na kologo mehe gbambita na ke kungwe mehe ye na vi tao hake na se siata ga yenge do mi na siato do mi bia ka ye bo agu ava ye inde na do mi ye bo kungo te hake se yina na pe to gulo na tatu lokolama tao numna na Director General age young battery tava Dr. Abdullahi Kote Egulo na to ye hindamia ye na we ye kasi afu ye tie ma ngbepo ko etu ko ye gbo mi apepungo na we taguta ga yenge ta do mi ye gbo kungo mi ata ye ka ji si atapuna na we abu overlive ta ugugbo apanda e abambo Ministry of Lands, Housing, Country Planning na we ti atina do ma hinde ke do hinde si ati an whatever Tuba na ata akaga majo anawe akpomata gutarika yenge ti yenge ndesi aba nawe haketa ye chike agbo $100,000 nawe ye na vujita ye tuka ye hakejita yege ma ko we ndesi ata atugutula lukomata ji afita ti ye ndesi tala lukoma ti amia Resilience Urban Sierra Leone Project ta igba na be na Giama now a Ministry of Finance ka Giabe World Bank tia to go to conjeta wa mko ye inde disetia to go to la lukuma vipanda ta si ala mu maglo inde epiketa mi Sierra Leone Football Association sila fani to go anata ti dia ka howe fuina ho ti ke fuina ta poyeta we 2024 ka to go anata to watitala na go na ta ebe March ye alavu ma 2025 ko we to go to gite go mita we me Radisson Blue Hotel ta okay ye go jita ogwa giti ya kologo slafani ti yege bless ya ma sia ndesi atuguma tidale kuma ta ko we ta ye wu nta go mijita tuguti ndesi ya ngbe ta mi ama ngo te bena ta mi de na sia kini na sia tulo ma ti ti ekwe le via ga katulo ma to mi ye la si glangle se ba ka ji abe na we ti abe ti sawa gbambi be ma ta ke slafani ti atugulo na ta ti de ke ye ko mijita ye ma na ko we tu tota ka nta go mijita agwo we be pada na we fawe gbi egwana ta bon ye ke ma ye mi si alo ta ko we mu tota ke vaga inde si ati atugo atila loko ma vi pada no mo ya na we David Bangwale gwana ta piata otata no me age mi a jawo ma USA ogwana ya ka ga ve kinimbe ko we mu ga yenge vaga gba bi se mata o ko gege inde si ati atugo ti e bebe ta ya ke ji si ata ye ba ago dollar no sawa gboyongo 1,000 we tama igwita face we are Broadcasting Corporation we ta ya ke ji si ati ya tina ko we mu ga yenge ko we hinde si atugo ti e bebe ta mo e na si ado ye peke si ati na ko vaga hinde si ati ya tugo ti ya diploma do eta mo ta ya ma lo bon ti e pelo na ko logo lo ye project ditama e de lo ye e ba abejima ye peke si ana fa ye peke si ama po ma lo ye na we ti ala pe mala ko we tugu tutso ko inde si ati atugo to la ko ma vi panda ta ko vaga gbambi ba bebe inde si afi tugu ti ya bi vi panda ta no na director general agebe SLBC ba Josephine Kamara ogwilo na ogune ye inde jitamata ese gwatma koloko chifa na we tugu na tatipia gegi mitaba bondesia anasia na magwe ma nene bobo akema gira ke geya pia na go kega Kenya ba na go ve gumisa be bo akutuma we penga ya hiwe geya pelo koloko National Cyber Security Center na we tatugu na tatida wa ko we tuguti ya ndese mbekwe to ya mabon David Bangura na we ta he mi a yese gu na aka ga bia be Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation we ko we moya mugu moya ngaige bondesi a chimi have go misiale ya go ba ave o kama nya bia mi amintina kama ha be bo sinaike jumima kia malo nya ga fema
Iko ika gbansan gba fo ake mu no Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television deminen aluseni almami singan wa ka klika atati silade ka ke anatega ka atila National Cyber Security ngani abu ga de kanyi mapanti budo ngama ba chichi ka chichi kli ebutusia atati afoma lakasi Loko katsoy David Bangwa kono konkoma ka antofengi ka mo ngi ka antofado America opoko song me atmo kaneka ankonko bi nga SLBC o ankala yin o wa sama yetmata mani abo ya kala yin ya fisa fino bi ayi moloma $1 e wut gatsa se ni o but ka wa mata kabe katon aka ofino wati kala ke anatega kan atila National Cyber Security ngangi apo ga kanyi angbapdo ngang ambak chichiyo mapantmatemi nganyi yibe tiktikli salata kama guli tiktik ka butisa atati afoma sumaka afoma tinga mayo tanyi tibet kan kama aguli boots kubum akime ko fina ta kaka sakli kabe ka matematic ma o kan amanyi kama tai chen tibuli doku kati ka wada kan angba ngase ngani ti bungo tonga antoi afama yim kan ebutisa to ngabe akobo ka matematic oyimbo ebutis ka National Cyber Security Maria Mayo manyi kotelma ka pa nan ka wada kan akama toki kan yi gibe tsakanin salata kama agbali ba ka butis mafinongi ka mala same afama tete ka ebutis ya te ngi ngai be kama tai chen tibuli ko kati Efatu okubum ka ONC Dr. Ahmed Sanoni ato yi okubum ka police William Fayaseloni na ben kan lumilo me kapa nan katinga ma de yo tanyi tai ti panga pi odo we ti tai ka ko yo ka chimbu ka hebuti siati loko kati ko basi telmak pa ngi ataba ka wote kama mafina magoli duko kati mayo tanyi okapo we ka ke ka ko ta ka sak oterai cheu no ba ngi ko telmak pa nan konkwamenti nga pu bu teme nga salata ko bum ala sai nga tof ku ka ati nga ma chim tik bu tati mo ka titi kli kama fom ati ka titi suma atati pi ti ati fino talom tati di wa ngi be ngoy ma bu te pa mo yi kama te chanti bu di ku kati ai fato oko bom ka kem ka bu tsa ko bulo ma ka ba fi wa ko ngi opo sorry onkolo anye asla ingang hapo yo salata kakli anto kakaso bompane onko amente ka ametma ka filon to fi wa loko kate ka sorry pa kakli ka be ka mo luka me aichi po kane anto yi onto fanyi ya filon taka chef ima etmate mama o kane anto yi makala mati ma yo ngai ibe tsakana ki kama tai tsu finai tsgbali ka ma pantmate ma duku kati sa hemongi obeka ko fofaki ka anslai makbane ma titi yo krino ni ma titi soktane ka chori afum tunga mayo ka du camp kati aluka nga amitma temani mibe tsakanan to ma kira ne makalam fo ma to yi technology ya tayangi ka so pompane amitma ka feel on top ka magbane mi dilanka songa tanga ka to ya fumi to ansla hinga ampopai salata ka kli kama adari di wantem anto ka so no trebu tsia kobule kokodudi nga ngibe tsikbumpane kama mafina mgbeli kanto anton ka mapatma mi mayomo etofeiti edo aiti ku klima pia yi efino do aiti ku kanto ima technology matemi oko bo I kado slide Dr. Abdullah Kontengi kono soka ka solo mi ka ba ka tsara anto fanye ye fino tskachepi anto yi maluka mi ma fino tskachepi o anga nyi ngata yampa anpin ku ka ebusazeti adoko ka ti ko tel ma ka pa pepi time o ti ki tatu ngani anga yan tiguli ye fino salata ka kle ka metma ka filo to fra ko ka so tel ma so ka pa o magbane mi ayo mangi o mi atete up my kan ngi angbali soktane pa yi kulu kama choi chafino ati asotodi anto yi mosompa ami asoto kayo mapat mate mai ka da dindisi ka keme klene ebutisa antof angi uni mamba anto yi eshiti mashikuma antof to be o angangi apo soto me yetmu kane ka kama to kanyi ma yetmate mai amkala nye awaisama ai moloma dollar wu keme kini ni ngabut ka wais mate mai apoko so na mate mati ama ebe tikanan salata kakli ampo yetangi anekta nga atila resilience oban Sierra Leone ngani wa kachep kata kanyi ki ku ka kim klene ebutisia ankala anto yi amanga kalangi ni kawe ka hol bank ati ma yo tangi wa tibe tikanan kama pi atati ma butata mashikra mani kama mafino magbali di wante tunga ma kiga ne mapartmangi ka anto tobe ka ke anakte atila Sierra Leone Football Association agbokto matila slafai angangi ampo wal kangi akera salata makbane mrang hami abana ku plan kada dindisi kapa amet matemani mi atu my ka bankiling angi kari na ki mama back ba ari ngini kado addition blue hotel tabaki yo makbane matemi aki waki apo sunga ki ka fumiet angi ka ani kinatinga kama te pai ta makbane matemani waka aki asuma famanye iduku ka ani kingata ngani ni adapu lo milo mikaka soto yet do IT ku makbane mati ari ngati anto yegba prati tati atatela ta fumbe angepi ngangi ngama klene mapi nga IT ku tuma pi ngam ngai master nganta yi ayim kaneso ebutisia ito kama ngangi ankone ka pa ka ko so nan kama bikri ka ngati wa do ko kati asla fai ngangi atofane kinokin afamie tangi ka ani kingati kama kinokin kama o Kenema mari mo ato kama ko so bashe babsoi ka magba ne me mabaki yo ka bankile mbaka bari ni amolo ma kaka so ma ka so fino ka antofomui an tagbeti ka matai ma ashit ma sub malaka tai mo konkobi David Bangai kono konko ka to fangi kai oi ka to fadu America ba opoko song miet mu kane ka konkobi mama yet mata manya kala nyi obut skawai mata manyi ambo ya fisafi no nyi moloma edola e wult gatsa se nyi ngopa shi kawai sama yet mi kono opoko song ka konkobi atila SLBC mata mami kono kuso ngamai wa mi bet kama mapata me mayo ka ngop ngati kama ngoli kone fino tag piti mata mafuwa me mau kane muhengi wa tkanki kama ngoli magane kan kama mapata me ai service mayo kama ngoli mfoi ka ko kati ko ka sotel masopa ka sabasa mashike tkanki kama mafino mabala ne me kama chiti kone kayo maka ankonko binga tenga pa bangangi ko ba se bontone ka so fofso ba sukso ka pai kono taba kana kama agoli woki an konkome kama angoli kirane ma pant mai mo bu omolo IT kirana ma ka fin ma pri o anyi ngai an konkobi nga atofi okobom ka do Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation ni mo Josephine Kamani kono so kokui okobom pawi ma langba wi tama fino yi ame kono yi opposition ame ko ka so telma so pa anan mate mani o matsuki nga oboli anto ka so ba ka ma pat ma fino yi ame ngangi ma yoyi kadi magtong atai ka ki anakta atila National Cyber Security Center ngangi apu ga de kangi ka o de dungang abak chichi yo to ma pat mani dogo katse David Banguangi kono kongo makato fangi kadu Amerikai opoko song meyatmu kane ka ankokowi mo SLBC kalanye obutine boya fisa fino ake anoda katane ake umuno Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television alseni anam sepato wana
Eba wodi na fomo wa nsima sema la kasumbu itaka SLBC amedunga ngabe na isema sema Baki ya koto wa hiti bina ingeti pita kwa rentare lekali. Ukbawu mindo hana National Cyber Security Center abede huntu ma alimantila kwada ma abede dona digital forensic lab papuka yemani ya bambanka abede kikude ingitebe mu no ya bakanti sani masiri kankale king kakwele nkumbani. Mo David Bangu adunku odonga kwele nku America yedunku kumaseru kunte no mukumu ne walikaira ofiso wa SLBC ba halu ba kasabeba wa kwalwa emba pansana masirin ka kwele nkumba mukumu ya be molo muli kemeka so ante dolen ni sinela konka ofiso ma ba halu na lu masirin kumu ba kasama wali mama mbani ka kwele wa kotole beni mama beni ba na ben kona don ba masiri ma kuntema upo mi do National Cyber Security Center Bede hamtu ma wali mantega para ma bede la digital forensic lab ba halu ba kunka yina yigi abamba ba nombi pale mbi pansa maseri ma be ma bani wali ko yo sisumu ga wo ba kunka pansa ndega kala ngiki bani mbi amesa ga tabanti amba yina yigi abamba ba halu na bede kumbuite ba be ba kunka kasama wali mama bani ga koto ga kwele nkumba kana huntu mde mawali mama kabo ibinde makutsandi non kama lo ma bena bede sega tabante non polisi bembe bisega makutsandi ma bena imbia ka yebiga toni bambe mba ku kadenkta mawali mama bali na menka ya koto ya kwele nkumbani bon hambani osete makwe manga koto yo mumindo na National Cyber Security Center wenda koto mama yo ma yeduga pokea bado bede huntu ma denki mama kama lo mama yo bade tikaye non ka kwele nku na isinde mawali mama na tebinde ya bamba ba kun ka denk sa mon bi pali be imba yo sota suminta la bien ba mo poka pang sande kan kala en kima ba ni wali na mo ma do boy to na be ki ba tongo ba ni ba do na pang sande masiri ma be na toma ko na boy to ka hela ko en kumba pero to ko ha mi do National Security o nda ko to yo ka office ba be do ka pomka na be ne makutsandi mama misera tabante be hemo Ahmed Sano menda inspector ga police William Swire Selu de boy ata batiga sible basis na non ben bamba humanda bani wal kai nga kwe nga hena in kwe ren ko ban basa ata bati ba kun ka boy bambu na de na ben ni wal kai kwe ren ko ba imba dun kuno ba kata ko masira kwe ren ko na bre kun kidu ni mambe ma ya o ga binni baton ko ga kwe ren ko ba patalone se ben ba masiri imatani mami ba civic education de akoto ncheno ba eduga kunga kwa mensa ba kun kaduna ma yoy ma Kenema imba duna ba kun ka pama no lasi ba kwe ren ko ba ni ba halu na bre dikai no biteti nga keni nga bien kata sumi tambi ba kun ka seta ma kwe ma Kenema halu bi panza ma sei ma bani wali ka kwe ren ko ba kun ka nyama wali mama bani ma kunte ka kwe ren ko Minister oga yo ha obie de ke akoto no banya mobali mai hoi na siti ne makoi ma Kenema ka pobre na aslai pa halwo ba kunga de kitama wali ma kutiu comment ama ble na fit salon agenda ba du na masiru kumbani kanon ba ni wal kari non ba kunga de kitsa tata ni tayo ta de ni wal kari ba kata yo hanka koto e banya utiti mu ku mu de ni wali ba kata be ba dun kuin ka koto e imba kunga di tede kari non kwere kutema di bleba ni wali kari non be ni ba yo ha banka kwere kumba sa hemo ni duga kunkia non ka pon ha ba ni ba kama tuma di mabida boye non na bide ni wali ga ni hanka tanka ba kunka de kitama wali mama ba na yo hanka ira kotsoe ngumu tama de bide ba no masi non bide ni wali ga pon de na fit salo ba na yo hanka ira kotsoe kwere kumba kama kutsa de maboye bide non ko masi dun kubine ga beni mabide kunkoi Sara beni ba detto mandi ba ne wali non ba punkadu na mutame mu kuntera kwere kumbani ba halwo na bre kuntuti emba du na masim kumba ba kasama wali ma hoy na kwere kumpli kuti muna bamba imku mu ne wali mu sonya mu katkwere ko ga kotso boy bateni oga ko hamba ne o enwa kotso yo Abdullahi Konse tu ko gano kutiti uni bine ba hantu na ble Kenema wali ma yo no tata tema de ba tu aga kwere ko ma ni wali no ba kunga e na beni ba yo ho ba tsuni no pobre na fit salon sisi nda ko to ha ma wali ma kungu ko amenti amba hallo na ble be ma kutsali mama ba sekta beteni ba Kenema ble kungu ni wali no ma wali ma ke ga ko to kwere kumba ba katama sir ma ko to atala ne ti beni ba nga kwere banken ka kwere konkombani be Sierra koto halu na bde du ne uma se ka no mawali ma bde ni man kuma se bu kombine no ba kata yo hanka koto mu ne wali mu yare molo ulin kemonte dolen non ka wo hen ku a metimba hawa de ga ko hambani ka no na bde ku sente batala ne ti be ni ba ko bi be ba kwere ko in pon du ne uma se ka wo fon ko bi de don ku na World Bank be de ko ma se ko ma se ta ma ko ma kena me ba ka no ba kata ngombe ni ba wali banka metimba hawa ndira kwere kumbani ba kata wali mama bani ga kotwe popo mi do ana Sierra Leone Football Association sna family duga kunkia makuta de mabo mi na mu mi na seri kama kuta de mani ndega boyiga ni na ga 2024 bi do men katsuna no na nkuna mi na seri ga pada ba me ni ga bankle watega na nesete mande mantiga ni na wa 2025 ka uhen ku ga di Blue Hotel kena binde bohima kutiandi mama bele huntu masiri mama para ba halgo na binde punki sera tabante imba tsona beni basaba beni wale kari no bigende kari bimba tsona bile kama kutali maboy bile ba kara koto no kama loma hu bile mama ba halgo na binde punki te bia biko ba ete ba kena me in bia bikai ga toni bambi ba sa tabante ba ba makutani mama bani na bile katibe ba turo bolu ba kot akwele nkumbani ga kotsoe bo mi ndo an Sierra Leone Football Association bi wontu ba kungitsande ba wali mi le kari hu ma ba bile kunga ko ba ete ba kena me imbanya wali yoy halgu na bile ku katibe ba tuma bolu akwele nkumbani ga kotsoe ba tana masir mamba no na minki ga kotsoe non kuma sirungai ba non bia bi pali ba pangsan masiri ka office ga SLBC kuma sirungai ga hemonti bi banguga odo ya kwere ku America de donc mu mase ba no mu ne wal kari bi pali bi pangsan masiri mambe mu ya re molom ba ruling kemera son hande dole ba katabe ba kwa ba pangsan masiri ka office ga SLBC kama wadunda umasemu kumbani de dunkumu ne wali ga kwa habani ba nomba pika na bine ni ma wali ma yo hoi ba kasa de ba la imba pangsai masiri ga ko enko sonia nka office ba de duka kumke ba da de kinga taba kene me nomba yugi de non kama wali mama ba ni ko ba SLBC e mo bangura kuku ka he na de ni wali ga tabante imba ka kotoe na ma wali mama ba ni wali ku te ga ko enko ba halu na bia bi palimbe imba pangsai masiri ma ben kai ga kotoe Wa kotoa officer wa SLBC Director General Mon Josephine Kamara timamu inka yeni na dunkunde maseo kombani ba halu na bleka ira kotoa ibadu na mawali makute kala sibaga ko yen kombani sena pe masiri mama la tasumi ntanga SLBC yamba ile ga kigo ile bina tepe ta ko ile ta ile kai Pour mi do National Cyber Security Center bile mutu mawali mantega pada ma bile la digital forensic lab ba halu na ko e kupunge kote bi pali ba pangsan ma seri mande ba koto no di ba bena e monde bu bangu a odo yoko e ko America le dunku kuma se kunte no mu ni wal kai ba kata be ba kwala e ba pangsan ma seri ni mu ya le mo lo mu ya me ruli ke mela so ante dole mu sisinde la office ba ba kata ba halu na bile pukinye mo le mama ba le ma sonya sana pe ma se mama ga tasumi tanka SLBC ya amini bia ona dona ingami na forma ana do imebe
Slbc TV Freetown from Bologna Monino. This not the use of me Catherine O'Connor, but first make a give na the big use. The National Cyber Security Center don't pull na do one digital forensic lab and national center. And David Bangura with up na America don't give broadcast item them winner TriCaster mixer and one complete teleprompter set will cost over $60,000 to Salon Broadcasting Corporation. Now for the use proper one with me, Catherine O'Connor. The National Cyber Security Center don't pull na do one digital forensic lab and national center we go responsible for gather and look inside evidence them we go protect the digital cyberspace. The Punado ceremony being gathered law enforcement agency them and the judiciary. National Coordinator for National Cyber Security Center, Mama Yoma, say the Punado na the first national digital forensic lab we go gather the cyber security crime them with the carry on all about inside the country. Deputy National Security Coordinator, Office of National Security, Dr. Ahmed Sano, and Inspector General of Police, William Faya Selu, say the cyber security now one global effort for tap the attack way go on for happen inside the country and give them safe and support to the cyber center so that any kind of activity go happen, then go able for respond to a quick one. Minister for Information and Civic Education, Chairman of Basi government don't gain safe for protecting people them from cyber threatening and importance for the not go they get yuki information them or information them we know to correct one. Deputy Minister for Agriculture too don't talk about the important role where Slide don't play for make the able each government in feed salon agenda by way them provide good quality seed, research, technology, innovation for agriculture sector inside the country. Sir Hemo be they talk this na the Slide annual work program and planning conference where they be all na Freetown Pandem team innovative agricultural technology to support the feed salon. Then say we so gather and provide the kind of thing them we Slide don't do for make sure say they work inside the food security, then push agricultural product and support national development through the research and technology we then they carry on with inside the work. Director General for Slide, Dr. Abdullah Kontre, say the research and production na quality and satisfy seed them we na good thing them for make sure say they reach the goal for the feed salon flagship program we government did before Tranga one. And he said the conference now for make them look inside the good thing them we them be able to do inside 2024 and same way so mark the problem them with them in get during the time where them they implement and projects them inside 2024. The Ministry for Land, Housing and Country Planning do receive one important support inside the operation and hand over one good equipment we value $100,000 from the Resilient Urban Salon project, which people can call RUSLP. This initiative be also been come under the Ministry of Finance and now World Bank decouple as then they aim for get strength to urban planning and land management all about inside the country. The Salon Football Association SLFA don't announce the dates and size for the 2024 Ordinary Congress. This event here so will take place in Freetown March 1 this year and this in Blue Hotel then go Olam. This announcement here so come for make them go send this notice here so to all SLFA member them. The notice they talk about the detail them of this Congress, usai then go Olam, how then go Olam, and call nomination for independent and judiciary body them. SLFA they encourage all member them for exercise their right and take part inside this Congress here so. One way for give back to the country and the media in particular, David Bangura with up na America don't give broadcast item them when one studio camera, one TriCaster mixer and one complete teleprompter set we cost over $60,000 to Salon Broadcasting Corporation. This good work here so now for make sure say the equipment they na the national broadcaster and for empower them with modern broadcasting gadgets them for make the work easy na SLBC. He say plan on the way for make them good give more project to SLBC. Mr. Bangura talk and Tranga one say and they work for improve the standard and broadcasting for the national broadcaster. Director General SLBC Josephine Kamara tell thank for the venture and talk say the item they are so go long and it go improve the national broadcaster but they can about work them within they do. Well for done the use, make a give na the big use one time more. National Cybersecurity Center don't pull na do one digital forensic lab in a national center. David Bangura with up na America don't give broadcasting item them when TriCaster mixer, one complete teleprompter set way worth over $60,000 to Salon Broadcasting Corporation. Well, now with that one day I go done the use and say tata, hope you go get a blessed day.
I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on Slbc TV, Channel 31 with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on Slbc TV, a program you can't afford to miss on Slbc TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on Slbc TV.
Of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels, then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns, and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
no fact to a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind of program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind of program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it may around land for and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we build and maintain relationship. This is a program. We say we counsel you for let you know how for them with your partner. Let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m. for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Cisse, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
13th January 2025. Distinguished members of the press, partners and citizens of Sierra Leone. The confirmation of 2 cases of Mpox in the country has prompted immediate action. As mandated by the Public Health Act and on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone, I am declaring a public health emergency. This decision, made in consultation with His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the technical team at the Ministry of Health, the National Public Health Agency, and technical partners, including the World Health Organization, ensures a swift and coordinated response to this emerging health threat. The emergency declaration demonstrates the government's commitment to safeguarding public health and readiness to respond decisively. It allows us to act immediately to mobilize the resources needed to contain the disease, prevent further spread, and provide quality care for those affected. It also signals our vigilance and capacity to address potential developments. His Excellency President retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio has fully endorsed this declaration, stressing that unity and collaboration across all sectors are essential to overcoming this challenge. He urges all citizens to remain vigilant and adhere to public health guidelines. The Ministry of Health, the National Public Health Agency, and healthcare professionals are actively managing all confirmed cases to ensure they receive the necessary care and attention. Enhanced surveillance systems are already in place to detect, track, and isolate suspected cases swiftly and effectively. Sierra Leone's experience in managing previous outbreaks, such as the 2014 Ebola virus disease epidemic and the recent COVID-19 pandemic, has significantly strengthened the public health response capability and capacity. These experiences guide our actions today and ensure we are better equipped to tackle such threats. The expertise of our health security teams has also been recognized internationally, enabling Sierra Leone to assist other nations in managing public health emergencies. This emphasizes our readiness to control challenges at home, whilst reaffirming our commitment to regional and global health security. To address the current Mpox situation, we are implementing the following measures. 1, launching a nationwide public awareness campaign to educate citizens about Mpox symptoms, transmission, and prevention. 2, enhancing border surveillance to monitor and limit the introduction of new cases. 3, expanding testing capabilities to facilitate early detection and response. 4, strengthening infection prevention and control protocols across all healthcare facilities. These interventions reflect a comprehensive and proactive strategy designed to protect every Sierra Leonean. We urge all citizens to remain calm, stay informed, and report any suspected cases promptly to healthcare authorities. Your vigilance and cooperation are critical to the success of these efforts. The technical teams from the Ministry of Health and the National Public Health Agency will provide regular updates and guidance on public health actions to enhance detection, prevention, and response efforts. Please follow the advice and adhere to the recommended measures. I extend my deepest gratitude to our healthcare workers, public health professionals, and response teams for their tireless dedication. Your efforts, alongside the support of government and international partners, are truly the backbone of our fight to protect the health and well-being of our nation. Sierra Leone is a resilient nation, one that had faced and overcome the challenges of many epidemics before. We have weathered each storm with strength, unity, and determination, and we will do so again. We'll rise to this challenge, contain the spread of Mpox, and protect the health and well-being of every Sierra Leonean. I thank you very much. The 13th January 2025.
It's a very pleasant good afternoon and welcome to the podium live on the SLBC. Today is Wednesday, the 15th of January 2024. We started our quote of the day, which comes from Nelson Mandela, and it says the key tool to develop the world is education. In this edition, Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and partners to host the 2025 Education Week. Road Safety Authority, Police, Bike Riders Union and other stakeholders reach an agreement for the restriction of commercial bikes on Playa 35 Street starting the 1st of February within the Central Business District. All those issues and more, including the messages, which you can turn to 030-073-719. The program is The Podium. program The Podium. Let's move on. The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Ministry of Technical and Higher Education and other development partners within the education sector are set to host the 2025 Education Week on the theme AI and Education, providing human agency in a world of automation. The event will focus on integrating artificial intelligence into education while nurturing human creativity and emotional intelligence. So more on this, I have two individuals. Augustine Mami Anthony, Communications Officer, NBSSC. Good afternoon, welcome to the podium, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Salma. Good afternoon, viewers.
We also have a key player within the sector, is Alfonso Manley, a civil society activist as well as National Coordinator Civil Rights Coalition. Good afternoon, welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, thanks for having me.
Okay, let me start with you, Bami Anthony. What's the essence of getting, stakeholders gathered to discuss issues around education during the education week? How important is it?
Because education is a human right, it's a public good and a public responsibility. And this was articulated way back in the, some 20 years ago in the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, Article 26, that says that we should respect education because of its key role in promoting peace and of course development. So on the 24th of January, this date has been put aside by the United Nations General Assembly to be observed as International Day of Education. Before this time, the NBSSC, of course, the partners, the Technical and Higher Education, have been observing the Education Week in December. But we thought it wise to bring it over to January to match up with the International Day of Education celebration, so we could have it together. So the very reason now we borrow from the international theme. The theme you just read, AI and Education, preserving human agency in the world of automation, is borrowed from the International Day of Education celebration theme. That's what we said. So this year we're going to have it in McKinney. Last year was in Bo. So this year we're going to Bombali, McKinney, and Unimac who host us. The stakeholders, they are very, very prepared to receive us, and we have to have a host of people going there from the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, from the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, from our development partners. We'll be there for a whole week, from Monday to Friday. On Monday, we will be having the Honorable Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Jules Jallo, to do the opening session, the opening ceremony, and those who have to spotlight discussions around accomplishments of the ministry, discussions around acknowledging challenges as well as we go along. Of course, envisaging some amount of solutions to these challenges going forward, how we could make our education system better. So we have to have booths also erected by our partners and of course some other institutions of learning, and where they will showcase the services and the products that they provide in education. So on the first day, the Vice President has to have a tour across all the booths to see these products and of course be able to evaluate their importance and their relations to the education sector. But also on the last day, I want to give a summary. On the last day, which is the 24th of January, which is the day of the International Education celebration, the President will be there to observe the closing course, and just before his keynote, we'll have discussions around the role of AI and the effects to learning. But if you could ask me going forward, the theme, generally speaking, AI and education, preserving human agency in the world of automation, is very important to Sierra Leone education at the moment. And the very reason that we have been able over the period to spend more quality time on automation. We have done what we call the result checker, that you sit at the comfort of your home and have the result NPSC can ask. We have been able to introduce what we call dictionary in your hand, that you use your phone, button phone, and ask for an English word. In a short period of time, it's been automated and the answers are provided. You could also use your mobile phones to also access information from the learning passports, You can even write your exams where pre-test yourself on the learning passport to provide you some exercises even before the exams. We have gotten quite a lot of things. Even the annual school census now is automated. We have given principals 1 tablet per school project. So these are automated. The thing we have not done quite a lot on is the use of AI, probably the general knowledge of AI. So this education week will provide the opportunity for us to really discuss lately on how we make use of AI and what's the role of AI in learning, because the theme is saying we have to preserve the role of the human agency. We use teachers, we have policymakers. We want to see how AI could be used to promote learning rather than to replacing teachers in the classroom, rather than to replacing policymakers in the offices, rather than to be used as, to replace humans. So these are the kind of conversations we'll be having in McKinney for the next 1 week, and it will start on the 20th and the 24th.
So let's talk about the role of the AI and its effect on learning. Even when the focus of the education, we're also looking at that aspect. Because I know the whole idea is not to also get it to, to erase the aspect of the presence of teachers in school. Maybe it could also just add value. So let's look at the effect of it.
So we have learned quite a lot that over a period of 2 years or so, academic years, WAEC has been withholding results at the highest number. The other time was about 35,000, another time was about 19,000, and those were alarming figures. And one of the reasons they said was collusion, and that's the use of AI. You could see that the same answers provided for a particular question runs through 40,000 candidates, something like that, and the same. So people have probably, our pupils have not been using AI to their advantage, rather to promote examination malpractice. So if we now start having conversations around the proper use of AI, that will facilitate learning. Don't forget, AI could also help us improve on our teaching methodologies. You can use AI to even give pre-test. You can use AI for examination, test purposes, a lot of things, research purposes. The teacher can also use AI to do a lot of things to research, to develop his own learning, to improve on his own learning environment. So because it is very good, we want to ensure that we have discussions around these experts, where tech experts will be there to share their experiences, and pupils also have to have something called debating society, where competition among them to at least showcase the role of AI and of course the disadvantages they have seen over the period in their own circle of learning. So that is why we are going to be there. But AI is the thing. We are going to have quite a lot of discussions because other presentations have to be done by partners to show us what they have done over the period as partners in education. And what we have done at the ministry, we have 5 directorates and a lot of units at the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. The Ministry of Technical and Higher Education have their own directorates and a lot of other sectors, including the tech folk aspect at the higher education. So they are going to tell us again what they have done over the period and what needs to be improved on, what needs to be done better. So the very reason we are going to McKinney, and I hope you will be there.
Okay, let's talk about key foundation to achieve free quality education up to getting the best students at higher level has to do with the teachers.
Yeah.
And we all know issues of teachers has been, an age-old problem. Be it timely disbursement of school subsidy, improved condition of service for teachers, placement. How also this education, we could also look at that aspect, which is very crucial.
Excellent question. Now, the Teaching Service Commission is key in all this. The NBSSE has its own bodies. So the Teaching Service Commission is a semi-autonomous body to the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. Their key responsibility includes to provide teachers in the classroom by way of recruitment to retirement. Yeah, so they are going to tell us quite a lot about what they have done. But if I could say quite a few things, on the 8th of January, the Sierra Leone Teachers Union put out a press release calling on all their members across the country to, as a way of suspending the proposed strike they said they were going to do because of the untimely payment of school subsidy. So they were able to communicate loudly that government has paid third-term school subsidy that they requested for, and government is already completing payments of first-term school subsidy, and now they are requesting for the prompt payment of second term. And they have also met on quite a lot of discussions, including the replacement of teachers, timely replacement of teachers on the payroll should they retire or leave the classroom, and of course quite a lot of other things that the teachers need to provide for the kids in the learning process. So yes, the teachers remain central. We all know that government over the period, I don't want to re-emphasize this because they also know, but people also need to understand that over the period, government has given attention to teachers. 10% was paid to teachers, so junior teachers at the time, and another 30% was then given across the board for all teachers, and just after that another 45%, 15% of salary increment has been also made, and that has to expire according to the bargaining certificate this year. Yeah, sometimes June, July this year. That has to expire, and then they will come back to the drawing board to see how they could negotiate. I want to be talking about teachers passionately because I am coming from a family of teachers. My father taught for 44 years. And of course, I taught for 10 years myself as a qualified teacher though. So I understand that teaching is a noble profession. I want to respect that going forward. And by the time we come to June, July, they'll again renegotiate their terms of preference or the condition of service in the bargaining certificate. I think so far so good, the teachers are not badly treated.
Okay, I'll come back to your question, but let me bring in good afternoon, Alfonso. Welcome to the program. So, as CSO in the Ministry of Basic Education, how important do you think this education week would be, looking at the many challenges the sector continues to face?
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to commend both ministries for having this annual education week annually. Year after year, we are making progress because, mark you, the education is one sector. But because of effective service delivery, we have two ministries, one focusing on basic education and the other on higher and technical education. Basically, it's a week to take stock. What have we achieved? What are the challenges? And how can we profile solution to those challenges? As CSO, we are happy about the theme because, you know, the education sector, we have a plan that spans for 5 years. 2022 to 2026. We have done the midterm review. The report of the midterm review will also be presented in one of the sessions. So it's aligned with the 9th objective, the use of data and technology, you know, in education. You know, Bami spoke about automation. He spoke about how we have moved the annual school census from paper-based to digital, and a host of it. So we as civil society want to ensure that the ministry do justice to all sectors, bring them all on board to discuss. There are critical issues about WAEC. How do WAEC handle this portal system? The issue of the caste system, the issue of the current bill. You know, WAEC is currently reviewing their act. How participatory is this process? We also have the issue of the Teaching Service Commission. Very recently, the Teaching Service Commission have trained P1 teachers over 15,000. You know, the Teaching Service Commission is now implementing the teacher licensure. What are these processes? How can you apply to be a teacher? What are the issues surrounding teachers? How do we ensure in the classroom teacher use lesson plan, the scheme of work, the syllabus? We discuss all of this. Mark, we used to have 3 streams. Now it's 5. How do we roll out this one so the community understands? Because Section 97 of the 2023 Education Act talks about the stakeholders in education, those old pupils, the parents, civil society, paramount. All of us are key stakeholders. How do we understand the process moving forward? How do we understand the role of the SMCs in primary school, the Board of Governors in secondary school? Also, you have the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. In terms of scholarship, you apply through the portal. When once the portal is open, let me say for the Hungarian scholarship, how do students get this information? How do they apply? How fair is this process? All of this needs to be explained. The student loan scheme, who are those to access this loan scheme? You know, we also talk about those female in education. If you are in the sciences, you should have scholarship. What are the constraints of students? You know, in terms of even classroom management, lecture notes, we have students paying for computer. They've not seen computer in university. They don't have access. The issue of missing grade, all of this needs to be explained. So this is why we say it's a stock-taking week. And we also have series of extracurricular activities, drama, cultural display. We have to display Sierra Leone culture by students themselves, pupils. You know, we have band show, football matches. Bamia is a commentator. He's going to run commentary in one of those matches. So it's a week we sit together as a family. We highlight issues, genuine issues, with an open mind. You know, as civil society, we have several issues to raise, and how the ministry can manage this issue, because we think the ministry itself is not being supported, because people thinking this 22% is for the Ministry of Basic Education, and that's not the case. The 22% of the current budget, it services both ministry, higher and technical education, in terms of teacher salaries, lecturer salaries, money being spent on the school feeding, money paid for examination fee subsidies, only 1% for capital expenditure. Though we have projects like the free education project that have constructed hundreds of classrooms, boarding home, providing support for teacher training, but we need to understand that the ministry itself is starving. You go to the ministry, some of these computers are not working, no ink, no paper, no administrative costs. You look at the squams, those who are responsible to monitor schools, they don't have bike, they don't have bicycle, they don't have vehicle. How do you monitor school to ensure we have the right information? For instance, if you are monitoring a particular school, or you're asked to go confirm the enrollment rates in a particular school, how do you get there without vehicle, without bike? So you depend on the information given to you by the individual who owns the school, and in most of these cases, this information are not correct. They inflate those figures because they want huge amount of subsidies to be paid to them. So the capacity of the ministry itself to deliver, to monitor, to transform the education sector is challenging. It's really challenging. You have drivers there, you have locator of staff there who are without PIN code, but they have served this ministry for over years. So we want to raise all of these important issues. You have projects. When once the minister approves the annual work plan of some donors, they do what they want. They implement what they want, and those in charge of this project, they are more loyal to the institution implementing this project rather than the ministry. It should not be like that. We have the international community have spent millions and millions of dollars in Sierra Leone education system, but if you stand, you look back, you say, where is this money? So you know, they buy fancy vehicle, you know, they rent fancy houses. Instead of those money goes towards the actual beneficiaries, who are those kids, who are those teachers that we should train. You also have the issue of NACIT. I'm going to flag it up. I think one of the biggest contributors to NACIT, these are teachers. You have the police, you have the military. The biggest contributor, NACIT should be constructing 2 rooms and a parlor, 3 rooms and a parlor for a teacher. And you have a scheme when once you enter the teaching service, before you attain the age of 60, you might have paid for those houses. So you know, when you're retiring, you're going to live in a decent home. They're not doing that. All of these are disconnect, and the essence of this institution are created is to ensure they support government, especially teachers. Look at teachers' salaries, nothing to write home about. Even though the trade negotiating group council have met, they renegotiated with government for this 15% for 3 years. But if you look at the inflation rates, you go to rent houses, they ask you to pay in dollars, and not only a year, 2 years. So we have teachers living in those slums, those hillside areas that are very dangerous. We're also going to raise issue on the second guiding principle, which is comprehensive safety. You go to schools, even though some schools are receiving subsidy, the roof is badly leaking, the compound not fenced, not taken care of, disposal of waste. You know, they dispose waste in the very compound. It's health hazard to those kids. So we're going to raise those issues. Now, means you've developed guiding principle. How are you monitoring this? How are we implementing these guiding principles? The issue of radical inclusion. I hardly talk about radical inclusion now because it has become a political tool. But it's very important in education because it has 4 core objectives. We are going to examine them. How have we supported those kids with special needs, especially those with autism? In terms of examination, do we have enough braille? The deaf and dumb, they were asking questions. How do you get them to write to sit let me say oral English? It's not possible. We're going to look at all of those issues. If you are pregnant, you going to school, yes, we say yes, we should allow them. Do they have health facilities? What kind of special facility do we have for those guys? Have we rolled it out? There is a policy that if you have taught for 10 years and you have at least 2 or 3 kids in university, they should have scholarship. Have we rolled this one? And this is very important. It's an important motivation for teachers. Though we are having the Best Teacher Award annually, which is motivating teachers to do more, but we want to ensure that you have taught for 10 years as promised by His Excellency. Your kids are entitled to university scholarship. Is this happening? Scholarship being given. Is it on a fair scale? So all of these are issues. You go back to government is not paying the study grant that they give to kids. So the university, they are suffering. Government is not paying this money on a regular basis. As I'm talking to you, the fee subsidy for the second term is not being paid. Even the first term, those who have their account in Gokel Commercial Bank and Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, a host of schools, they have not been paid subsidy. How do you expect this principle to run the schools? So they will turn and exploit parents. Wherein the ministry will put out a list, say these are the price lists. They will ask for more because they have to pay teachers without PIN code. They will have to pay auxiliary staff. If you have not paid subsidy for a term, it means those teachers without PIN code have gone for 3 months without salary. It means those auxiliary staff are gone for 3 months. Mark, they have to pay electricity bill, water rates. They have to take care of their home, their families. So these are real issues we must discuss around the education sector. But when once somebody had 22% of the current budget, I think this money, then Ghana must go inside the Ministry of Education. And that's not the case. Even the ministry itself to supervise these NGOs that they have given service level agreements. These guys that are in the NGO decks, most of the time they are in office. And when they want to go to monitor, it is the NGO provide vehicle for them, who give them support. So they prepare the groundwork, go there unannounced to see what they are doing, what they are implementing. If it is in line with the annual plan that's signed off by the minister. So they like for the FEPS projects, they are creating an enabling environment for every civil society to monitor their project unannounced. This is why I will always commend the FEPS, the free education projects. I will always commend them. I have the authority as civil society unannounced to go monitor their project. When once they give project to partner, they inform civil society. I have just raised the issue this morning, the construction of several classrooms. The one of services up to now is not finished because they've given us that kind of opportunity to go monitor this project. The 1 year in Covent, they are finished. We now have the Badia project. This is why in terms of both school, no schooling now until February because of the implementation of this project. But this should have been done long ago during the holidays. So these are issues we're going to raise, the timeliness of some of the implementation of these programs. We will have very important program in the ministry that all of the donors should be there. You will have a donor having their own program for the same ministry. So poor coordination. So these are the real issues we are going to raise. We have one of the biggest radio stations in the country, but the radio station is not being supported. It's not being supported. They have staff who are qualified to run those radio stations, the radio station and the ministry, but they not be supported. No program, no visibility of the free quality education, no billboard, nowhere. You go to schools, people don't know what is in the package of the free quality education. And that's the duty of the communication team. But we don't have the requisite support to sell the ministry, so the public asks little or no question about the free quality education. It leaves doubt in the minds of people, and you get now principal or school to use their discretion to implement government policy, which should not be the case. Currently, WAEC is reviewing their act with no participation from us, the civil society. How many consultations they have done? They will take it to Parliament for Parliament to, and we still have the same problem. People were asking the same concern about WAEC because we want government to reform WAEC. WAEC should be answerable to the Ministry of Basic Education and not otherwise. They're using that as a semi-autonomous body to do things that we think they need greater collaboration. When once you want to hold them accountable, they will hide under the office at Ghana, say we have an head office. But when once it comes to government to pay fees, to capacity them, they say the government of Sierra Leone. So these are all issues we need to discuss during this education week with an open mind. And I want to commend the current ministers. It's giving CSO the space. They now have a new CEO in the ministry, a male. The deputy is a female. In terms of gender, combine them, I think it makes more sense. But we are saying, give us the space for us to monitor. No support for civil society is difficult. We go to school to monitor. We are using our own money. You have most of the donors, they don't want to be held accountable. So when they are preparing their budget, they put little or nothing for civil society, and the ministry is not saying anything. This is not right. When presidents launch the free quality education, he call on CSO. This is why it is very difficult to get colleagues to come into the education sector, because it's not rosy. It is difficult. So all of these are issues we are going to raise. If you have a donor implementing $40-50 million project, set money aside for independent monitoring for CSO, because most of them are your family members, most of them are your friends. They are not doing the right thing. You're not giving the president the correct information. There are issues we have raised about a particular project. If it's not been addressed before this education week, we'll go public with that issues. I'm saying this for the ears of the permanent secretary and the new CEO in the ministry. If that issue that I have raised concerning a particular project, you refuse to address it, you take it publicly. Right, because when you take it publicly, don't know request on the ministry. I will not want that.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So, but how could some of the issues raised by, Alphonse be looked into during that conference?
Through collaboration, through coordinated dialogue, through coordinated networking. But first of all, Alfonso and team have the responsibility to make sure that all these issues raised are really put forward when we go to Makeni for discussions. Because yes, his points may be valid and they make plenty sense, and to me even, and but we cannot have the discussions here. We cannot have the Education Week celebration here. Now the viewers and listeners may have learned that if they are going there, there are now issues that are being spotted by Alfonso. So going there will not be going empty-handed. Alfonso has empowered them, and we want to see them go and have the conversations with us. So let's
talk about the challenges, even as you go into the discussions next week, the challenges currently on the table.
The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has quite a lot of challenges that are not unsurmountable. We can handle them, and we all know we have added almost 1 million people to the classroom, meaning we have quite a number of challenges in terms of sanitation, water supply, and sitting accommodation, even the infrastructure. We need more teachers in the classroom, and we need teaching and learning materials to be supplied regularly. Yeah, we do have challenges cutting across supervision, as you rightly said, from school quality assurance officers. Yes, and even the district officers there need some kind of logistical support to ensure that they monitor adequately the schools and give feedback, correct feedback to headquarters. But these are the issues that we'll go there and discuss frankly, and when we come back I will talk with confidence, because I'll be reporting what's happened. At the moment we are going there, so I want to inform the general public. I am different. I am government. Alfonso is civil society, so he has all the largesse to discuss the issues, and I'm here to inform the general public that we are going to be there on the 28th and the 24th to the 24th to have the whole week celebration of education, and that's what I want to tell you.
So let's talk about how will the 1 week open the space for frank discussions, or you going to stream or trim those discussions as to what you want as a ministry?
The first thing we have decided to do is to have most of the major discussions and sessions live streamed, both on TV and on social media, on Facebook and all. So people will be able to have their own say by way of text messages, because feedback is very important. But also we are going to have, it's going to be purposive meaning that people who really have the subject matter, know the subject matter, have to be having discussions. You have to have the right audience. If you are talking about AI in education, you need to have people who understand AI to really talk about the importance and the usage of AI and where our limits should be. So if we are talking about loan scheme, for example, student loan scheme, we are expecting to have university students in that session to listen to low scheme and learn, not having pupils in the primary school and secondary school. So we are going to look out for the correct audience and of course have correct people who really have the subject matter to talk to the subject issues. That's what we're going to do.
Okay, continue to be with us, Augustine as well as Alfonso. Let's move on now to another issue this afternoon. The program you're watching is the Podium Line on the SLBC. After several engagements between the security institutions in the country and the bike riders through a technical and financial support from UNDP, the Sierra Leone Police, Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority and the Bike Riders Union have reached an agreement for the restriction of commercial bikes from plying 35 streets in the Central Business District. For more on that, I have Chief Inspector Edward K. Kamara, Information Officer, Traffic Management at the Sierra Leone Police. Good afternoon, Chief Inspector Kamara, and welcome to the podium, sir.
Good afternoon, Selma. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, how inclusive is this process and how collaborative has it been, especially with the bike riders? Just to avoid confrontation when officially it kickstarts on the 1st of February.
Yeah. Good afternoon, viewers. As you rightly said, we have a conversation with the stakeholders for the bike riders as well as keke and even by extension drivers. And on the 11th, this past Saturday, the AIG Operations, Dr. Martin Senesi, and the Director of Traffic Management, Commissioner of Police, Mr. Abdul Mojwe, convene and converge, call on all stakeholders at police headquarters at the conference room where we met, to chart the way forward that we are going to, reinforce, because it has been there, so it's just a matter of reinforcing that bike riders, should not ply the CBD, that is the Central Business District. So it was a very successful meeting and conversation we had with them, because what we know in enforcement or in traffic management of enforcement, we are going with the 3 E's. That is, we engage. We have engagement, education, and the last E is enforcement. So they all came together and we discussed and we signed a communique. We all agree on that they should go to their members and cascade same. So I think we have a very mutual understanding as we go forward on this.
Because for most of their membership, there is this notion of what they could believe in, that they only make enough money from their riding to the CBD.
Yeah.
And you said you already agreed with the national executive to their parks and regional as well as district executive. But again, how the information could trickle down is another challenge. Have we been able to roll out this information in collaboration with the bike riders to their membership? Because many times they could agree in principle in black and white as an executive, but again their membership, they all have this notion that they could only make enough money from to the CBD.
That's exactly the notion for bike riders, because they can only realize or even pay money to the masters is when they come to the CBD, which has been a challenge for us, because when you have an interface with them, that's what they tell you exactly, that we only make money, enough money, is when we come to the CBD. So, and in terms of the public education, as I said earlier, we are on robust sensitization presently going on in parks, because that's why we call all leaders, so that they can go down there and cascade same to them. And even the head of community relations department at police headquarters, Superintendent Sion, is also out there doing sensitization for them to know that come February 1st, we are going out and do the needful.
Are there any concerns from them? Because I heard one of them during the meeting on Saturday. They're also concerned about even previous bikes arrested by your men. Currently, they are languishing at various police stations. They are yet to even retrieve them.
So
how can you arrest, bikes on ending?
So that's one concern that came. But in that regard, there was a public notice we made since last year and even beyond that, people should come and we chart conditions as long as you meet them. In fact, you should come with your life card. So if they are saying bikes are there languishing because they have not shown up, and probably majority of those bikes, they must have been stolen bikes. So how can you come and so that this is my bike? If you are asked where is your life card, you cannot police it. So at the end of the day, nobody comes. So we are willing to give them out, but we told them you have to come with documents, supporting documents that you are the owner of this bike.
Okay, so during this sensitization at various parks, are they actually willing to adhere to this latest restriction?
Well, so far what we have gathered, I think, because I am at the office there, that's the traffic secretariat, and I do also go out and monitor what is happening. So I think they are ready to listen and adhere to the rule of the law.
Okay, so let's go through the streets if you have them now, just for the benefit of the public.
Yes, I think
Whilst
yes,
trying
yes,
to
yes.
find the street.
Yes,
so
yes.
Let's talk about again the other aspect of when the operation start, because even the manner of arrest, people are concerned about this as well.
Well, we have summoned our personnel and give them professional guidelines, which has not professional guidelines, which has not started now, but we have been doing that regularly, because in operations of those nature, before going out, you are briefed on what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do, and after operation, you come back and be debriefed on where you get it right or where you go wrong. So there is 100% assurance that we have to put our men who are very professional on that day, and they are not only going to be there, but even their commanders. You are under supervision by a commander. So in case whatever goes wrong, we have somebody to give account.
So can we get some of the streets you have it here with you?
So I will try to pick it up.
Pick it up later on.
Yes.
So whilst you find it, let's move on to another issue. Continue to build those. Chief Inspector Edward K. Kumar, Information Officer, Traffic Management, Sierra Leone Police. Let's move on now to another issue this afternoon. As I've told you in our headlines, for communities within Freetown have complained to SLBC that some for close to 5 days, some 4 days, some 3 days are without electricity. They are in constant blackout. Well, owners of coal homes and beverage traders have expressed frustration over the unstable state of light. They are calling authorities responsible to swiftly fix the state of the lights within the city. Recently, the Electricity Distribution Supply Authority issued a press release explaining the reason for this latest blackout. The people are saying even before that press release, some communities have been suffering from unstable light. Let's hear from some of these business people.
It will go, lighting steady. It will come, pass to the boyfriend and it's blocked. for put up at the water for the water color who said.
Okay, so right now see them who sending them will not see cold.
I just would like to call and make a pakamba. I say for like cote, Santa, all the picking up from school, they go away for get said. I they sell ice block and water. Well, lights no they customers and they can buy to me the water. When a student who are sell this, and that they pull its money, pay lesson, pay transport go. So when lights no they, and they will sell for their money and go to school. Lights no they, we not get lights. So under this business, I do they get markets. Nah? Under this ISO, they tight ISO, I do they pay we pick their school fees, I do they pay college fee. Now they know everything. So if you can't do not get lights, so how go live? One let Papa government help will get lights. We not big good they big.
So presently they're all day off. We they use direct lights from NPA. And give light direct as a CISO will not join our community line because of where factory would use huge amounts of current. So the light come out direct from the transformer to we. So presently we will not get light. It's a 3-phase meter. We they use that.
All day off.
All day off, yeah. Like if a long time, say the next 3 to 4 hours light snow day, and they begin to swell up the plastic because we don't inside plastic, so they begin to swell up. They say when it swell, it spoil. So the best thing for the workers is reamp. So now the losses and the business people they need to undergo because of these lights.
Okay.
Many thanks here to my colleague Cynthia Kamal, who was at a particular community that is popularly known for hosting owners of coal homes and beverage traders who express frustration. You just had them there over the unstable state of light. This program will continue to look at that aspect in a subsequent edition of the podium. Let's Chief Inspector, let's have some of the streets.
Yes, Selma, thank you. Number one, according to what we agreed on Saturday, Kennedy Street, 2 Kisi Road, Frube Road, Sani Abacha Street, East End Police Clock Tower, that's the roundabout, Gori Street, Lumley Free Street, Upper East Street, Sakila Road, Regent Road, Pademba Road, Cotton Tree Roundabout, Pacifica Street, Charlotte Street, Wilberforce Street, Charlotte Street, House Street, Rodin Street, Wallace Johnson Street, Lamina Sanko Street, Sheikh Steven Street, Paulson Street, Battle Street, Donda Street, Adley Street, Kuto Road, Sanders Street, Campbell Street, Savage Street, Waterloo Street, Brook Street, Wellington Street, Nembana Street, Charles Street, June Street, and I think June Street is the last street, 35th Street, Summer.
All right. Again, for areas, for example, like Brook Street and Jones Street, what do you think you could include that aspect into the CBD?
Well, all of them, because these are, the centers. They are almost at the center of the city.
Do you think it would be challenging to control these guys? For the many of the streets you're mentioning, these are their own area of business.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging, but the situation is not above us because everybody, the law must reign supreme. So if directive has come that ABC should be done, I think everybody must adhere.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Alfonso, aside this education, you have been the first CSO that actually raised, just immediately after that agreement was reached, you wrote an article. In fact, you have been on our other programs on this issue. I just want you quickly to zoom into this. What are the apprehensions? Because this is not the first, operations. Same operations with different name, be it weed, operation kickback, operation pushback, is virtually the same. What is the issue with controlling this aspect? Because again, we have several players into the transport sector, but the aspect of bikes have been a challenge.
We will not come up with a realistic strategy that will work. You're just asking about Brook Street, where they have bike parks. Pademba, you have bike park, their park at Dwazak Junction. How possible is that? You know, when we develop strategy, we should ensure we develop workable strategy. This is why from 2013, when you have Operation Weed, 2016, the Honorable Minister Paulo Conce was himself out apprehending bikes. 2022, they fought at SLRSA office. We keep having the same problem because this strategy is not realistic. Do we have alternative routes for them to apply? Now, when we want to implement this strategy, we see police officers using the CBD with bikes with private number plates. They keep doing it on a constant basis, and those traffic officers on the street, they will not arrest them. When they approach and they have their code, they know say this is one of us. So it's not fair to the bike riders. In as much I do not want them to apply at the CBDs, but let's have a realistic strategy. 35 streets, there are too many. How many roads do we have in the city? How can they make their living? So let's have a realistic strategy. This is why, you know, 2027 they will come to the streets again for 2028 election. After 2028 election,
why do you link their business to the elections?
Oh, so let's follow the trend.
Okay, go ahead.
After 2012 election, 2013 we have Operation Weed. We have the Ebola. 2016 we have a new Minister of Internal Affairs. It was put in place until 2018. They became lawless again. 2022, when we want to take them off the streets again, sorry, 2021, they fought at SLRSA office because they apprehended a host of bike. Before this 2023 election, you saw them, they were applying the CBD with politician banner. After the election, I want to control them. I am saying close to 2028 election, they'll come to the CBD again. And after 20, so it keeps reoccurring because the strategy is not realistic. I pity the police. It's not their duty to provide roads. It is the responsibility of government. I commend the IG because he wants sanity. But in all of this, as a human rights activist, I think these guys have been disadvantaged. And you know why? They are engaging their executive. Some of the ordinary remember, in fact, they don't even know about these issues. I saw some police having megaphones. Some of the bike riders and net said they won. So come February 1st, it will be a whole lot of, you know, they will disturb private people to have their business, a whole lot of issue. But again, if we want sanity to prevail,
what do you think could be a better strategy to address this?
Good. Realistically, let's look at the CBD. If we say Pademba Road, Shaka Stephen Street, it is understandable. But Kambu Street, how do you expect them to run? Ekisi Road, how do you expect them? Most of this community, taxi don't go there, private vehicle don't go there. It is the bikes who service those community. And let me tell you, now most of the lawyers, you know, we have court at Pademba Road, we all have the one at Cotton Tree. You know, maybe someone will have cases on both courts. After this one, they will come with their vehicle, they will take bike to quickly run to the Pademba Road court. How do you address all of those issues? In terms of emergency, even police officers, they are using bike. They are applying the CBD for their own private business. So let's have a realistic strategy that can work. It's not these 35 streets. So what will happen? There will be you and cry, they won't go State House back. State House call, say, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. Election is closed. They say, okay, no, lawlessness. After election, we want to control them. Because the strategy is not realistic. That's my point. I don't want them to apply the CBD, but just few streets. Like the Shaka Stephen Street, the Pademba Road. These are very important area. You know, that PZ area. But Jones Street, Brook Street. No, it's not realistic.
So, Chief Inspector, you know, Alfonso just raised the issue that too many streets and it's unrealistic. For example, Brook Street or Jones Street. You could have a limit to major streets, for example, Shaka Stephen Street, Sanders Street, Pademba Road, and the Cotton Tree.
Yeah.
How were you able to reach this decision to get 35 streets?
Yes. Thank you again. These are pilot phase by itself on this operation. So after we have launched the operation, and we go back to the drawing board and see what we can put in place. But to stay is not realistic, and for we, the police, is our commandate. I mean, to preserve sanity, for the country, for our people. Because we can't sit by, and if I tell you now, if I tell you now what we have as a record on crashes, it will be very surprising.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very surprising.
Yeah, okay.
So we have a mandate.
Yeah. There are challenges. In fact,
So
that aspect.
Yes.
No one could deny the fact about the aspect of lawlessness.
Yeah.
No one could deny the fact.
For it's having a realistic strategy that
Yes.
can
So
work
I agree
and
with
sustain.
You. I agree with you. Then after we have launched the program, they will come back and see I'm going to the drawing board and make some adjustments.
Please keep your courage.
Thank you. Yes, Augustine, so as we try to round up, what are the expectations from this conference? Not just to justify donor funds, but again to come up with something realistic. Because again, this country, we are known to getting the best of conferences, best of panel discussions, but at the end of the little or no impact.
Okay, stable progress will have to be the outcome. This is not the first time. We'll be learning from our mistakes, we'll be learning from the challenges, we'll be learning from the things we've not done good or better, we've improved on them. So we are going to have an opportunity again to scale up our activities, to scale up our outputs. Of course, it has to have a very huge impact on the learning outcomes of our kids, because that's the focus. We could go there for a whole week. The focus will have to be how many kids in the classroom will have to benefit from this. How will the learning outcome be? How many kids will pass the NPSC, Becky and WAS? Because that's the focus of all this whole week discussion going forward.
Thank you so much. Yes, Alfonso, expected outcomes.
But we hope that the public will have better knowledge about the education sector plan that drives the sector. They have done midterm review, the reports will be presented so that we can know where to intervene in terms of the gaps in education.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Chief Inspector, so again, whilst you're on the verge to kickstart, the operations on the first, how are you going to ensure that, the communication aspect is trickled down before the first, just so avoid
Yes, that is ongoing, and it has been done on a daily basis on to the time on the 1st of February. It continues and beyond that, so that at the end of the day we'll achieve our results that we needed.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief Inspector Edward K. Kamai, Information Officer, Traffic Management. But that's how we end the program this afternoon. Just a reminder of our quote of the day, which comes from Nelson Mandela, and it says, "A key tool to improve the world is education." Thank you so much to my guest, Alfonso Mali, Augustine Bamianto, as well as the spokesperson for the traffic management. Thank you so much for watching The Podium. The Podium returns tomorrow. Good afternoon.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them.
Security, Dr. Ahmed Sano, and Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu, described cybersecurity as a global effort in combating its attack in any nation, and pledged their support to the center in timely response. Representatives from the European Union and the British High Commission committed to supporting Sierra Leone combat transnational cybercrime provide training of law enforcement agencies. Minister of Information and Civic Education Chenoba said government's commitment to protecting its citizens from cyber threat was of significance, citing misinformation and disinformation. Deputy Minister of Agriculture too has underscored the pivotal role of SLAI in achieving the government feed salon agenda by providing high-quality seed research, technologies and innovations for the agriculture sector in the country. Sir Hemon was speaking at the SLAI annual work program and planning conference held in Freetown on the theme Innovative Agricultural Technologies to Support the Feed Saloon. The gathering provided an insight into SLAI's efforts towards enhancing food security, boosting agricultural productivity, and supporting national development through research and technologies. Director General SLAI, Dr. Abdullah Conte, described research and production of quality and certified seeds as major component to actualizing the Feed Saloon flagship program of the government. He said the conference was to take stock of success and identifies challenges of projects implemented in 2024. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning has received a significant boost in its operations with the handover of advanced equipment valued $100,000 from the Resident Urban Sierra Leone project. The initiative under the Ministry of Finance and funded by the World Bank aims to strengthen urban planning and land management across Sierra Leone. Following a press conference on the 2023 Audit General's report, Parliament has warned the Anti-Corruption Commission that it is the business of Parliament to scrutinize the report and not the ACC. In a strongly worded letter written to the ACC, Parliament noted that the Auditor General's report was the property of Parliament and that it was Parliament alone that determines issues of irregularities in the report. Deputy Speaker Honorable Ibrahim Tawakonte also expressed similar sentiment in a Good Morning Show program on the Slbc. He said the ACC should not be seen as competing with Parliament. On sport, Sierra Leone Football Association has officially announced the date and location for its 2024 Ordinary Conference. The event is scheduled to take place in Freetown on March 1st, 2025 at the Radisson Blu Hotel. This announcement comes via a formal notification sent to all SLFA members. The notice outlined the key details of the Congress, including the dates, location, and the call for nominations for independence and judicial bodies. The SLFA encourages all members to exercise their right and participate in the Congress. Well, that's it from News Brief from your public broadcaster, Slbc, with me, Cynthia Kama. Continue to stay tuned.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found out.
Hello, it's Sports Update live on TV with me, Frances Pada. In today's edition, we shine a spotlight on the recent announcement of the Ordinary Congress dates by the Executive Committee of the Sierra Leone Football Association. Well, we invite you to participate by sending your comments and views to the number you find on your screen, or you also find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. The program is Sports Update. The program is Sports Update live on TV. We invite you to send your comment to the issue that is being discussed there this afternoon to the number on your screen, or find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. We start with the program this afternoon. The Sierra Leone Football Association, established in 1960, has had a primary aim of developing football for both male and female players, among many other objectives. Since its inception, the FA has been led by notable presidents such as Saramadi Kaba, Justice Tola Thompson, Nahim Kadi, Aisha Johansson, and the current president, Thomas Dadi Brima. However, the recent announcement of the Ordinary Congress date has sparked a huge debate among football administrators, fans, and followers alike. The new date for the SLFA Ordinary Congress has been set for March 1st, 2025, and will take place at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Freetown. Notably, delegates from the northern region have thrown their support behind one of the aspiring presidential candidates, Babadi Kamara, in opposition to the incumbent president, Thomas Dadi Brima. To provide deeper insight into this, we have in the studio a long-standing football administrator, Honorable Siraji Rollins Kamara. Good afternoon, Honorable. Welcome to the program.
Yes, good afternoon, Frances, and good afternoon, viewers out there.
And also in the program this afternoon, we shall hear from Mohamed Benson Bao, the Acting Secretary General of the Sierra Leone Football Association, as he discusses the strikes taken by President Thomas Dadi Brima in growing the game in the country. Welcome back. The program is Sport Update, and in the studio is Honorable Sierra Leone Broadcasting. He is a football administrator. Good afternoon, Honorable.
Good afternoon,
and welcome to the program.
Thank you once more. Yeah.
So now, Honorable, you have been an administrator, football administrator, for the longest of time in Sierra Leone, and you are known for of course, if we could recall some of the clubs that you have administered, Central Parade is one and many others. But now, here is a situation where the northern region is throwing their support to an opposition instead of the incumbent, because we've known the northern region to be one of the strongest pillars in whenever it comes to SLFA elections. But this time around, we've seen them going in the opposing way. How significant is this for the development of football or for the coming election?
Thank you very much again. Politics is about numbers, and we've seen it all from the days of Bangsu and Naim Kadi, when we saw a particular candidate having delegates in his possession under his belt. Just maybe in less than 5 hours, everything changed. But what the northern region is doing or has done, for me, is a testament of open and clean politics. I will not condemn them at all. In politics, if you believe in something, stand by it. And more often than not, we see delegates changing codes at the 11th hour. You know, and so we ask us, I'm a delegate, my vote is on my chest, you know, that's what they normally say, because they move from here to there and collect monies, you know. But for what the northern region has done, I think should be emulated. If you have, for this, go out and say it. At the end of the day, we know where you stand, you know. But more often, people think that I don't want them to know this. At the end of the day, they vote secretly, differently. And so I think this is maybe a practice, an example that others may want to emulate. And if we have that, it's going to be good for the game. So a lot of Franco will be avoided.
This is the very first time we've seen a whole region declaring, even before the election, because even though the election is 2025, but not now, maybe in the mid of 2025, the SLFA will be going to come to their elective Congress. But we've seen a lot of situations around this whole electioneering process. We saw an injunction from court because of failing to go through the right process, and this is not new at all. For the sake of the public, that this is not the first time that SLFA and its members have been going to court. But we've also seen this in the situation of Thomas Daddy Brahma. It happened with Aisha Johansson, and now we are seeing it with Thomas Daddy Brahma. What do you
from the days of Tola Thompson as well.
What do you think has gone wrong with this whole issue of Thomas Daddy Brahma?
Before that, the composition of the executive committee, to which I also served under Madam Aisha, albeit a brief stint, I resigned on my own because of disagreement in principles. I think what we now see is we have 11 executive members, 7 disassociated themselves from the president, but the latest notice of the ordinary Congress,
you only have 2. That is the president and that of Pastor Bob for the Western region.
Okay, but let me go back to what the situation that led Betua to court. We've confirmed, we've established that Betua has absolute right to go to court. The court confirmed that. But what I did in the previous weeks after the court, the written court, I said the SLFA, Thomas Daddy Brahma, should take the bull by the horn. He should not allow his good work to be dented or tainted by any foul play. I said let them do this in a sportsman way and have an out-of-court settlement. And I spoke to several radio stations on the matter. In fact, Francis, on Friday, I've already summoned a press conference alongside other stakeholders and administrators to speak to the issue before this letter came out. But we'll still go ahead with the press conference that will be held at Slaj on Friday to further talk on the issue, what will lead us to a comprehensive and peaceful election. You know, so coming back to it, I knew that this is the way forward. There is no way you can say you are a company limited, registered by limited guarantee that that you cannot be sued, where it is provided that you can be sued and you can sue. And so that's passed. So we said now that this is so, the TDB should take the lead by meeting the two and say, let's settle this out of court. And I think somebody listened, and for the fact that there is a notice without hearing from the courts means that they may have settled it out of court, and this is very good for us. Moving forward, I want to still appeal to TDB. He's a fine gentleman. He may have done a few things. Even if he did 100% good, he cannot stop people from contesting against him. So what I will appeal to him, let him focus on the good work he has done and allow the game to play freely and fairly. But if they, like what they started to do the last time that failed, that led to the court, it will not be good, because we are victims of this way back in 2013 when people were and
we also have a court order in the SLFA now to pay another Marcel.
That's the match fixing, which was never was, you know. And I don't know what Obey is coming with again. Well, this is what I said. I said, TDB, you have taken you have become the father of football in the country. Have a time to call this guy. I said, I inherited a problem that was not mine. But of course, governance is continuity. You cannot meet the good, you take praise for it, and the bad you don't want to take praise for it. So I said, call these players and even lobby to FIFA or CAF. Let them be given some jobs or that, you know, and settle this thing once and for all. Where I talked, that's where it stopped. Well, today we see myself going to court, and don't be surprised if another person goes back to court tomorrow, because this is something that has to do with their life and future. So coming back to this issue, I think this is the best that is happening, and I'm sure we are getting it right. What the FA did was to dismantle.
Are you sure we are getting it right? Because we have a notice coming from the SLFA without the president endorsing.
Well, again, the president is not an executive president. That's one we should know. It's like what we say in Latin, primus inter pares, first among equals. And definitely, I think I want to commend the magnanimity of the executive committee. In a normal situation like this, when you have the majority, you can ask for an impeachment, you know, but that did not happen. So I don't know the rationale behind Daddy Bama and Pastor Buck not signing, but it doesn't speak well for them. It seems that there's something fishy. But again, we look at the majority. If they abstain from this, we look at 9 out of 11. That's majority, and they carry the vote, you know.
So, Honorable Siraji Gulin Kamara, as a football administrator, why do you think we always have issues in sport, particularly football? Football, because of these, if I could quote former President Ernest Bai Koroma, football with its sonko. You know, the president then said, football will not get sonko, go and settle your issue. We have been on this, and now we have President Bio. Despite all the money spent on football, we are still at the same place, and in fact, we are even going down than we were before. And the situation is not getting better. We are just going from bad to worse. What do you think is responsible for this, and what's the way forward out of this?
Where it emanated is FIFA, when FIFA started giving money to the side on football.
And quickly, don't you think that the step that we are taking now, it's another recipe for FIFA to come in?
FIFA is always in, but they cannot come in a different role this time. I'll tell you, because the last time they set up a normalization committee, instead of normalizing the football, it's got up worsening the situation in the football. It's deepening the divide, you know, in the football. That's why I said, we who believe that things must be done, not just doing the right thing, but doing it right, we cannot relent at this time to continue to speak to the issue. You pointed certain things, you know, government has been pouring money into football. But when it comes to government wanting to have a say in football, they say it's government interference. But what we have, what obtains in the FIFA, is that we have government involvement. That's why government's in charge of the national teams. You know, government is paying the referee and the coaches and responsible for everything that has to do with football nationally. So if somebody may have expended so much, then he wants to have a say in his own national team, and you call it interference, that is unfair to us as a nation. But as I said, football was very, very operational in a cool and friendly way until FIFA started sending money into Kitty. Before then, the clubs like Eastern Lions, Mighty Blackpool, Real Republican, they were far stronger than the FA. The FA did not even have a secretariat. I could remember, I think the last Secretary General was M.A. Kaba, who was seconded from Sports Council to the FA. And we had the first Secretary General Ali Muba, who that came from the club for the first time. So, but no sooner that FIFA started sending those subventions, you know, then people don't think that there is money. And I'm telling you, all of this that is happening is because of self-aggrandizement. People want money for themselves and not the rest of it. I just saw a notice somewhere that our female team is stranded, you know, and because they could not pay their visas fee in Cameroon, that is unimaginable. And we just believe that in $75,000 was just sent a few days ago. You know, we cannot be seen to be managing the game. We want to lead in the game, but we don't seek the welfare of the players. You know, recently they sacked the technical team, fine enough, but where does the blame lie? You know, because the coaches were complaining that there are lots of interference, that people are saying that you have to select this player, you have to have this player go on or not, you know. So all these things are not helping. It happens in Western countries where the media choose and select the team, but not on that personal basis to say you have to have my player go on in the national team. So these are all the factors that all the monies from Ernest Bakroma's time, which was in billions. Of course, I cannot even talk about President Bio, which we have seen
much flights to participate in.
So, and again, well, you see, we normally participate, but we don't even compete. And definitely, for a very long time, we've seen the national team goes and without laureates. But we see also other sporting discipline, cricket, volleyball. They are doing very well, but they don't even have even a tenth of the money that the government spends.
Okay, so now, Honorable, this issue of Babadi Kamara coming in, and it seems as though that all the regions, most of them, if I could say, because we saw those from Kono the other day, they also made an endorsement. We also saw a huge crowd behind him in Gambia. In fact, all the regions that Babadi had been, we've seen a huge following for him. Who is Babadi, and what is it that is special about him that these football stakeholders are just running after him? Is it the same situation? Is it that they want him to come in and at the end of the day they want to control him, and if he refuses then they will also go against him? Is that what
like what they expected from Aisha?
Yes, like what they wanted for Aisha, and it's turned out to be different. And I'm sure it's the same thing that is happening with Thomas Ibrahim.
Okay, I met Babadi once at the National Football Heroes dinner. That's the first time I saw him in person. I've seen him in television, but I also follow him in Salon Players Watch. He's very good at contributing. If I should tell you that I know him personally in terms of his personal life, or that you know, but one thing I can tell you, he has done something unprecedented. We've had a lot of Sierra Leoneans who have had contracts here and there, but this guy had this team by thing, and he built a 6,000-seater stadium. This has never been done, and I think people are looking at that direction. If this guy, if he's not in charge of football and he's done so much, maybe when he comes in, he will do far greater things. That's the expectation, and we all should think that way, you know. But this is politics as well, and when you think that the delegates, those who have to vote, are not up to the crowd we see on the seat, it's a point to worry, because delegates, I don't trust them. They can be with you tonight, even at 1, 2, 3 a.m. At 10 a.m. in the morning, they change altogether. So maybe he's a generous guy. He's a productive guy, so people want to associate with him. But having seen him had him on few occasions, I don't think somebody you can turn around easily. I think he's a firm guy to an extent. As I said, I've only met him once, but in his posts on social media, it tells you that he has a pedigree, and I would not think somebody can come and be turned around. Equally so, Thomas Ibrahim has been doing a fairly good good job, and I think he cannot also be turned around. But again, this is the thing we want to stop in our football. Those who are stakeholders, what is your interest in the football? Are you bringing somebody that you think you can become somebody in the football, or for the improvement of the game? So those are the soul searching questions we need to ask some of us, and maybe our press conference on Friday will look forward to such things, people to bring answers. I told him and Safabula the last time that I said, man, we have given this responsibility to man our sports, particularly in our football. But if you don't seem to have the answers, call us the ordinary people. Let us have a family talk. Let's come and sit. Maybe the right answer will come from an Okada rider or somebody who's just a mere supporter of a second division club. So if that is done, I'm sure we can have a holistic approach to the problem of our football.
So you're talking about bringing people together to discuss the way forward. I think the former Minister of Sports, Ahmed Kanu, did started something like that when they were trying to put the NSA paper together. And at the end of the day, it is the outcome of that paper that is responsible for the formation of the National Sports Authority.
Yes.
All that has been done, but yet we are not moving forward.
But again, that is the formation of the National Sports Authority that will give it what it deserves, or the mandate, the terms of reference, what have you. What I'm saying,
in fact, many people think the NSA is just duplicating the job of the NSD, the Ministry of Sport.
Well, to some extent, but of course there is a dichotomy, and that dichotomy, no matter how little or small it is, it has a significant difference, and which we need to harness, you know. But my point here is that let us call this journalists, sports journalists, who have not been taken to trips for a very long time. They have the answers. Let's call these guys who pay their 10 leons every week in and out to watch matches. They know they have the answers. Let's listen to the ordinary person. Those who have given those that have been given the responsibility in the ministry, in the NSA, in the FA, they have been speaking, they have been acting, but we have not seen the desired result. Maybe we need to listen to the ordinary person. Some common sense will come from there. That's my point.
All right, Honorable Siraj Rollins Kama is a sports administrator, football in particular, and he's here. We are talking about the date announced for the SLFA Ordinary Congress, which will take place in March this year at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Freetown. Well, also the acting sector.
City like this, we'll have an opportunity to have them, you know, one day in, one day out, as the case may be. So today, I mean, it's a joyous day to really have the U20 come here to train. They have been on this training for the better part of the last 1 month at SS Camp, you know, which is at best an 8-a-side field. So that we have such a facility here today, I mean, it's a way forward for us, most importantly.
Are they preparing for an upcoming event?
Yeah, they are preparing for the WAFU Under-20 Championship, which Sierra Leone is looking forward to host. We have not been granted the hosting rights, but we've made an application for it. The Under-20 is very important because it will be used as a qualification for the Africa Cup of Nations Under-20, which eventually be the World Cup qualification. So it is very important to us. So that is why we've started preparation this early. And we are also to take part in a friendly tournament in Liberia. On the 18th, to be precise, the tournament will commence. Initially, we are supposed to have Egypt, Tanzania, Liberia, and Sierra Leone to play in that tournament. But we've been told that Egypt have pulled out, so now it will be Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and Liberia. So this is what currently the team is preparing for. But all of this is a grand plan towards the WAFU U20 because we want to make a mark. Remember, we last hosted the WAFU Under-20 women's here where we finished third. We want to go a step further or 2 steps further, which means we want to finish first. So that means the preparation have to be honest and it has to be early. That's why we're on this. We deserve this as a nation. Sierra Leone, we know we're a football mad nation. You know, to have had the national teams, I remember when we played before we played against Ivory Coast, the national 8 home-based team had to train at Edwards on a dusty ground, and that picture went viral. It was an embarrassment to football, Sierra Leone football. It was an embarrassment to Sierra Leone. So having these pitches developed, you know, we not only showcase what we have in terms of opportunities to train, but also give a better ambience to our local leagues, because these pitches will be used for the local leagues.
Yes, today's session is just a continuation of what we've been doing at SS Camp, but today
Well, that was the acting Secretary General of the Sierra Leone Football Association, Mohamed Ben Simbao, highlighting some of the strides taken by President Thomas Dadi Brahma. Well, Honorable, let me come back to you. You know, say what you may, Thomas Dadi Brahma has got his own goodies he brought to the development of football in the country. Yes, one might say the pitches across the country, that whole project started by Madam Aisha Yohansi, but he implemented it. There were just documents in the pipeline, and when he came, he implemented it. We now have an artificial turf in Podloko. We have one in approved school, and the one at the SLFA has been renovated. You know, there has been a sort of development somehow, and we've seen the female league playing. Even under Madam Aisha Yohansi, there was no league at all for the female.
Yes, I think nobody can take it from the president, Thomas Dadi Brahma. In fact, what you miss out to for like a considerable period of time, we've had relative peace in the game, even though accusations were here and there against some referees. But again, I think there was some stability which we enjoyed, unlike previously under Madam Aisha, where in matches, 3 matches we played and there's a halt, something like that. So, coupled up with the that, I think I also heard about some administrative or technical training given to staff, which is also a plus. But I kept saying this, Thomas Dadi Brahma is definitely a fine guy, but maybe he may have been surrounded by some people, especially the issue that led Betua to go to court is not something pleasant for his administration. And where we are now again to see that 9 out of his 11 members, you know, have okayed an ordinary Congress which he did not sign is worrisome. But most importantly, for the fact that for a considerable period of time, 7 out of the 11 executive members have not been in support of him. So this is not a time to play to the gallery. You know, somebody said they went to Kenema for an ordinary Congress or so, then where they elected bodies. Honorable Konowa and Kofi Nyako were they had their own position, so we were expecting that a motion will be thrown that will counter Aisha something. Before they can imagine, I think Aisha did her homework, and what happened next, that all the nominees from Aisha were endorsed, and they were shocked. But that's how you play with power. When you have it, you move around. So if you have it, you cannot play with it. You know, it's unfortunate. Like somebody said at one time that a particular district team had like $10,000 to $15,000 in their account, and they allowed themselves to relegate. You know, that's the power of money. You know, and the power of money, and even the power of authority. You can always use it to have your own way in a decent way. You can mobilize resources. You can negotiate. You know, you can lobby. And so this is unfortunate for him, and I will not be happy for him that all his good work would just go like that. And you know what we have here, if you've been doing good for like 10 years, and just when you mess up, people forget about the good. And that's what I expected TDB to rise up to, but maybe time is of the essence, and there will not be time for him, but you still have a window of opportunity to avoid what we see the northern region did, you know, and maybe there are other regions coming up that way. When you think of how the northern region was with TDB in the last election, then you ask yourself what went wrong, that they can now come openly and block and sound, as we say in French, to support the guy who is coming in here.
Okay, Honorable, we will still have to talk about some of the things that have been done by Thomas Dadi Brahma, but we have some people online and they have been sending their messages. This first one reads, "Good afternoon, Slbc Sport. Why is it that government does not want to focus on other sport? It's just football. We have a lot of games that people played at international level." And the other one, yes, Siraji is saying the truth, but it's time for indoor volleyball championship in Sierra Leone.
I like that.
Their own interest.
Yes.
Honorable, people think that the focus should move away from football.
I have also subscribed to that. we cannot move away from football because football is the biggest. Even those who play volleyball, cricket, they also play football. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. But again, what I always advocated, you cannot have that chunk of money poured into football and the other disciplines go without. That has to be addressed. We've got there. Somebody talk about beach volleyball. Definitely, I know these boys who are at Ascension, they are now out of the country. They brought laurels. We know volleyball as also cricket, and swimming. Those are all thriving disciplines. But if they want to go to a contest, a competition, NSA will not give. Maybe now, but before now, NSA will not give them the support. The president of the association will go about. I know, like swimming, Metue will go to airlines and credit debit or whatever you call it, and loan tickets and to pay later, but for football, even more than what they ask for is given, and we don't get desired result. Sierra Leone is a footballing nation, and I think it's high time we started to sit and say, let's stop participating, let's go on competition. We want to bring laurels, and we see the commitment on the side of the government. Emmanuel Safas, ECH and executive director, he played football. He knows the game. He has an interest. He has a football club. We have other people. So maybe now, imagine if you have your club and for 5-6 years, you just go, you win championship, and when you go out there, you lose both legs, you go nowhere. Definitely, even your sponsors, those who sponsor you will grow cold feet in bringing money to you anymore.
So, Honorable, now you have people who think the silence of Mohamed Kalon on this whole issue of football electioneering process is a concern. Do you think so? He has been quiet. He's not saying anything. Before now, he will be on the limelight. He will be saying, okay, people will know where he want to, where he will pledge his allegiance, but nothing of such. He's just being quiet, and people think he's a key stakeholder in this whole issue. Do you think so?
Well, I will not be worried about his silence, because I've been to his place at I don't care, and I know what he's doing there. Unless somebody who I don't know, but what he has there is enough for him, to spend even 20 hours a day. So he has a football team, which is a Premier Team club that has a voting right. He's also the
female or the club, the owner.
Okay, yes, and he's also the president of National Football Heroes. This is the veteran. They now have a voting right. So he has to, but I'm sure Mohamed may be looking at the situation and say, this is what they did to me some years ago. So now he's studying the system. So if somebody wants to bring a repeat of that, I think that will hurt him, definitely. But as I said, he has so much on his table. And I think he's our most celebrated icon. Only in Sierra Leone that you have somebody like that and come back and just allow him to sit at the back. Look at his counterpart in Cameroon, Etofis. I understand Ronaldo, big Ronaldo now, is vying for the Brazilian FA presidency, and we've seen other people coming up, But for what they did to Mohamed here is unspeakable. Let him go to the ballot box and lose. But to disqualify him of all his prime services he gave to the nation.
Do you think we'll get such situation in the upcoming election?
Well, that's why we are speaking to avoid that. And I tell you, we are someone in a press conference.
Are you foreseeing it?
Well, that was the start of the beginning of things of such nature. That's why I went to court. Because how can you say you announce a date and the place could be understood, and now you don't have bodies, and you say there are people that are late to nominate. This thing, let's play it fairly. It's just like FIFA says, and play the game the fair play, right? Let us play fairly for everybody, a level playing ground for everybody. The delegates own the football. So if they decide that is the person they want, all you have to do is to say, thank you, I'm leaving. But if they don't want you again, you want to come and say, okay, I will try another time. Mohamed was disqualified, Rodney, not only these two people, Kanasi, Rollins, Marco, these are seasoned administrators.
All these people have taken a back seat.
Yeah, imagine. So I believe, to the least stretch of the imagination, if you say such things, those guys will go blue. They will go blue. They don't want anything of that nature. And if they have taken this back seat, and they want to see that maybe Francis, if I was to be the president of the FA and I don't have that opportunity to become one, and then I see you doing things that are good, I'll be happy because this is what I wanted to do. But what I will not like is when I see you doing things contrary to the progress of the game. I think people go...
Okay, Honorable, with all what is happening now, do you think the SLFA president, because he is supposed to take the members to Congress, do you think he will be able to get to put this, to organize a very successful Congress with all what is happening around? Do you think he will be able? Because you have the executive committee on their own, somehow, because from all indications, things are not the way they are supposed to be. You also have these regions already, they have taken sides, and he is still the incumbent. He is supposed to take them to Congress. With what is happening, do you think we'll get a successful
Yes,
Congress?
Whether the whole nation, the whole football family is against him, that is a statutory provision. He has to take the FA to Congress. Whether he likes it or not, or whether he feels he has the majority or not, his duty is to take the FA to Congress. And if he fails, of course, there are repercussions. And as I said earlier, he's a very lucky man, and that he's not been impeached, because when you have such a majority, it's so easy. So I think common sense is still not absent in this process. And there's still a window for him to navigate. This is where lobbying comes in. And I'm speaking this now. Let me speak to Thomas Daddy Brema. He can still move around to these guys. You know, you can have them under your belt. You know, do not allow people to tell you, oh, the don't matter, we can do this. You know, looking at things when you know that you don't have the majority, you can become shrewd overnight. Maneuver, you know, and see how you can get people on your side. But I think whenever such things came up, you hear some people cry, I left Randy, you know, it no matter. You know, he has no stake. You know, even your political parties, when people are raising noise or they say, I leave him, it doesn't matter, let him go. You know, this has spoiled a lot of chances for others. So, Thomas Daddy Brema, you still have a time. You still have time to navigate. You can become shrewd this time, and shrewd in the sense that those who have been around you that you think have not been giving you the right advice, you can know how to play with them, whilst you on your own become like a Nicodemus, move in the middle of the night, move to these people and you see what will happen. But definitely what has been written on the wall is worrisome for a whole region, and a region that stood with you, now they came out openly and said they are not for you. It's worrisome. But you can change the turn of events by moving shrewdly.
So where do you think that everything fell apart between the northern region and that of Thomas Daddy Brema? Because this whole thing started when we saw the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mohamed Papa Bangura. You know, there was this video where he declared that they will support Thomas Daddy Brema, they will support Babadi. And after that, we saw a press release from the region saying that that was not from them. And now they are coming out openly.
I think a similar thing also happened in Putloko, which is that's the northwest region as well, and there was back and forth and what have you. Sometimes when I see some of these things on social media, don't forget that anything goes on social media, especially with the advent of AI, you know. So not everything I believe. So sometimes I don't read in details, but later on I came to understand that this was a factual thing, you know. I may not know where it's at, but you hear people say, oh, na money. Whether it's money from Babadi to these people or money from the FA that they did not get, it's all about money. This comes back to bringing people of integrity. Do we bring people to the game who are coming to say, what will I get? Or, you know, maybe that's why Babadi is having an edge time and again. Because whatever you say, he may not be a millionaire, I don't know, but he has enough cash, and we have seen him pour it into the game, you know, building a stadium. So maybe such people coming to the game, you don't have voice. Nobody cared to go to the FA in the days of Abazali or Ponjowuri. People are comfortable with their clubs, you know. But today, people are going to the FA because FIFA money comes regularly, and you know they will have a bite of the cake.
Okay, Honorable, let's talk about this individual, Babadi Kamara. You know, do you think that with all the hype around him, because building a stadium is one, you can be a businessman, and he is. He's a businessman. We all saw what he did, or we've all seen what he has done with Bo Rangers Football Club by from being one of the worst clubs in the region to becoming one of the most enviable clubs in Sierra Leone, with a clubhouse. Of course, people say the stadium is a business place, but it's owned by, however, Bo Rangers use that venue for their home matches. Do you think from building that stadium and transforming Bo Rangers is enough for him to transform football in Sierra Leone? Because someone can be business minded, but when it comes to administration, it's a different ball game altogether.
The accomplishments of those projects is because of his high administrative acumen. Somebody can be a businessman, but if he's not administratively inclined, he will just be. But
you have people who might be running the business. You might be just prepared to
that is
oversee.
It, and that's why we need such people. Somebody who doesn't think that he has the wherewithal all by himself to do things. So this is where he has an advantage, because if you now consider a team concept, that means it will be successful. We will not have a scenario of wherein 9 or 7 extra members will desert him, you know. But we have a saying in our local parliament, "Mayedo go sweet, and the bachelor save." So if he's not an FA president, but he has brought that transformation in Bo Rangers, you know, and all that you've mentioned, you know, and Bo Rangers, from Kakwa Rangers to Bo Rangers, and for 3 successive seasons, you know, they have won the Premier League here. You know, it tells you a lot, you know. So for me, those are pointers. So if you say it's not enough, but that's the start of the beginning. So you have something to point at. Unlike maybe even Aisha came to football and she had this, and what they trumpeted was that junior team, and you know, with there was a lot of success. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the people who were shouting, "Hallelujah, hallelujah, oh Hosanna," we are the same people who are crying that Aisha should be crucified.
Yes.
And this is not new in Sierra Leone. Some of these football administrators supporting Babadi Kamara today are only doing it because they think they should take some of the position of some of the people at the SLFE. Once that office is given to them, they will not work according to how they are supposed to work for the development of sport in the country. They are only there to benefit their pockets.
Well, again, you see, I don't want to be a voice for Babadi, because I try to keep the balance of TDB and Babadi. I've been writing articles for them, but of course, since Babadi is the subject of discussion now, I'll tell you, it's not coming as the usual. I'm telling you. And maybe...
Do you know him that much?
Well, I have seen people around him whom I think...
People can change.
No, well, if he
because the same people who supported Thomas to win in the nick of time in McKinney
not on the face of
some of the people we are seeing behind Babadi today.
Babadi, now, I'm talking about his time as Bo, within the Bo Rangers thing. The management of it. I've seen his team, the team manager of Bo Rangers. He's a successful gentleman, you know, and I'm sure the business acumen that Babadi has, if he brings it to football, definitely we will not have that picture of wherein people say, okay, I've just come to take from the cake sent by SLFA. Definitely, because he's business-minded, the avenues for making money will expand. Nobody will hesitate now to pour money into Bo Rangers, because they know they have been successful and there are proofs that they are successful. So if it comes to the FA, similarly so, it will just broaden that spectrum, you know, wherein a lot of folks will come and believe in the national team. This is the problem. Even if for us to solicit support from Salon Commercial Bank of these banks, it takes a lot of negotiation, a lot of scuffle. Because when somebody dips money, puts money into you, they want to see what they can get. And if you can only go beyond, you cannot go beyond the stage, they'll find it difficult to put their money, you know. So we now have a system He talked about him having a team. And that, I think, to me, instead of you see it as a disadvantage, that is an advantage point for him, because I think the aspect of team concept will be solidified, wherein everybody will play his parts independently for the growth of the game. But because he has been a businessman, when you know that he has this business there, he doesn't thrive, he sacks the manager there. And so if they give you an appointment, you don't make it, he will sack you. You know, not like business people sit there for years and just think that this is the way we've used to doing it. No.
So, Honorable, as we try to round up this program, do you think there is a way out of this for Thomas Daddy Brima? Because he's not one of the worst SLFA president. I'm sure you as a football administrator will attest to that. He's not one of the worst. I think we've had people who could not perform better than he has done, but I don't know what's the issue here that people are even asking that. In fact, I know you are part of that WhatsApp forum that people are now saying that he should even resign. Why?
Definitely, I've said this time without number. Even here today, I said that Thomas Daddy Brima's term created an enabling environment for us to play. He, albeit they are plans by Aisha, but he implemented them, because governance is continuity. But of course, you can meet a project and decide to do otherwise, you know. But definitely, for the game of itself, you know, he has done so much. And the game goes with integrity. And that's wherein we talked about people around him. It started for me, I started seeing things when the Premier League board failed to give the cash prizes to the winners.
Up to this moment.
Up to this moment, they have not paid. And for me, if I were SLFA president, definitely I would not have tolerated that problem to go beyond this. And so if people are asking that Thomas Daddy Brima to resign, I will not subscribe to that. He has a mandate. Let him finish the mandate. As I said to him, he still have time to navigate. You know, even if he will not win, but he need to end up his time gloriously. You know, so as I said, he did a lot of things. But even if he did 100% plus, that should not stop other people to contest.
Quickly, as we round off, do you think Thomas Daddy Brima is being surrounded by the wrong people, and that is responsible for what is happening around him? Because even with all the good things he has done, people just look at the negative side. Do you think he's surrounded by the wrong people?
I would say yes.
Or he's one that does not yield to?
Yes or no, that's it. We know people, you know, who have big question mark when it comes to the integrity of the game. They are around him, yes. But again, this is not a cage. It's not a prison that even that things are going this way, cannot come out of them. He brought them to them, he brought them to him, and so if he thinks that nothing is happening, he can come out of that cocoon. You know, he's not placed there. But also, and if he has seen all of these problems still remain in that hole, meaning that maybe he likes it that way.
Okay, we have to go, but quickly we must take this other insert where Musupele, a former player of this female team, and she was talking about the improvement of football under Thomas Daddy Brima. Let's take this insert quickly.
So I'm so happy, at least because when they say for catch them when they're young, now that age, this age myself been there, we have been successful. If you want to become a legend in any sport, now from where you then 4 or 5 years they come up. And now that day will be no fail. From when we own time then done, then baby Waitman, Zainab late, Mansoila late, Tinini then, because we grab up what's more to develop. So it's like a good initiative SLFA come up with, and the advantage we then get where the president thought and fits here for then the technical side. Collaborates with me immediate boss when Inspector Bar, former player for Leon Star, also I've been player for Mighty Blackpool, and the technical director there. So they go hand to hand. As they push, because instead of getting interest for women there, they myself they push because now the president Thomas Daddy Brima initiative. The first priority in women football. and I'm so happy for that. I don't see 4 where I don't tell everybody, so I don't see 4, and I don't take the old say young. 30 days they sleep quick. If it's possible, they sleep even to 7 o'clock. When they sleep don't camp on me, but they wake 6 o'clock because they don't dey inside me. And then they drink, and then they smoke. While grab, I get more energy. Drugs no they give no impact, pass you, damage you, sells them. And for drink rum, they they go club to club, they drink. You don't go able to be successful because when they interview, they say one play like me. I can say go able to can tell you the secrets way for all the way people they see me, they go happy for me. Sleep quick because football make and all further my education. If I don't left one, I decide say la only under tight, and I did that all and tight. They let they get their achievements. So I just advise them, make them focus, waiting and like if not football. Make nobody no can confuse them. Say take this drug, it go make you. It go ruin you, say you end for die. So now me advice to all the picking the way they come up, and we don't see talents there or they press because the big two Thomas Daddy Brahma the president for SLFA, the technical director, a former footballer, I play successful. Then the assistants when I me Musupele Bangura, I mean a footballer and I play successful.
That was Musupele, popularly known as Musupele. She's a former player for the Sierra Queens. Now, Honorable, she was also talking about how Thomas Daddy Brahma, under his administration, improved on women football and also the football for schools.
Yeah, that's very, very good thing. And for me, I'm so happy to see Musupele brought to the FA. You know, we were all together in the campaign for Roddy Michael and Mohamed Kalon, because these are similar ideas we had. I remember when they were disqualified, in less than 10 minutes, people stormed my office on Campbell Street, because that's we call it party office. That's where we used to meet for Rodney and all these people. Musupele came and we led a team to the State Lodge, you know, in protest. You know, everybody was weeping. Musupele cried like a baby. You know, so today if I see her, you know, on TV talking about football, that means her desire has been restored. So that's also a plus on Thomas Daddy Brahma. You know, we cannot take it from him. And we are seeing the female football definitely making momentum, which is also good, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable, as we close, what do you think is the way forward for the development of football in our country?
I don't have enough time, but definitely I'm inviting people to an open press conference on Friday, 9 a.m. at the Sludge Hall. On Friday, 9 a.m. this Friday, next tomorrow, and there you will hear other people speak. But for me,
and who are we expecting?
We have I've asked somebody who has been sidelined for a very long time. That, you know, the one of our gems, Ali Muba. I'm trying to resurrect him. You know, this is another problem. We unlike other disciplines, we drop our heroes, you know, and bury them. Whereas, like for military, no matter what, they will take him until the end. So we have also Julius Bao, you know, former.
That's another area where Thomas Daddy Brahma should be given kudos as well, because we saw the coming in of Parnes. We all had Parnes was almost right. We saw him being part of the national team. What's his name? Mohamed
Medo.
Yes, and other players being part of the national team, even though some people might say that was not.
To see how we can have a smooth process to the elective Congress, and maybe 6 months after, and we be like, this is the game we love, you know. For me, for the time that they suspended our stadium, I think that would have been a time for us to go to the drawing board. You cannot play matches without a 12th man. You know, when you don't play games at home, you don't have home support, you know. I've seen games in the stadium wherein players feel, and they felt like, you know, almost tired, but the crowd ginger them up and you see a transformation that is missing for all these 2 years, you know. So we have to really buck up, and we are coming up with those things.
All right, thank you very much. He is Honorable Sihaj Rollins Kama, and he is a football administrator. Many thanks to my producer Abdu Kabia for putting this program together, and to the rest of the production team here at Broadcasting House. Frances Bernard is my name, and the program has been Sport Updates live on TV, and this program returns to you next week. Have a lovely and wonderful day. Till then, keep watching your public broadcaster, the SLBC. Goodbye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown! The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah! We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from ten. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31 with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on SLBC TV, the program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further. Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind of program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind of program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it may around that format and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program. We say we dey counsel you, for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do your it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team every Sunday, 10 p.m. for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the radiance of life danced in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise
brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the Slbc.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the Slbc.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Slbc Tv, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the Slbc, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the Slbc.
January 2025. Distinguished members of the press, partners and citizens of Sierra Leone. The confirmation of 2 cases of Mpox in the country has prompted immediate action. As mandated by the Public Health Act and on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone, I am declaring a public health emergency. This decision, made in consultation with His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Pio, the technical team at the Ministry of Health, the National Public Health Agency, and technical partners, including the World Health Organization, ensures a swift and coordinated response to this emerging health threat. Has fully endorsed this declaration. Stressing that unity and collaboration across all sectors are essential to overcoming this challenge. He urges all citizens to remain vigilant and adhere to public health guidelines. The Ministry of Health, the National Public Health Agency, and healthcare professionals are actively managing all confirmed cases to ensure they receive the necessary care and attention. Enhanced surveillance systems are already in place to detect, track, and isolate suspected cases swiftly and effectively. Sierra Leone's experience in managing previous outbreaks, such as the 2014 Ebola virus disease epidemic and the recent COVID-19 pandemic, has significantly strengthened the public health response capability and capacity. These experiences guide our actions today and ensure we are better equipped to tackle such threats. The expertise of our health security teams has also been recognized internationally, enabling Sierra Leone to assist other nations in managing public health emergencies. This emphasizes our readiness to control challenges at home, whilst reaffirming our commitment to regional and global health security. To address the current Mpox situation, we are implementing the following measures. 1. Launching a nationwide public awareness campaign to educate citizens about Mpox symptoms, transmission, and prevention. 2. Enhancing border surveillance to monitor and limit the introduction of new cases. 3. Expanding testing capabilities to facilitate early detection and response. 4. Strengthening infection prevention and control protocols across all healthcare facilities. These interventions reflect a comprehensive and proactive strategy designed to protect every Sierra Leonean. We urge all citizens to remain calm, stay informed, and report any suspected cases promptly to healthcare teams for their tireless dedication. Your efforts, alongside the support of government and international partners, are truly the backbone of our fight to protect the health and well-being of our nation. Sierra Leone is a resilient nation, one that had faced and overcome the challenges of many epidemics before. We have weathered each storm with strength, unity, and determination, and we will do so again. We will rise to this challenge, contain the spread of Mpox, and protect the health and well-being of every Sierra Leonean. And thank you very much.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city.
all of us. We're all just passing through. And we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
নাই যে সে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নেয় সেটা। আমার নাম মাহি। আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
ini bas kuya siya lupa biya kunamtu ano kuya daw iko ala ko huyu labda mzuri tu mdogo mimi nikafanyaje
pia kishmika imermeza zake دائما میداد باز هم به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم و هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به اون رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم. در روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالانه خوابیدم که برم صنف 8. من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم. هر چی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم. امی خسور و خوشی همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم همین تا با موشت و لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جامعه شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمیگذاریم هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگذاشتن.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeçë e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për t'i shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoj po nga komuniteti, po ishte egyptian. U detyrova, sa është për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, sa është për paktën vetë di që do flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Still, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو سال کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول کلک ته مې ول مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لرې ورکړه ول پیسې نه لرې ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price for their innocence, independence, and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د میړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 50 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبال مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول ځان خرڅ مې کړي نو ډوډۍ موډۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کړي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. ته سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा हुई तो मैं तो मैंने बिल्ला पानी तक मैंने बाबे कहते वॾी थी सी पे मैं बिलावण डो है ना वॾा छोकरा बिलावण असारा नंढे रवाज है ना नंढड़े उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े दिया नंढी उम्र पे कर नितला पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसे तो पे मैं शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुअमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां वो शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो वो भी मुझे शौक आए वो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं इसको मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ाने दा मैं जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करेंगे ना दिला पानी से चाहिए तो शादी कर छूँ शादी के पहले मैं आज़ाद हो मैंने घर जो काम कर अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे हम पीछे वाले माँ पे वादे करेंगे हम ना तो ठे बैठी होंगी हम माँ दी बैठी होंगी हम और शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर दी जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर दी जिम्मेवारी आ गई सजी घर दा काम कार मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़ा ना घर दी सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वही थी सी पीछे कर वैसा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar da kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yaran karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash, u detyrova që ike sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে পড়তেছিলাম আজকে অন্য প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফালাইতে গেল গা আজ একটু পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফালাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودنا که همه بی سواتا ایران گفتم موتور نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم می شوهر معخول بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد من مکتب خوش دیدم که
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikazichukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani.
nimelia. Mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo fika siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la yule baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili nikamuuliza mama, mimi naule tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambiaje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio. Akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavar trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrada.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi, bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها خلیجی ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادرم یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خانه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدرم کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب به کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu, udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu, harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does. Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma kisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë të japin një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future.
It's 3 p.m. in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to News Hour, coming to you live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Stella Bangura. Coming up, the Chinese ambassador visits an experimental fish farming station in Bo. Parliament views 2 conventions for protection and navigational use of international water courses. And David Bangura, the current vice president of the DCW Channel 50 and a general manager of DC News Now in the USA, donates thousands of dollars worth of studio equipment to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. And more in this edition of News Hour. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now to our first story. In a significant collaboration aimed at enhancing local fish farming aquaculture, the Chinese ambassador has visited an experimental fish farming station in Bo. The visit was focused on discussions for potential support from China, particularly in the areas of technology, transfer and infrastructure development on the production of fish in Sierra Leone. Here's the report.
Yeah, but the water is connected. Yeah.
During the tour of the facility, which is designed to train fish farmers in the production of fingerlings, fish feed, and the operation of essential machinery for fish growth, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources Princess Duba emphasized the importance of capacity building for small-scale farmers in the area.
The experimental site really is to help cushion farmers, fisher folks that wants to go into aquaculture. So we will be producing the fingerlings and we'll be selling it at a very minimal cost so that they are able to bring up whatever they want to do in the aquaculture. So really it's about supporting them, people that are not able to spend a lot on aquaculture. We can help them, support them, train them. Here is really a training site.
The visit also included discussions on the potential for increased support from China, particularly in the areas of technology transfer and infrastructure development.
I think after the Chinese New Year Spring Festival, I can see the team of for the construction of the fishing hub.
Yes.
So
that's a lot of
so after they come to here, I will maybe call on some high-level officials in the ministry together with them, and maybe I also hope that she will help provide support for their work here.
The ministry aims to establish comprehensive training programs for small-scale farmers to enhance their production capabilities and overall contribution to the local economy. Acting Director of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Sheikh Hussein, highlighted the significance of the facility in creating a self-sustaining aquaculture community.
And one fish, one male and one female catfish, for example, can produce 1,000 eggs. And so what we do is to bring fish farmers, we train them how to do induced breeding. You can use hormone, for example, the ovulin hormone is what you use to inject the fish, and then the fish can do artificial breeding. You squeeze it and you have so much eggs from it. So we had done that several years ago. In fact, we have 5 private farmers now that are really doing well. This fish experimental farm has trained so many people. So that is what we do. We train them to build their capacity so they can do fish farming on their own.
As the ministry looks ahead, officials expressed optimism about the potential for fruitful collaborations with the Chinese embassy to broaden the impact of the experimental fish farming station. Continued efforts are anticipated to modernize the industry, safeguard food security, and enhance livelihoods through improved fish practices. With these visits, the Ministry of Fisheries is reaffirming its commitment to supporting local aquaculture development and enhancing collaboration with international partners, marking a transformative step towards a more sustainable and productive fish farming industry. SLBC News, Stella Bangura reporting. Parliament has laid before the House the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes and Convention on the Law on the Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses of 21st May 1997 for deliberations. And as Dennis Fraser reports, Parliament has also looked into the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources with respect to financial transaction between the government and the Leon Rock Metal Group.
The laying of papers on the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes as amended by law with decision, Convention on the Law on the Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses dated 21st May 1997 between the United Nations and the government of Sierra Leone by the Deputy Leader of Government Business, Honorable Bashiru Siliki. Deputy Leader of Government Business, Honorable Bashiru Siliki, also moved for the selection committee to be announced for the approval of the House. Addressing the House, Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Sengepo Solomon Thomas, said the ban on the parliamentary reporter Melvin Tijan Mansari for what he called insulting conduct was still in force until Parliament decides otherwise. He added that he has observed several publications on the issue, but said that Melvin Tijan Mansaye was in contempt of Parliament.
The journalist was banned because he went beyond mere criticism to what we call in law insulting conduct. He insulted the integrity of this House and the members of Parliament. In criticizing Parliament, you have no reason to refer to members of Parliament as useless.
In another development, the Public Accounts Committee, in continuation of hearing into the 2023 audit report, has looked into the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources with respect to financial transactions between the government and the Leone Rock Metal Group, and also issues arising from the mining concession and management of the rail and ports, in line with the Auditor General's report for 2023 financial year. Although the company presented documentations to suggest their compliance with financial obligation to government, Chairman Public Accounts Committee Honorable Ibrahim Tawa Conte has made it expressly clear that the committee was no longer interested in receiving documents, but said that the company was going to pay back money they owe to the government as annual lease fee for the use of the rail and port facility, and also export fee.
The day the concession was granted to them, and what they have been doing with the rail and port, that is the facility and asset of government, if they have been using it, have they been paid? Did they pay in 2020? Did they pay in 2021? Did they pay in 2022? And 2023, an amount was agreed. So these are the issues that we are going to examine. So if they have not paid, let them tell us. If they did pay, let them provide the evidence.
However, Chief Technical Officer of Leone Rock Metal Group, Salim Silla, insisted that they have been consistent with payments. Honorable Ibrahim Taha Conte also expressed a similar stance for the various ministries, departments and agencies mentioned in the 2023 audit report that Parliament will no longer tolerate the submission of documentation to the committee, but we receive missing monies instead. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
The Bombali District Council has commissioned the rehabilitation of a 3-classroom building of the Anzarul Islamic School and construction of the first senior secondary school in Amara Chiefdom. The development would ignite quality education and retention in school. From Makeni, Hassan Flori Kamara reports. Apology. And the media in particular, David Bang, USA broadcast systems, studio camera, a TriCaster mixer, and teleprompter set worth about $60,000 to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. David Bango is currently the vice and DCW Channel 50 and DC News Now, respectively, in the United States. Christiana Kamara has more.
So now,
the national broadcaster has many professionals who have been dedicated to get the public informed on news and current affairs. However, they've been faced with the challenge of not having enough modern equipment befitting a public service broadcaster. The gesture to provide such equipment to the national broadcaster was to empower them with modern broadcast gadgets to make work easy for staff at the SLBC. David said the high-definition camera features superior audio-visual resolution responsible for recording and live news podcasts. He said there were plans to have more projects with the SLBC. Mr. Bango emphasized on working in solidarity to improving the standards of broadcasting at the national broadcaster. He also called on fellow Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora to unite and contribute to the development of their home country in any way possible.
The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. Today, we're at the first step. And I'm happy to do this. We'll continue to do more. And as relates to training, you're talking about, at some point when all of this is set up and things are going fine, I can set up a webinar with my engineers to see what they can help you with, and even if it's a short discussion, just to say, hey, tell me some of your needs, and we can see how we facilitate that.
Management received the items in good faith. Director General Slbc Josephine Kamara lauded the venture and noted that the items will go a long way to improve on the national broadcaster.
We would like, as an institution, to appreciate this gesture. I know this is not the end. We are like Oliver Twist. It's never enough. Yes, give us more. The fun part of this is the equipment that you're bringing on board are digital, and the government has made a commitment to begin to move towards digitization of this national broadcaster starting this year. The government has actually committed some funds, so we're looking forward working with our dynamic Ministry of Information to see how we can move that process.
They collectively expressed gratitude for Bangura's generosity and hope for more contributions to enhance quality public broadcasting. The benefactor was taken on a conducted tour, gaining insight into the equipment shortages faced by the institution. He explored the radio and television studios, observing their flagship programs, as well as visiting the control room and newsroom facilities. With over 31 years of experience in the American media landscape, Bangura stands as a prominent Sierra Leonean media expert. His contributions not only aim to improve broadcasting standards in Sierra Leone, but also inspire others to support the country's media initiatives. SLBC News are in Freetown. Christian Akama reporting.
In the heart of Dorzak community, where many young people are abused, one man is standing out as a beacon of hope. Dauda Ahmed Aziz Kamara, the owner of the White Talented Garage, is rewriting the narrative for the youths in that community by equipping them with skills and offering them a positive path to a brighter future. Jonathan Turner takes up the story.
Under Dauda Ahmed Aziz Kamara's watchful eye, children aged 10 to 18 are being taught essential mechanical skills such as bike repair, tricycle and generator. His garage, busy with activity and the home of tools, has become a sanctuary where young minds are nurtured and empowered. But Dauda's mission goes beyond mechanics. Recognizing the importance of a well-rounded education, he also provides formal schooling opportunities for these children, ensuring they grow not just in skill but also in knowledge.
They go school, so I decide each picky way they kaya because to vocalana no more, they don't sabi for make estimate. I decide for being at school. There's small money, one time 2,000, we save them for the day. Then they able for eat 6 plates or 7 plates rest every day. Now this welfare box, now they will able for do all them things there. Then some of them they get the health challenges. We are able for look to the welfare box and take care of them without them parents them.
Among his eager students are Mohammed Kamara, a spirited 10-year-old with an infectious curiosity, and Fatih Kouma, a determined 13-year-old who dreams of one day opening his workshop. Both children are representative of the transformative impacts of Dauda's initiative. Despite their ages, they show remarkable determination to learn and carve a future free from the pitfalls that have trapped so many of their peers.
For children,
It's change the brake liner. It's change the front tire.
And they for lose for tire, they make us easy. Let work easy, they lose and tire. This not lose this. Oh my God, this not tire. They make work easy. Far, who's been there, they suffer. I don't come, boss man don't like put me school. They let me this work. I possible with the help when they will help me.
Dauda's efforts are more than just an individual's act of goodwill. They are a blueprint for creating an enabling environment where young people can strive. By combining skill development with formal education, he is not only steering children away from unproductive activities, but also equipping them with the tools to build sustainable livelihoods. Young ones have been trained to do maintenance in Okada, Keke, and generator. According to the owner, this is geared towards empowering young people for national development. He said it's a free of charge training the boys from 10 years to 15 years. His work is a reminder that change starts with one person's determination to make a difference. And in Dwazak, that person is Dauda Kamara. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning has received a significant boost in its operations. Advanced equipment valued at $100,000 was provided by the Resilient Urban Sierra Leone project to the ministry. This initiative aims to strengthen urban planning and land management across Sierra Leone. Esther Saka was part of the handing over ceremony.
On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance and his ministerial team, the entire leadership of the Minister of Finance, I now hand you over this equipment.
The donated equipment includes a gimbal R12 GPS receiver, 8 laptops, and 2 smart TVs. The tools, they said, were expected to enhance monitoring, data collection, and mapping, especially in the Western Area Peninsula National Park and also in hard-to-reach areas. Speaking at the handing over, Deputy Minister of Lands Phyllis Como highlighted how the equipment will address the ministry's challenges, particularly in field work. She assured stakeholders that the items would be effectively utilized.
Make sure that we use it productively. We want to make keep account of it. We use it wisely, and what's it, country planning and director. Please make sure your guys, when they start using the tools, this equipment, it's being it's used effectively, because we don't want people to come in a year's time or 6 months and say, what the tools that you have, it wasn't effective, or the requirements was not up to standard. I hope when you guys were ordering it, it was part of the specification of the equipment.
Professional Head of Surveys and Lands, Tamba Dauda, acknowledged that monitoring land use in the Western Area Peninsula had been a major challenge due to limited staff and resources. He said the addition of tools like drones for mass data collection would allow them to conduct efficient and timely monitoring.
It's also useful for monitoring, and that is very, very key. Sometimes we are in the office and we want to, or we're hearing news about unauthorized developments going on in various areas. We really want to monitor. So what we'll be using this equipment for is to conduct periodic monitoring of activities around the Western area. By doing so, we'll compare images and we'll begin to identify areas that are under spontaneous development, unauthorized development, and so we can track them easily.
Project Manager for the Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project, Anthony Kamara, emphasized the broader impact of the initiative, stating it includes capacity building and the preparation of structural plans for cities such as Connor, Bourne, and McKinney, among others. He also said it addresses urban housing challenges and finalizing building codes for sustainable development.
Total amount of capacity support approved by the project for the period under review is $200,000. Out of this, $140,000 was allocated to equipment for logistical capacity support. These are the equipment we are handing over today. We also have $40,000 for support for GIS training and deployment of software, and $20,000 for training and technical assistance for land use planning and development control.
The equipment is expected to significantly improve urban planning, monitoring, and disaster management, particularly in the ecologically sensitive Western Area Peninsula. This donation is seen as a major step forward in addressing long-standing urban management challenges and supporting sustainable development goals. Slbc News, Esther Sako reporting.
They're watching News Hour on Slbc TV. The National Cybersecurity Center has launched a digital forensic lab and a national center that will analyze evidence and protect the digital cyberspace. Officials from the law enforcement agencies and the judiciary witnessed the event. Aruna Kamara reports.
National Coordinator, National Cybersecurity Center, Maya Mayoma, said that the launch of the first National Digital Forensic Lab would advance the analysis of cybersecurity and crime issues in the country.
This landmark event represents a significant step in our commitment to fortify national security, advancing law enforcement capabilities, and safeguarding our critical digital assets. Today, we witness the coordination of efforts to meet a crucial gap in our law enforcement framework, ushering in a new era of technological resilience.
Deputy National Security Coordinator, Office of the National Security, Dr. Ahmed Sana, and Inspector General of Police, William Fayaz Selu, described cybersecurity as a global effort in combating its attack in any nation and pledged their support to the center in timely response. Representatives from the European Union and the British High Commission committed to supporting Sierra Leone to combat transnational cybercrime, provide training of law enforcement agencies. Minister of Information and Civic Education, Kenema, said government's commitment to protecting its citizens from cyber threats was a significant, citing misinformation and disinformation. Judge of the Supreme Court of Sierra Leone, Honorable Justice Alusain Sisi, Office of the Chief Justice, lauded the move and assured of their fullest support in protecting Sierra Leone's digital ecosystem by promoting the rule of law through training received from partners in cybercrime issues. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice Alpha Sise said that the laboratory was a very significant step as it will strengthen the ability to provide proper justice in cybersecurity and crime acts. Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation Salim Abba lauded the support of partners in the fight against cybercrime and security in the country, adding that setting the stage proper in order to avoid the attack was what they were working on as a ministry and the center.
Really, the launch of this digital forensic lab today, I think, really is a significant step towards moving us towards that goal of ensuring our cyber preparedness. So I really want to commend and thank the ECOWAS Commission for supporting this initiative. I would like to also, thank Slbc Transformation Project, because I know they're going to be instrumental in the operationalization of that. I look forward to working with my colleague my colleague Minister of Information, as well as my colleague Minister of Justice, in really delivering on the data protection legislation this year in Sierra Leone. We also have other significant legislation that we believe will enhance the ecosystem, such as the data governance regulatory framework.
For SLBC News, Auna Patrickama reporting.
Deputy Minister of Agriculture, too, has underscored the pivotal role of SLAI in achieving the government's feed saloon agenda by providing high-quality seeds, research, technologies, and innovations for the agricultural sector. Sir Hemo was speaking at the SLAI's annual work program and planning conference held in Freetown on the theme Innovative Agricultural Technologies to Support the Feed Saloon. Ibrahim Samura reports.
This annual work program and planning conference brought together key stakeholders, researchers, agricultural scientists, government representatives, and development partners to review SLAI's achievements over the past year and discuss strategic plans for 2025, focusing on advancing agricultural research and innovation. The gathering provided an insight into SLAI's efforts towards enhancing food security, boosting agricultural productivity, and supporting national development through research and technologies. Director General SLAI, Dr. Abdoulaye Conte, described research and production of quality and certified seeds as major components to actualizing the Feed Saloon flagship program of the government. He said the conference was to take stock of successes and identify challenges of projects implemented in 2024.
Specifically has been given the task of producing seeds. We have the researchers, we have the breeders, and through their work, they come up with new varieties of seeds. For example, the varieties of seeds that we've been using, some of them we need to replace them. The whole thing about Feed Saloon, it also comes with what we call feed sovereignty. You have to be able to produce your own.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Jala Campus Jala University, Professor Aliyu Ba, said SLAI and Jala University have been working closely to develop and improve agricultural technologies, noting that Feed Saloon depended largely on improved seeds. Deputy Minister of Agriculture, too, Sir Hemo, said the theme of the conference resonated with the Feed Saloon agenda, and that the rationale behind the Feed Saloon initiative was to ensure food security and sufficiency.
I want to tell you people, give you an assurance here that this year we have reduced the importation of food in this country by 20%.
The conference was hosted at a time that the Ministry of Agriculture has tasked SLAI to develop technologies and innovations to enhance agricultural developments. Ibrahim Samura, Freetown.
Commercial transport operators have called for effective traffic lights at Aberdeen Road and Moytown junctions. They say the facilities at those intersections have not been working properly. Government installed traffic lights to mitigate traffic congestion in the country. Suzanette Bassi takes up the story and reports.
Some months ago, the traffic lights in Freetown were installed and began operating as part of the pilot project that was launched in October 2023. This initiative was introduced as a test march in key areas, including Aberdeen Road and Moytown Road. The installation of these traffic lights in the said areas was meant to address issues of traffic congestion, especially during peak and rush hours. Even though commercial transport workers lauded the initiative, they also raised concerns regarding the timing, stating that there was still huge traffic at Aberdeen and Moytown Junction.
They find it difficult.
We are finding it difficult as riders. Those that are coming from Wilkins Road, Aberdeen and Moytown Junction sometimes cause traffic jams because they all run at the same time. These lights, which are supposed to serve as a caution to commercial vehicles and thereby reducing traffic congestion, experience a bulldoze from riders especially.
The traffic lights
yes.
Inasmuch as the traffic lights are a good initiative and have tended to reduce pressure, on the other hand, the malfunctioning of these lights have resulted to danger. Last week, we experienced a fatal accident because of these traffic lights.
So 19 caused the traffic, caused the accident. If they're able to adjust for it, we will really appreciate. But the traffic lights, yes, it's okay.
Pedestrians lauded the government for the traffic lights, stating that it had eased the risk of accidents, thereby enforcing patience and orderliness.
Pedestrians are finding it difficult crossing the road due to fluctuation of these lights. I suggest proper sensitization must be done in order to avoid chaos on the road.
However, Alfred Moore has a contrary view.
The traffic lights for me cause delay, especially for us moving up and down. Sometimes we walk with time, but too many traffic lights on the street cause serious delays.
The introduction of the traffic lights was supported by World Bank through the Integrated and Resilient Urban Mobility Project. The venture has been largely appreciated by members of the public who perceive it as a step in the right direction. Slbc News, Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting.
The United Methodist University has officially welcomed a new set of students for the 2024-2025 academic year at a colorful matriculation ceremony held at its Sheikh Stevens campus, King Haman Road in Freetown. The event began as an academic journey for students enrolled in various disciplines. Jonathan Turner has more.
As the new academic year begins, students are encouraged to brace the opportunities presented by United Methodist University to achieve their goals and make significant contributions to their communities. The United Methodist University Director of Planning, Research and Development, Dr. Paul Brewer, emphasizes the university's commitments to academic excellence, professional development, and ethical leadership.
Excellence, we speak of integrity and we speak of service. So excellence in the sense that our programs are modeled to reflect that, to make sure that we provide quality programs to students in all our schools. So integrity, to make sure that students inculcate moral values as they go through these programs.
The guest speaker, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Institute of Public Administration and Management, IPAM, University of Ceylon, Professor Marian Conte Morgan, underscored the importance of resilience, innovation, and a student-centered approach to higher education in meeting the challenges of the modern world.
Disregard your true north and cook the books. You cannot compartmentalize values. Once you have the values, once they become part of you, they should be applied to every aspect of your life. Stay grounded in the moments. And that's the challenge I'm throwing at you. Like the North Star, you may not be the brightest star. Just stay constant in good values.
Among the matriculating students was Sheku Santos Kamara, pursuing a postgraduate diploma in education, and Edna Brown Dufflin, whose presence underscored the diversity and vibrancy of the university students' body.
Attending today, I think this is the right time for me to attend, because from the keynote speaker, I have learned a lot. I've been challenged, so I think this is the right time, and I appreciate being here, and I thank God for that.
I have passion for teaching, and I have been in the classroom for over 10 years now, and it's something that I am so dedicated about, and I believe giving knowledge to others can also help to promote development within the society.
The ceremony reaffirmed Omo's mission to nurture critical minds, innovators, and ethically grounded leaders who will contribute to Sierra Leone's development. The university continues to prioritize holistic education through its range of undergraduate, diploma, and postgraduate programs. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
From our national news bulletin, let's go for international news.
Warm welcome to the international news with me, Esther Sako. A prominent opposition figure in Uganda will stand trial on the serious charge of treachery, a military court ruled Tuesday. Escalating the legal trouble, Kizza Besigye faces ahead of presidential elections scheduled for 2026. Besigye, who has contested the presidency 4 times, went missing in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, on November 16, days after he and his co-accused, an assistant named Obed Lutali, appeared before a military court in Kampala, the Ugandan capital. Besigye was charged with illegal possession of a firearm and a charge of relating to alleged solicitation of military support overseas in order to destabilize national security. Amnesty International has called for Besigye's release, saying his abduction clearly violated international human rights law and the process of extradition with its requisite fair trial protections. The unfolding trial of Besigye is being watched closely by Ugandans anxious over political maneuvers ahead of presidential elections. Uganda has not witnessed a peaceful transfer of power since independence from British colonial rule in 1962. The South African government has launched a mission to rescue potentially hundreds of miners trapped in an illegal mine, where their access to food, water and medicine was booked last year in an effort to force them out. The operation began on Friday after the sister of one of the miners underground filed a court case. This came in response to letters from miners who were brought to the surface on Thursday. One of the letters claims that at least 109 people have already died at the Buffels Fontaine gold mine located near Stilfontein, about 100 miles southwest of Johannesburg. Illegal mining has been on the rise in South Africa in recent years as many industrial mines have been depleted. Analysts estimate that around 30,000 Zama miners are working in abandoned mines, producing up to 10% of the country's gold output. A controversial statue of Ghana's former president Nana Akufo-Addo, unveiled last November, has been destroyed, with images showing its severe head and damaged pedestal. The statue, erected in Ghana's western region, faced backlash from its inception, with many criticizing it as a display of self-promotion. The police have not commented on who may have targeted the statue or why. Earlier, some locals have called for its removal, arguing it offered no value to the community. It had already been partially vandalized in December, leaving one leg damaged. While some residents celebrated its destruction, calling it overdue, others said a more respectful approach should have been taken. Critics previously questioned the use of public funds for the statue, given Ghana's economic struggles, including an IMF bailout and a worsening cost of living crisis. The statue's unveiling was meant to honor the development initiatives of Akufo-Addo, who completed his second term last week. And finally, the city of Uvira in South Kivu is facing a severe humanitarian crisis as the waters of Lake Tanganyika continues to rise. The flooding has caused widespread destruction, with over 3,000 homes submerged and more than 36,000 people displaced. Months after the initial flooding began, the situation continues to deteriorate, leaving thousands in desperate need of assistance. The destruction has forced families to abandon their homes and seek refuge in overcrowded shelters or with other families. Entire neighborhoods remain underwater, and there is little hope for an immediate return to normalcy. Uvira's ongoing crisis highlights the urgent need for humanitarian support. The displacement, property destruction, and worsening living conditions demand immediate attention to help affected families and rebuild the community. That's the end of the international news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Esther Sako. Goodbye.
From international news, we'll move over to our business desk.
Hello and welcome to Business Update, the segment that brings you the insights in business and its contributions towards positively impacting the economy. I'm Dennis Fraser. Today we shall look at the increase in cost for pepper at the Tombo market, which is really becoming a concern for traders there. Pepper, which is one of the most common commodity for daily meal, is now a talk of the day for traders at Tombo market. According to businesswomen there, they said the increase in cost per bag and per cup is affecting their business seriously, and this is becoming a growing concern. Let's now join our business reporter Aminat Asaise, who takes up the story.
Tombo Market, located in the Western Rural Area District, has long been a hub for the sales and distribution of pepper. Most business women go to Tombo Market to get pepper in large as well as in small quantities, but the current cost in purchasing it has now become a growing concern for them. Mariama Conte and Aisatu Jallo usually buy bags of pepper daily at the market. They voice their frustrations over this latest development.
He charged me 3 million. I pay am 2.8. He said they sell. He said 2.9. 2,900,000. Cup now is where would they go sell? Where would they go turn? Would they measure because they did 230 cup, 220 according to the ramness. Easily for low get the cup has to be because for sell at 15,000 or 17, I ain't go come. But we know they sell at that price. Now 12,000, 13,000 they sell. The people get sick. Well, like in planter, the sick you will in the water that is sick. So when you put the harvest, the people need to come out. So let me put it in the plumber. Far. This not a salon pepper. This is Nigeria pong. They like to play pepper and can sell. So the pepper they buy 1,500,000 per month. That's why they buy the pepper right here.
The frustration of the crop was said to be another challenge, leading to the shortage of pepper and the hike in the price.
Pepper now by season. You are in the planter and then the planter different size. But even the other people there, who they buy and now they buy the medicine, who supply them plant the pepper. So inside they able to spend beaucoup money, no able to come out better. So you have a way they pull where you don't come out better, where you can the season, all side the season, then that's the deer, you don't come out better. So after the other season bag, the other side bag, if you pull the pepper and say they don't get some boku, they can't do.
This pepper business, I dey start how they plant where they know sir. When you dey nurse this pepper business, when you dey nurse some they come, they don't put abo for say I don't nurse the pepper. And they go pay people there for go make the farmer they go brush for me. When they can't up at the nursing if they fail you. If they don't spend past their 1 million, so for nursing, now they're 2 million, so the pepper they fail you. When they fail you, you go buy back other one. Some then are the copy away they don't nurse, that in back they go buy. After the way they go take for go send the bush, for go oak this pepper here. This farmer you they pay the one where they can oak for you, for can begin cut for you the stick there. You they cook for them. You they spend for cooking, they buy this. They one bag rest. And each person upline, you they pay at them 50,000 from something like 2 hours where they go up for you.
As the situation unfolds, many are hoping for the situation to be addressed, as pepper is a vital ingredient for preparing sauces in many homes.
Well, many thanks to Aminat Asaise for putting that report together, and that's all we have in this edition of Business Updates. Many thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Many thanks to our business desk for the latest update on business. From business, we'll move over to entertainment.
Hello
and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Christiana Kamara. In today's edition, US Africa Productions to host Zubi Michael and Frank Atos for Arbitrary Battle of Supremacy project and an update on the House of Stars reality TV show. Now, about 300 filmmakers are about to benefit from a movie project as the US Africa movie production is set to blow up Sierra Leone's film industry with their Arbitrary Battle of Supremacy project. The project will feature the Liberian and Nigerian movie stars Zubi Michael and Frank Atos, respectively, who will roll alongside Sierra Leonean actors.
All right, my beautiful people, I'm coming to Freetown, Sierra Leone for the movie Battle of Supremacy. See you guys. I can't wait to see you all on set, man. Now we day here. Peace out. One love.
Hi, Sierra Leone. Una couche, una cabon. Okay, this is your boy Frank Atos, and I'm here to let you know that on the 17th of January, I'll be live in Sierra Leone to shoot an epic film titled The Jaba Tribe Supremacy. I'll be live there on the 17th of January.
We had an interview with members of the production who spoke more on the project.
My boss, which is Evelyn Rhodes, when he bring industry to Sierra Leone, there is one promise he made to the Sierra Leoneans. He said he's going to bring entertainment, movie industry alive in Sierra Leone, and this is one of those promises, because now he's doing it in a big way, bringing superstars from Nigeria to come to shoot in her own country. Is a big development. Is something to talk about. So she's so ambitious, and she really wants to bring Sierra Leoneans alive. She wants to bring entertainment and filmmaking alive in Sierra Leone. Do you understand? And it's going to help the country very well, in as much as even if the movie is out now and somebody will be like, where is this fine location? Where did you shoot this movie? You say I shot it in Sierra Leone.
And now, this is the 6th week since the commencement of the season 2 of the House of Stars reality TV show. On Sunday, 2 of the stars were evicted from the house. The 2 have Free T from Liberia and the Newman must be from France. Mosby entered the house last week and was evicted on Sunday. Before the eviction, the organizers hosted a fashion show from the contenders, where KDK emerged winner and bagged the star prize 5,000 millions, while Lolo Simeon was signed as brand ambassador for Nick Fashion. Well, that's all we have for today's edition of Entertainment News. I've been your presenter, Christiana Kamara.
From entertainment, we'll move over to business, to a sports update.
It's the sporting updates that keeps you in the know, and we begin this edition with cycling. Now, the Land on 1,000 Hills will host the rest of the world in September for the World Road Championship 2025, an exciting event that will see the host, Rwanda, present its very best in terms of cycling to compete against some of the finest names in the world. Here is the update. In September, the global cycling spotlight will shine on the vibrant city of Kigali, Rwanda, as it hosts the prestigious UCI World Championship for the first time on the African continent in the event's 103-year history. This historic decision reflects not only Rwanda's growing significance in the cycling world, but also the nation's remarkable journey of transformation and progress. Cycling holds a special place in Rwanda's history, with the bicycle serving as an essential tool of everyday life for many Rwandans, from navigating the challenging terrain of the Land of 1,000 Hills to transporting goods and commuting to work. Bicycles play a pivotal role in Rwandan culture and society. Rwanda aims to become a continental hub for sport, and hosting the 2025 UCI Road World Championships will boost cycling development activities in the country and give an economic boost to the private sector, increasing the contribution of sports to the economy. Cycling stands as one of the most popular sports in Rwanda. The nation has seen a surge in both recreational and competitive cycling, with the Tour de Rwanda becoming one of Africa's premier cycling events, growing bigger each year. Rwanda's renowned rolling hills offer the perfect terrain to balance difficulty and beauty for cyclists, nurturing a talented local cycling culture while growing international competitors. The UCI Road World Championships coming to Kigali is a testament to Rwanda's dedication to the sport and its potential to become a cycling destination of global significance. Another development, the Sierra Leone Football Association Executive Committee has announced that the 1st of March 2025 will be the date for the Ordinary Congress. Well, this will give an opportunity to stakeholders in football to forge a better path for football development in the country. It's strategic for many reasons, because they will have to discuss on many amendments in terms of developing football in the country. That's your sport, and thank you so much for watching, and see you very soon.
Thanks for the sport update. Now to end the news, the main points again. The Chinese ambassador has visited an experimental fish farming station in Bo, focused on discussions for potential support from China, particularly in areas of technology transfer and infrastructure development for fish production. Parliament has laid before the House the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes and Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses of 21st May 1997 for deliberations, and David Bangura, Vice President of DCW Channel 50 and General Manager of DC News Now in the USA, has donated a studio camera, a TriCaster mixer and teleprompter set worth about $60,000 to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. And that's how we end this edition of News Hour from the SLBC. I am Stella Bangura. Goodbye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown. Freetown.
Freetown.
Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us. All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from ten. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
In a small village in Lira, in northern Uganda, a joyous celebration is about to take place. A bride has come back to her home village to partake in probably the most important ritual in a Ugandan marriage, the introduction, or kwanjula. The whole village is invited to witness this colourful and vibrant spectacle. Many cultural dances are proudly performed, and many gifts are exchanged between all the members of the two families. But few Ugandan weddings take place without a certain degree of negotiation, ranging from simple requests for the bride's well-being to hard-fought demands for livestock and cash for the bride's extended family. So even while the celebrations continue, the bride price, or at least the livestock part of it, needs careful inspection. Then, in a nearby house, the families meet to check that a list of demands have been met. Amid the smiles, there is often a tension that runs through the meetings. Has the price demanded for the bride been paid in full? Lists are ticked, and careful records are kept. Envelopes of money are passed from hand to hand. Once the checks are over, the groom is formally introduced and welcomed to the gathered guests, and the party can really begin. In many cases, it ends there, and the couple go on to lead happy and healthy lives. But in a striking and worryingly large number of cases, bride price can lead on to misery, poverty, submission, and violence. Which leads us to ask the urgent question, what price? Bride price. We travelled around Uganda to try to get a picture of what bride price has come to mean throughout the country and the effects it has. We first spoke to Florence. She lives in a village close to Tororo in eastern Uganda, one of the poorest parts of the country. She was 17 when she first got married, and her husband was a neighbour. Her parents asked for 3 cows and 3 goats for her. But soon after their marriage, his character started to change.
Atandika kundekao ngaja kunania bakazi bandi ye mukobako ngatandika kunkuba ate nga nkuba akoba ndi ali kuba mali ye akuba nte kuba baba we yasasula nte zenga ndi awo nfumba ka hoteli yange ye mubuuza ku nti banange sente tukola kano sente aye sente didyaga awo sobola kumubuuza kuba nze nti amakuma kagezi sirina nzira amaani gona kumubuuza ekigemagana na sente ye nkola awo ku hoteli.
Florence tried to leave home and go back to her father's house. But her father said he had no cows to pay the refund. Usually, when cows or goats are paid in exchange for a bride, the livestock is distributed among the extended family. So if an angry husband comes looking for their return, it's nearly always impossible to get them back. So Florence went back, and the beatings continued. Eventually, despite having children, she tried to kill herself.
Nagula poison buno bwagundu mwena abayala limunumba yawuliranga eri kunya yaja yakobera mirwana mboyo ye nanwira awo nankani poison aye ndi kwenda afe awo mbayire nsala okufa kuba nziraga kutyama owaife tibali kwenda kumbona kubufumbo musada tali kwenda kumbona awo nasala okuba ndi kanfe abaana bange baja kutandika kumbona awo kumakulu ya kumagombe nga nziragana kwakutyama n'abaana.
But she was rescued by her neighbours, and then she heard about Mifumi, who help women suffering from domestic abuse.
Yaleeta omuguwa kuva mu kyalo Mufumi n'omuguwa gwe yaida owaife mbu ali kwenda nte mpera naawo nze naalumuka bulumuke paka mu office nakuba nti bana musaada atuse owaife mbu ali kwenda nte abe Mufumi kibakola bagema motoka na nisero nabo neba polisi baida owaife bakobera abe waife nti omusaada nga ali kwenda ntedde asooke agema amabeere ga mwana gw'omuwala waimwe ayemerere memale bamuwe ntedde awo nankani pulani yamuvaako.
Florence is a survivor, but is not enthusiastic about the prospect of marrying again. Kenneth Kakuru is a legal practitioner in Kampala and of considerable standing. He has a strong interest in human rights and was one of the lawyers who successfully argued against the proposal to outlaw bride price last time it came before the Constitutional Court.
What you call bride price, actually, in the dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, it is described as the practice of giving gifts for a bride in primitive societies. So in the first instance, you have to describe Ugandans as primitive, and then also you have to describe bride price as a sale, because you can't have a price unless you have a commodity, you have a buyer, and you also have a seller. There is no single tribe in Uganda in which the word bride price or whatever, the cultural word for the gifts that are given on traditional weddings, that has anything near, if translated, that would be equivalent to either a sale or a purchase. So I don't see how bride price then can be, because the bride is neither sold nor bought.
Is Kenneth Kakuru's argument mainly a semantic one? The dictionary of the Lunyankole tribe, which Kenneth hails from, indicates that the exchange is a price. So what do the words really mean?
Bride price is called okujuga. Okujuga is the mowing of a cow. So it is that they have brought cows home. So that is why, but it is not about bride and it's not about price. The family of the groom comes to the family of the bride and asks for a hand in marriage. The father said, yes, we'll do that. Then you negotiate. How much? How many cows? 20, what? All those negotiations that you saw. And then you end. These cows are used to buy. They are sold and used to buy items that the girl needs in a home. Kitchen, dining, sitting room, bedroom, bathroom, her clothes, everything. So because she has transformed from being a girl to being a woman.
It seems that Kenneth's argument works perfectly well for those middle-class Ugandans in good jobs in the cities who can afford to give the cows straight back to the married couple, who don't see the acquisition of cows via the selling of a bride as a valuable source of income. We moved on to meet Teresa from eastern Uganda. Teresa's problems are largely in the past, but the story of her marriage has left many scars. She was forced by her stepbrothers and stepmother to marry when she was just 15.
Paka wakishon mere ko nene ni nyako ite ko bedo pagani tundi orono e wachini ini tundi nyomra kidi nyomre mi bado kwa sham kelu walim washam.
Teresa suffered particularly harsh beatings at the hands of her violent husband, all based upon the fact that she was somehow owned.
Ga gigi pin bedo sharp tende na shel mu cha anka o yang anka adole tieka. Akinyal wachori dhano. Alimulitu maduong suwa. To menya tero go chik. To ngwecho. Kago duoko timako go. Jemo lawi gimogo je kirinyi kwaya je jeka parani kisi gimoro jeka paran tawona penjereni awona panga epinyi me kole kitabu malenga ke winjo gimadamo miyo chwech ako miyo go jakur banago ango.
Teresa eventually managed to leave her marriage, and her husband immediately demanded his bride price back, even though he forced her to leave her first children behind. After experiencing so much hardship, Teresa has since become an advocate for women in similar situations and is determined that her daughter does not suffer in the same way.
Jofuro chemo majo nyalo chamo. Wege jofuro chemo pajo majo nyalo chamo. Odoko ka jonyuomo. Wawegi wa jonyuol gi jonyuol. Nyuomo no bedi maber. Manya dhano gi dhano mungoye mbaka iye.
and she has been left with a very negative view of the benefits of marriage.
I couldn't anymore. I want a dong, I couldn't get into paran, can get paran.
Can it be right that so many women are now being discouraged from thinking of marriage as a positive step? That they are starting to feel that they are better off on their own? Back in Kampala, we visited a member of the Court of Appeal of Uganda, Mr. Justice Stephen Kavuma. He doesn't fully accept the concept of a price for a bride, but when it comes to the potential demands for refund, he seems quite clear.
If I give you a gift, if things will go sour, I don't, as of right, think I should come and say, hey, I give you a gift, you bring it back. And of course that has the problem of looking at the girl as a chattel, as a chicken that you could take to a market and you say, hey, willing buyer, you are here, give me 30,000 and you take this, and I object to that. It is inhumane, it is antisocial.
It seems difficult to accept the concept of a refund without also accepting the existence of a sale. And as with many of the legal professionals we spoke to, Justice Kavuma separates domestic violence from bride price.
To me, that is just another piece of evidence of a criminal mind who wants to unleash violence simply because he thinks he's more masculine, you know. The poor girl is weak and the rest of it. But maybe in terms of trying to put up a defense, which many people may buy, I said, but after all, I paid the cows, and therefore this is my property.
Perhaps one of the reasons why women can so easily be viewed as commodities in Uganda is that polygamy is still perfectly legal. We met Orisa, a local politician, and his brother Owino. Orisa has just married his fifth wife, Magdalene Akamu. What are the advantages of so many wives?
When it comes to the number of children, I get more when I have more women. When it comes to development, when we go to the garden, we dig more area.
But Owino, Orisa's brother, is a one-woman man.
I paid 3 heads of cattle and 2 goats. When I wanted to add more, they told me, you're a very good man, you kept our daughters very nicely, we don't mind. What is remaining is your token, and that's how I'm comfortable.
On the other hand, Orisa hasn't yet paid for all his wives. Orisa's father paid for his first wife, and he has yet to pay for wives 2 to 4. And he seems to have come up with a kind of hire purchase agreement for his fifth.
My number 5, that one I've paid. I call it depositing, not fully paying. I've deposited 1 cow and 3 goats. Of recent, the father approached me. How about what remains? What are you saying? I say, give me time. This time, I'm going to clear it.
Orisa's mother, who is a very healthy 88, is one of 7 wives and is a staunch defender of the culture.
Akaduong manyo padola mio dako woro picho doko mio dako rido picho dako kibed pelus ngwen piringa ta konyom menu chalo diang makutwei ma wota.
And bride price for her is clearly not a gift, it's a payment.
Kwanyo nyate pinyi tero malo obedo gima duong so amito go miyagi chandro ginyat paran choka akanya kaba sangala ni kerewiro konyan atundo imadala machamo chwepar.
Parents demand payment because when a girl marries and leaves home to settle with her in-laws, her family loses the value of her labor, while the husband's family gains it. We moved on to meet Immaculate, who was staying in a Mifumi refuge. She originally married in Kisoko with a bride price of 2 cows. Now 29, she had just run away from her husband, who mistreated her and who has since been arrested and held in Tororo jail.
Idowa mare to akan yang nango mo bedore go ichakrok munya wacho dwa dek piri oduoko kama medhi e koror ha unyo go wachra na wuok itinyo dak bero gi mara matimedi ma wuok to go ma ka to chako ywa gi tienda ni wodha woko gima ido miya na medo dong kenyo ni da para ni ke kisho nyuwa mare kidok tim nedi ikat kamoro to miya na abedo kenyo Natame da bela bedo, gombe mera bela gana meno gana ga. Ko gani akado anyalo kado pesho. Awachore mama gi jupino ibedo kenyo amena meno kosa awachore tinyuol pere. Go wacho ni go doko kidhao. Tero kada ndela dek doko go gan. Amena meno. To tapina na nyuolo nyathi mara pena. Minya minyur mandelario to bino to gan gimbao to god ndo para gimbao nya minyur mandelario to kato to hikani ikew nke wor no tendo kondelo mago ida kedo wian chieng ni dwe mara par akedo penso to goduoko to gan to mako wiya me je to fudu woko no ida kedo to keto yer mere piny tapino takadho mufuma tie Kisoko temi abalwa tiluongo go to gopino to wacho ni doko go kla dhao timi wafonji to adok pecho.
She clung on to the marriage because of her children.
Ila dhao de kiri kera ngo same watie gi nyithindo madonga pich meje ode mito ni dhawe wachirani kimito kadho ila kadha tiwe nyithindo meka.
But the torments continued, and one night after she tried to go to sleep, he came after her.
To kone ko mach to kwanyo kibiriti to bino gini diro Kenya to gwero kibiriti to bolo kapara nyamito nika macho wangane to kibiriti no mako nanga to ko gwero man dok to bolo to meno bedo ko mako ka to meno beto nyumara dek mere minyogo kido minyo sho gwero nyath fara matin lo ngachra ni mama am to madho pi nyumnya am iyo nyath no pi to go gaman to chakre agango kodinanga.
His attempts to burn, beat and strangle her were the last straw for Immaculate. Finally, she arrived at the Mifumi shelter in search of refuge. But even here, her husband would not leave her in peace.
Nyota tujukti kelan kome ta chakubedoka na shosho kandela na shosho wika chiel mena shosho wika chiel mamande to go I walk pecho to bino ka to wachore watchman ni ka tie ginyamin amatie ka ilon ka bo machulet amito neno go to watchman be bino to penjan to penjon ngato chal nedi wachore no bedo judge masisi mashol to penjon ni luongo nedi to wachore ni nying giluongo no Chieng Patrick to war go ni meno ko min ane meno bedo jaduong para.
The police were called and arrested her husband. But she is still incredibly worried about her children, who are stuck at her husband's home whilst he is in jail. They have no support.
Achiel jo maduong' mere manchias jo ora par kayo manyako jo ora pare maluwo mere jo ora birio jo wanyu tedo jo kadhi skul to jo duoko to jo tedo.
Mifumi consider that at least 60% of domestic violence cases reported to them are bride price related. spoke to Slbc, who works at Mufumi. She never ceases to be surprised by the reasons men give for beating women.
Most will say, like from the east, most of them are really going to say, I'm beating my cows. From the north, where I come from, they're going to say it's a sign of love. Apparently, this is what I've heard. The women say if your husband doesn't beat you, it means he's seeing another woman. So everything you do is okay with him because he's seeing some woman out there. While on the other hand, if he beats you up, it means maybe he's noticed that you've annoyed him, or you've done something to the children that he doesn't like. So he has interest in your life and in what you're doing. So he beats you as a sign of love. Others think other men beats women because, he's the boss in the home. That's what he knows. He's the head of the family. He has a right to discipline. And then for some, their excuse is the Bible. Woman, be submissive to your husband. So if she's not being submissive, how do you get her to listen? Hit her.
We have seen that educated men in Uganda don't necessarily agree that bride price should be paid. But Slbc thinks that they still see women as subordinate to them.
Even the educated men will pay bride price, but you will still hear comments. The language they use when referring to their wives, it's very derogatory, and it still puts them on the same pedestal as the man in the village who thinks he's actually exchanging something for his wife, and it's not an appreciation. Men will say, oh no, women's families will say, oh, it's an appreciation. Men will say, it is actually not an appreciation, I am paying for your daughter. Although they will not say it out loud, because they know it sounds bad. But that, to the bottom line, that is it.
But perhaps occasionally, women play their own role in perpetuating the practice.
Because there are women out there who say, you haven't paid for me, you don't have the right to hit me. So men will also be pushed to pay because they know it shows I actually own you. That exchange, bride price, actually makes people seem more together than even the church wedding. When women have been married in church and no bride price has been paid to their families, they actually also say it. You haven't given my family anything. You can't push me around. You can't. Whether this union is before God or before Allah, you can't push me around. But if bride price has been exchanged, that is what makes the difference. I've come across so many women who say if a man can't afford to pay bride price, he's not man enough. If he cannot afford to pay the 8 cows my mother is asking for, he's not man enough. He will not be able to take care of me in the marriage. I've come across girls who say if the man cannot pay what he is being asked to pay for now, then where is my future with this man? We are going to starve. Our lawmakers are human. For instance, there was a time we were at an exhibition, and there were a number of members of parliament. But the first thing they told us was, you Mufumi women, you're the people who don't want to get married. I have paid bride price. I paid bride price for my wife. How am I going to sit there and not get rich, don't get cows, yet I have 5 daughters? It doesn't make sense. Now, if a member of parliament has such an attitude, I'm sorry to say, such a law is really going to take a really long time.
It seems clear that bride price is being used not as a gift, as some people would have you believe, but as a commercial transaction. The young bride has become a valuable commodity who can bring a valuable source of income to an impoverished rural family. With current market prices at approximately 500,000 shillings or $190 for a cow, it's no wonder that we see ever younger girls being married off. Juliet is only 14. One day, she came home from school and found strangers in the house. Juliet is clear why she thinks she was about to be married off.
Kwekuba nga bakanisa ewaliye sabalingana benyala tabakana n'abisilingi.
She found out later that her potential husband had offered 1 million shillings for her. She managed to hear about Mifumi and is currently taking shelter in one of the refuges. Whilst there, she helps entertain the children of mothers who have come escaping domestic violence. Eunice has a similar story. We found her, having just arrived at Soroti police station, seeking help. She was sent off to be married by her uncles as soon as her father had died. She wasn't attending school, and they decided she would be a useful source of income. Almost immediately, she was forced to go to her new husband's home, a man she had never met.
Again, ngaina pikagura nyoni. Anyonga bunga loto paka bukia pesa ngina neighbor. Again, almoki ngobe. Igwa ngo kwa petanda. Dodo buni yenene angistene sibe. Edoluta pesitugani. Balaya vimame doluti. Again, alosito bongu bogodumni konyenge buye. Again, nyakari ngopakuri.
Fortunately for Eunice, her husband did not force himself upon her, even though he had paid a lot of money in bride price. However, he has made it very clear that he wants his bride price back. With her relatives insisting that she either returns to her husband or marries someone else who is in a position to refund, she is currently condemned to a life on the run. While we were at the police station, we took the opportunity to chat with the all-female staff.
On my side, I think it is a problem because we have never handled the cases concerning domestic violence that comes because of that blood price, where women are mistreated because they've paid dowry. So I feel that thing should be abolished completely.
And they have also reached their own conclusions about whether bride price should ever be refunded.
A woman has stayed with you for quite a long time. She has been doing a lot of work at home with you. She has produced children. Why should they give back the dowry?
When women leave abusive relationships, it can have severe repercussions for their families. Opendia Jay's daughter left her husband after just a few months. He would do no work himself and treated her like a slave. She was forced to do everything for her family. Eventually, she felt she had to leave. Opendia Jay's daughter found a new husband with whom she had children, but her first husband continued to insist on a return of his bride price. The new husband had no money, so the burden continued to fall on Opendia Jay. He was arrested, and whilst in jail, mainly due to bribes made by the first husband, he was forced to sign a document agreeing a refund of the bride price. Having been beaten into signing the document, he was released. But as soon as he left the prison, he went on the run because he knew he could not afford the refund.
So minya ringo waka male malito madit so tek. Munyo ana ringo waka. Duong mere onyokoro. Sama chiemo ango giemo tire. Anantie bere pa ji kosa padano. Ka bedo endelaria dek kosa dwe. Koriema doka kore kaman. Ameno. Kenya mawinje lito so tek. Straight jola omana oma. Sane ranga mapagi moro wuor godiochieng'. Polisere wuotho pecho ka osirkal wuotho ka igagara simo gi koro wacho ni kiri duoki. To kelora chande makiri nyithindo nyoye josoma. Akinyalo nyer jo uniform. Akinyalo nyer jo nangaruka. Kitaba kinyalo nyer jo. So nyo. Paka jon tiama paka ana banti. Gichandu madit makiwache.
There are precious few who are prepared to speak out about bride price. But Miriam Matembe is a former minister responsible for ethics and fighting corruption and a co-draftee of Uganda's 1995 constitution. She is convinced that the persistence of bride price is because women are not being recognized for what they are.
Both men and women do not know who a woman is. And that is the reason why they treat her as secondary class citizen or as rubbish or something like that. Because they do not know that women are full human beings in their own right. Society does not know the potential, the talents, the wisdom of women, and it does not know that the denial of their ability to realize their potential is the denial of Uganda's development. The girls themselves, for instance, who are not educated like me, who knows that I'm valuable without attachment to bride price, they still attach their value to bride price. I remember very, very well when I was growing up, I had an aunt, my father's sister. She used to be battered and violated by her, I think, vagabond husband. And many times she would run home to come for rescue. And after 3 or 4 days, my father, unfortunately, would turn against her and say, "You are useless. You are useless. That's why your husband chased you away." And my aunt, and I was young, about 7 years, she would pitifully say, "I'm not useless. I produced sons for this man. I'm not useless. I brought in bride price in this home." And you know, that answer really struck me. It's one of the things that inspired me to go and fight against gender inequality. Because it showed to me that my poor aunt, and of course generally many women whom I was seeing suffering in the village, knew that they had no value. But they are only valuable when they bring in bride price and when they produce sons. Many times when people talk to me of this is our culture, I tell them we cannot afford to live in a cultural museum. I mean, customs, there are so many customs and cultures in this country, ranging from or differing from culture to culture, tribe to tribe, which really are harmful and they injure women and they undermine their humanity. But the biggest asset or weapon that will help us decisively do away with the bride price will be empowerment of our people in terms of formal education, where both men and women get education, they go to school, they get their degrees, they get jobs, and they work. And therefore they have a say. In this country, there is nobody who doesn't know that domestic violence cuts across every ethnicity group, every culture, every generation, every educational level. Let me tell you, some women members of parliament in Uganda are battered, they are thrown out of their homes, they are tortured, they suffer. Who doesn't know about domestic violence? The vice president, our former vice president, Kazwe, when she was so tired, she went outside publicly. She declared to this whole nation that her husband has been battering her, and she's tired and she quit. In November, my second son went to marry. I told those people, me, I don't like bride price. And I told him, you know, I don't want it. So when they came, we negotiated and they said, okay, no bride price, no bride price. Then down the road, they said, okay, we want the following gifts. So many things, too much. We said, but hey, this is like turning into a bride price. And my husband and I put our foot down. We said, no, we are not going to take that. And in the end, we said, if you insist, we shall cancel the marriage. But eventually, we got together and we came to an understanding, and the bride price we never gave bride price. So many people, when they stick to their guts, they can do away with it, you see.
On our journey through Uganda, we met some very brave and strong women who have endured and come through to a brighter future. Doreen is one of them. Her story has a happier ending than most. After the by now familiar story of violence and rejection, she lived on the streets for a while, begging for food for her children. But she actively tried to find herself another husband. And this time, she seems to have found a good man.
Pitie mere wano pura dole ya teaching amichuani weka kede ya oti poto kena araba tuwede koriama oti poto bala macha arabe gira ma puro deko kwanyo deko chato lieti mi penyo tuwero ibuta bo chat gino konyiri kidara muket go ochati ter kidati ni duali rara uniform go mite ready poli oti office kuno e kwanyo deko mina omia gena dire dingyo be etwero ber podi dada rango.
However, her husband still clings on to some traditional values.
If you have not paid the bride price, it's just like you are staying with that woman illegally. But when you present that bride price, then it is legal now that is your wife.
Her husband may be a man with a more modern outlook, but he is fairly traditional when it comes to knowing who is in the right.
Most cases, she could be on the wrong. And you know, with the women, maybe if they are tired, that's when they can just chop wires anyhow. Then for us husbands, you have to say, leave her peace. But I'm always, you know, I'm a to me, according to my judgment, I'm a reasonable man because I hate beatings and this. But I hate beating, but I can rebuke. And that is where it ends.
Very few women would feel empowered to challenge him. In Kampala, we went to another member of the Court of Appeal, Mr. Justice Amos Twinomajuni. On a tribunal of 5 judges, including 2 women, he was the only one who stood for making bride price illegal in Uganda.
Originally, it was supposed to mean security for good behavior. If I marry your daughter, I am supposed to give you something to ensure that I look after her well. Also, it had the opposite effect of ensuring that the girl will behave well during the continuance of the marriage. But as of now, it does not mean that anymore. It is a price that you pay in order to get somebody's daughter. And it is refundable. And I don't think it is a good thing anymore. Gifts, yes, they are quite perfectly okay. I've written a judgment in a constitutional petition in which I have argued that gifts are commendable, are acceptable. But the bride price in which parents demand and get paid, and where a refund is expected when the marriage breaks down, to me, I don't think it is no longer justified.
Justice Twinomajuni and Kenneth Kakuru both come from the west of Uganda, but their interpretations are quite different. Kakuru says that his culture proves that bride price does not exist. However, Justice Twinomajuni is convinced that it certainly persists throughout the rest of Uganda.
And the judgment I have talked about, Kakuru made a submission there before we made a judgment. I don't agree with him, though we come from almost a similar culture. He is not being realistic. That is what used to happen very many years ago. But today, it has become bride price in the English sense. You see, they are selling.
Justice Twinomajuni even suspects that Kenneth Kakuru is not being entirely honest about what goes on in their own culture.
I and Kakuru, we come from the same culture. We marry from them, they marry from us. I know what they do. I know that at the moment, even when they exchange gifts, that is for public consumption. Behind doors, bride price has been paid. In many cases, bride price has been paid. Today, in educated people, most people like me, I don't think I would demand bride price of my daughter, but I would not reject gifts from my prospective sons-in-law, but I would not demand for bride price today.
We asked Justice Kenema Juni about the reasons why bride price still exists. He feels certain that the problem begins with education.
Generally speaking, men don't like to educate their daughters to say beyond Form 6, because by that time the girls are beginning to grow some breasts, and it is high time that bride price came in, because they have been waiting for it. So they don't want to keep them at school. After Form 6, they know how to write their names and read, so they can now wait for the next man who will bring the animals. You see, the poorer I am, the quicker I want it, and therefore the more easily I want to remove the girl from school so that I can get it as quickly as possible.
In the recent Court of Appeal, 4 out of 5 judges rejected a change in the law because they said that the existence of bride price had not been proved to their satisfaction.
My difference with them is that I know I'm a Ugandan, I've lived in Uganda society, I've practiced law in Uganda society, and I know, and it doesn't have to be proved to me, that bride price is taking place. And that's why I said bride price, as I understand it, to me, I said should be declared unconstitutional.
Bride price has been a part of Ugandan culture for many years, but maybe attitudes are beginning to change.
Tisobola kabiri kufumbira kuba ntandika atya kibiri kufumbira baje kabiri batandika ole yena atandike kunkuba kulwa mali ate nga nze ndi kumaka gange nga nze mwene n'abaana bange kabiri nfumbira ki.
My father thinks the appreciation you can give him is take care of his daughter well. That is appreciation enough. There's nothing you're going to give him to replace me in the home, for instance. I'd love to hang around with him and tell stories. No cow is going to replace that.
Woto, Dongo, Samsago, you could be pung, doctor down a packing you one ama.
Inyako ai ki dinyo mere ayen to ai ne nyo mere tikini yangni ngato bedo kishi ko so bedo pino etingo dan manyalo nekini sa moro je.
You give a gift, it is a gift. Don't come for it because things have gone sour.
If men know they're not going to get it back, they're going to be so against paying it in the first place.
You can't take somebody's daughter, produce 10 children by her, stay with her for 40 years, then you expel her and you expect a refund. It's in any culture, in any civilization, however much you might even want to call it primitive, it doesn't make sense.
It used to be a useful and beneficial culture, but because it has been abused and manipulated, it promotes domestic violence, and in fact, it has lost its value and it should be abandoned.
If Uganda is to move forward as a leading African nation, it cannot afford to treat half its population as commodities. Isn't it time that women were not bought and sold? That weddings were not places of transaction? Many people in Uganda continue to insist that bride price is merely a gift, but they seem to be concentrating on only those people in the country who can afford to see bride price as a gift. At village level, brides continue to be treated as little better than cows, bought, sold or haggled over, a means of pacifying demanding relatives, and, like cows, they can be beaten and commanded, and sometimes even destroyed. A continuing evil in this country is the persistent belief that bride price could and should be refunded. As long as this continues, women will never be safe from the sometimes violent whims of men, who can still marry as many wives as they like, who can throw women they are tired of out onto the streets, and who can ignore all the work, love, and nurturing that women provide. If Uganda is to be a modern, relevant, and important African country, then its women and its brides should be seen as treasures to be cherished, companions to be loved, and above all, held equal with men in education and treatment. Let us by all means celebrate marriage and exchange gifts, but such gifts should never be seen as payment and should never be demanded back.
Previously on Life.
50% of mothers in Bangladesh are married off by 17.5 years of age. So they're having children when their pelvis is small.
The wages of our workers are just enough to go home, eat something, and then go back to the factory.
Women are central to the whole issue of development, but for cultural reasons and historic reasons, they have never been given a fair shake.
Choosing whether to marry or not, and if and when to have children, is a fundamental human right, enshrined in international law since 1948. But it's a right widely violated in countries around the world. In many African communities, girls are still viewed as commodities, to be married off as early as possible. Once married, a girl forfeits the right to make decisions that affect her own and her children's future. These people are celebrating a wedding near Bahir Dar in northern Ethiopia. The Ethiopian Civil Code sets 15 as the minimum age of marriage for girls. But in rural areas like this, ignorance of the law is widespread and tradition deep-rooted. Today's bride is just 4 years old. Just a few miles away, preparations are being made for another marriage. Nibret is 11. Tomorrow she'll be handed over to her husband's family. Neither Nibret nor her grandparents, who have raised her since her parents' death, have ever seen the groom. All the arrangements for the marriage have been made by a mediator.
We don't trust our cattle to last, and one of us could die. So we like to betroth our children now, so they can begin their independent lives.
And the other family will also give the children some cattle and some farmland. They too want to see the children established before they die, and we all gain new relatives.
Later that night, the groom's party arrives. The groom might or might not be among the dancers, as he does not disclose his identity at this stage. Nibret is kept hidden from view in a nearby hut, chaperoned by her married sister. Though this is normal practice in the countryside, now in Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, a group of women lawyers has banded together, determined to enforce the law and change attitudes. Original Georgis is a founding member of the Ethiopian Women Lawyers Association. The association started to campaign against child marriage because of overwhelming evidence that the minimum age laws were being abused.
People saying that girls don't get sexual intercourse until the age of 15 is a myth, because this girl is only 12, she's already married, she's divorced, and she's selling liquors for her living. Down here, this is a 10-year-old girl. When she first came to us, we were so shocked that we took her pictures to remind us that there is a lot to do. Early marriage is very rampant in the northern part of Ethiopia. Girls of 8, 9, 10, 11 are married. And the parents do that for economic reasons, for alliances with good families, and then because they have no alternative to give to their girl children, if they don't get married early, they think that there is nowhere to put them or to give them. So they want to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
Meanwhile, Nibret's grandfather and the other men are finalizing the marriage contract. The process is supervised by a mediator who represents the family of the groom. Exchanges of property are carefully negotiated and noted. In another part of the village, the groom recovers from the night before and waits with his party. He still has not seen his bride. Just across the compound, Nibret's sisters do their best not to disappoint him when the moment comes.
If you could choose the perfect bride, what would she be like?
I don't really care what she's like.
What if she was lazy?
I'll just kick her out.
Are you nervous?
Yes, kind of.
But are you looking forward to being married?
What's there to look forward to?
From Bahar Dar, we have the case of a bride who was 9 and a bridegroom who was 12. On the night of the marriage, the bridegroom, because he was a child, couldn't break the hyme. So his attendants, who were adults, told him to poke the bride with an iron. He poked her, and she went to hospital, and she was there for 4 months. I think the physical injury has healed, but what will come in the future, we don't know.
Many similar cases end up in Bahir Dar's only hospital. Sawarag developed a fistula after her husband made her pregnant. A fistula is when the vaginal wall ruptures. This can lead to life-threatening infections, especially when the reproductive organs are not fully developed. Because girls become incontinent and can no longer have sex, their husbands often abandon them.
My parents are dead, and I've no relatives left. I was in this hospital for a year, and no one visited me except the doctors. I hate my life, but when I see the others, I'm grateful, as I'm not as ill as them.
Do you think it's possible you're going to go back to your husband?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
The contract has now been agreed and signed by the men, but Nibret remains hidden from the groom while she's handed over to the mediator, who will take her by mule to her husband's family.
You see, women are some sort of possession to be guarded, to be valued. This is very, very, very deep in our culture. And everything is shrouded in tradition. And all the time women have been hurt to the point of being, I don't know, voiceless or something. There are laws, there are policies, there are something, but on the ground, in actual fact, nothing has moved much.
Nibret finally arrives at her husband's village. Her father-in-law waits eagerly. He has not yet seen her. Officially, the church only sanctions marriage over the legal age of 15.
We are stopping our girl children from going to school. We are killing their potentials. And these girls, when they are getting married, they run away because they are not physically, mentally prepared for the marriage. So they run away, come to big cities, become prostitutes, street children, and maids in somebody's places.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Very harrowing experience to the girls who are married at the early age.
Libret now meets her husband for the first time. Custom dictates she is neither seen nor heard. Throughout the making of this film, she could not bring herself to talk to us.
Sometimes it wakes me up in the middle of the night. In Ethiopia, half the population are women, and among women, the majority are children. Development cannot happen unless you include the women. And how could we think of the future of Ethiopia as a country in terms of development if you don't do something to the children of today? If you want a parent not to give his girl child in marriage as early as that, you have to give him an incentive. The incentive should be a school nearby. If there is a school nearby and you tell him, instead of giving your girl in marriage, you can send her to school, you have to have a school near it.
But Libret wasn't given the opportunity for education. And as she begins her married life, her new husband takes control.
Where are you going to sleep tonight?
Right here.
With her?
Yes.
Have you ever slept with a girl before?
No, it's my first time.
When you see those small children, you sometimes don't know. You see, they are so helpless. They look at you. Some of them are so poor, and some are really hurt. You can see that from their eyes. Some would like to trust you by looking at you, that you could produce miracles to push their problems away. When you see that, you just boil inside.
In Kano, in northern Nigeria, most girls are married by 16. Many marry even younger, sometimes, as in Ethiopia, as young as 6. Polygamy is widely practiced here, and a man is allowed to divorce without difficulty. Safia is only in her mid-30s, but has been divorced for 15 years.
If you are not married, it is really a big problem. If you are looking for something from somewhere when you are married, you are respected and you get what you want. You go straight ahead with confidence. But if you don't have a husband, you are hesitant wherever you go. So we have to have courage and patience.
Safia was married at 12. Her husband divorced her 10 years later. She had no education or means of income, so she and her 2 children returned to her mother.
Of
course it hurts. Whenever I think about it, it's the one thing that really hurts.
But divorcees like Sophia are unlikely to derive comfort from the view of community religious leaders like Muhammad al-Hassin.
Polygamy has come to solve many of the problems of the society, and that is why Islam enshrines it as part of its principle. Sometimes because of biological factors, a woman, for one reason or another, she has what we call menstrual period. She goes for menstruation. But during such period, sometimes a man has a natural urge for another woman. What does he do? How does he satisfy himself? So Islam says, all right. So a man, if he has more than one wife, then he has a possibility to safeguard that interest.
Al-Haji Amino is certainly safeguarding his interests. 55 years old, he's a used car dealer, and so far has taken 5 wives. One died and he divorced another, but he still lives with 3 of them. Al-Haji has his own room with air conditioning. Each wife has one room in which she lives with her children. His oldest wife, Hawa, has been married to Al-Haji for 30 years. She's borne him 11 children, 9 of which have survived. Though she's continued to bear him children, her youngest is just 4. Al-Haji continued to take wives. Hawa has had to learn how to suppress her feelings and live with all this.
When Zaja was brought here, to begin with, to be honest, it wasn't very pleasant. We used to quarrel, but later we realized living together was the will of God, because everything comes from God. Then we forgot our differences. The second wife, who passed away, God rest her soul, was even more bitter than me to see yet another new bride, and I always had to calm her down. I said to her, be tolerant. This one is like a daughter to us, but now we are going to share our husband with her. So I said, be calm, be patient.
Sadia has given Al-Haji a child and is clearly young and fertile. But Al-Haji has taken yet another wife.
Islam concerns itself about population. Sometimes, because of one reason or another, by the time somebody marries a woman, he finds her barren. In other words, she cannot bear children. But instead of discarding her, like you discard clothes, Islam then gives permission. You return her as you have, give her all other social amenities and security. But then, if there's another one that can reproduce, then she comes under your canopy.
I was brought to this house at 13, when I didn't really know anything. I was brought into a household where the women were all much older than me. I can't look on these women as my co-wives. They are all the same age as my mother.
Al-Haji refused to take part in any more filming once he learned his wives had spoken to us.
I sit in my room and cry. And if I tell my husband, he doesn't believe me. As far as he's concerned, everyone here is living in peace and harmony. The other women know what to do, but I don't know what to do, because I'm not as wise as them. Even their children are older than me.
This centre was set up for girls like Sadia. It was started by Marobello in response to the lack of education for young married and divorced girls.
A man of 50 taking up a child of 9 or 10 or 13 years old as a wife, when will he train those children he's bringing to the world? Who is he leaving the responsibilities to? That's what we should ask ourselves. After he has impregnated the woman and the woman has given birth, who takes care of the child? The girl is only 13. No education, no skills to get any income. Nothing.
But Mara's views are not endorsed by the establishment and community religious leaders. Muhammad al-Hassin chairs regular seminars for Islamic scholars.
Polygamy is not only in Islam. Polygamy is something from Almighty God.
The discussion continued. It wasn't confined to polygamy. The scholars went on to talk about the age at which girls should marry.
In the sense that it generates diseases, Islam insists on early marriage so that they grow up to be responsible members of the society. You can marry as early as 7 years old.
Experts say there is no authority for this doctrine in the Quran, so we wanted to make sure they really endorse this view of child marriage.
So are you saying that you think that little girls of as young as 6 are ready for sexual relations with their husbands if the husband so chooses?
Exactly. I can give you many anecdotes which are stipulated that there's nothing wrong. It's just very straightforward. So these small girls, they're ready for sex, just as I've mentioned to you. It's explicit.
What we advise is that at least let this child have some education, even if it's only secondary school. If she has that basic education, if she wants to go back and make something of her life, she can always go back and make something of her life. But if she has no education, she's blank, no skills, when does she start?
I realize the kids here don't go to school. They're married off very young. My husband's daughter, who died, was the only one that even went to primary school. I was in the same class as her. Even she was married off as soon as she had finished primary school.
Even though some of the husbands promise that after the marriage they will continue schooling, most of them do not keep those promises. We do not encourage early marriage, but if it has happened, it has happened. What do we do now to salvage the situation and make them feel like human beings, not like some kind of dogs that after the day's meal you just throw the leftovers to them. Give the girls some empowerment and make them useful to the society.
The girls at this centre are runaways from early marriages. Divorcees or married girls like Zadia were desperate for an education but forbidden it. They're taught practical skills to give them some income and given lessons in decision-making, leadership and assertiveness.
Don't forget that these girls have been brainwashed from day one. From the day they were put in their cradle, they've been telling them that all you are useful for is marriage. You have no other function in life than to marry and start bearing children.
As far as Islam is concerned, a woman has a very fundamental role. Number one, her duty as far as in the matrimonial home is concerned, is to give comfort to the husband. Like example, I have suffered here, everybody has come in, and then there are a lot of tension and so on. If I go back to my house, I needed some comfort.
Back at her centre, Myra is teaching girls how to be assertive rather than a comfort to men.
When a man doesn't have anything to offer and comes home empty-handed, that's the time you have to tread gently when you welcome him. He comes home already upset because he hasn't been able to buy anything for the family. If you start making demands on him, then there'll be trouble.
It's not good just being silent all the time. If you lock it all up inside, you will develop high blood pressure.
Really, this woman is just like a mother to us. She's really helped us a lot. It wasn't a man who opened this school, it was her.
I'm optimistic in the sense that a lot of the young ones now are fighting back. If you go to the universities now, you will find young girls with their babies strapped on their backs in the university lecture halls, and that's encouraging for me. Some of them will come with their babysitters, and the babysitters will be sitting outside with their babies there in the lecture halls. And if I see that is so much beautiful picture in my eyes, I want to go on looking at them.
But back at Al-Hajji's home, the future looks less promising. Hajira, his latest wife, has a new baby. His wives are adapting yet again to expansion in the family. Sadia is pregnant again.
Marrying young children is really very bad. What makes it so awful, apart from all the other problems, is that when a girl child is about to have a baby, there's a lot of suffering unless you are very lucky. If a child is married at an early age and becomes pregnant and delivers the baby safely, then she's extremely lucky.
When I had my baby, people said it was God's will, and that is why I accepted it. I used to cry every day, but now I'm resigned to my fate.
জানে নাই যে সে তারা এটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
special kukwambia kuna mtu anakuja ndaoni kwa anataka kuoa huyo baba mzuri tu mdogo, mimi nikafanyaje, nikamwambia pia alipishmika imermeza zake دائما باز عم بقدر مدار هوی چی نمیگفتم و هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، باز عم رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم، در روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالان نخوابم که برم صنف 8. من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم، هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم. امی خسول ما خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد، باز همه به پدر مادر خود چی نمیگفتم، به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم. همین تا با موش تو لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم. مثلا آثاری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که آثاری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارو مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم اون مقدارمو هم که گفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه من میزدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیدیشتم.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeçë e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egjiptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 10 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک ماوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence, and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د پلار د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي ژوند مې مخ ته همدغسې و تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول دا چې واده مې وکړ له ما په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کوي نو ډوډۍ موډۍ راوړم دا کوچنیان خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی ته اوس لنډې مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा उसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे क्या तो वरी थी सीट पे जब मैं बिलावन डो है ना वड्डा छोकरा बिलावन सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े दिया नंढी उम्र पे करनी तलाम पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसी तो पीछे माँ शादी कर छोड़े सा
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहले मैंने मैं स्कूल विंदी हम तो सुठो लगंदा हो मां जब मैं पढ़ा वो वाले शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो मैं जान भी मुझे शौक आए हो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं स्कूल मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ने दा मां जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करेंगे ना दिला पानी से चीज़ें तो शादी कर छोड़े शादी के पहले मैं आज़ाद हो मना घर जो काम कर अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे हम पीछे वाले माँ पे वादे करेंगे हम ना तो अठे बैठी होंगी हम वादी बैठी होंगी हम शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई तो सजा घर का काम कर मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़े ना घर की सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वड़ी थी सी पीछे करवाई सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut itu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin kurang diurus gitu makannya tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj ishte 24 vjeç. në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova i thash, u detyrova që ikje sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে অন্য প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাইতে হয়ে গেল গা আর যেটি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودنا کامه بی سواتا ایرام گفتم مم طور نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم می شوهر من خود بدون مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد است من مکتب خوش دیدم که
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli. Kaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation nikaenda tukafanya sherehe nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa fika kituoni akataja zile namba za simu nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika nikaondoka zangu nyumbani nilia mama akasemaje nenda nikaondoka zangu niliondoka zangu kwa hivyo fika siku ya pili ile yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana aliponipa ile simu mimi nikaichukua ile simu nikaandika zile namba nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi nikawasiliana nao kaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe kufika siku ya pili nikamuuliza mimi na ule tarehe ngapi akaniambia tarehe kuhusu anonioa nani akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa akasema wewe ndo damana nikamwambia ndio akaniambiaje sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa kweli wewe nikamwambia kweli kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavar trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar pues más que nada porque como no muy sé pues ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrada.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up. I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other. We want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
که اونجا در خونه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خونه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها خارجی‌ها ببینم اونا نداره.
هیچی بمونه.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنن، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادرم یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خانه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدرم کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی پیش مانه. Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme, ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu, udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu, harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, to po dziuru.
Unë martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. të arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj, një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë të punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën, që fëmija të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë të japin një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, you know, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. You know, that's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, so, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations' 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their girls. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Benjamin.